Chapter 9:16. Han Chen said, "How could that be? A person's fate might be intertwined when you don't even think about it." Gu Jingzi said, "What do you mean, CEO Han? Can you explain it more clearly?" Han Chen smiled. "Young man, don't be too impatient." Gu Jingzi said, "All right, maybe I should put it another way. CEO Han, we've always minded our own business. It might be fine if we can continue like this, but if I find out that someone threatens my wife's safety, I might not care about the tradition of respecting the elderly anymore." Han Qing'en's gaze was fixed on Gu Jingzi's cold gaze. Gu Jingzi was a little arrogant. He actually dared to talk to him like this in Country M's territory. He hadn't been threatened like this in many years, especially by such a young man. Han Chen looked at this arrogant young man and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, Uncle Han. A girl joined them obediently. Han Chen looked over and saw Yun Luo walking over. He didn't look at Gu Jingzi anymore and greeted Yun Luo. Luo, why are you here? How have you been recently?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Han. My illness has made too many people worry." "It's okay. Don't think of it as a burden," Han Chen said with a smile. Yun Luo looked at Gu Jingzi and said quickly, "Oh yeah, Uncle Han, do you know Jingzi?" Han Chen looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "No, not really." Yun Luo said, "Then," Gu Jingzi said, "from today onwards, we know each other. However, whether we're friends or enemies depends on our choices in the future." Yun Luo suddenly felt that the relationship between the two of them wasn't that simple. Wasn't Gu Jingzi here to visit Han Chen? That was why her grandfather told her to come and help so that Gu Jingzi would look at her in a different light. But looking at the two of them now, it didn't seem like they were here to visit. Although the two of them stood there and didn't seem to be anything between them, it still felt like there was something flowing in the air. Gu Jingzi said, "Take your time." He pulled Lin Che away. Lin Che turned around and looked at the man called Han Chen. Han Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Che. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Lin Che didn't know if he was seeing things, but he felt that Han Qing'en's gaze, he seemed to be very resentful. However, Lin Che did not feel that he had just offended this man. After they left, Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingzi and asked, "What happened just now? Did you come to the party because you wanted to see him?" Gu Jingzi didn't know what to say. "Sort of," Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che said, "Who exactly is he?" "The third richest man in M Nation." "Ah, it sounds very powerful, but why do I feel that?" Lin Che lowered his head slightly. "Think what?" "Nothing, it's just." Lin Che thought, "Forget it, don't say, maybe she just saw wrong. After all, she really didn't know this man, and there was no conflict. Don't let your imagination run wild." Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Chen, who was opposite him. Since it was a charity banquet, of course there would be charity, donations, and auctions. After everyone had arrived, everyone sat in the seats with number tags and watched the warm-up performance begin. The MC also passionately walked onto the stage while dancing. Some of the famous items being auctioned today are really amazing. Many generous philanthropists have donated, and there are even some rare treasures that rarely appear in the market. I hope that everyone can auction off the things that you like while doing charity. Have a good time, everyone. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Are we going to auction off anything later? Are we donating anything?" "We are donating. You can bid for anything you like later." "Me? But I don't know which one is worth it." "Since it's charity, it doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. Anyway, the money will be used to help others. Right?" Lin Che felt that it made sense. "Okay, Then don't be angry if I bid for something messy later. Gu Jingze smiled and pinched her cheek. They were being intimate here without restraint. After a while, the items being auctioned started to be introduced one by one. The items that could be brought up were actually not messy. After all, everyone still wanted to save face. Lin Che looked at the items. There were treasures that had been passed down from generation to generation. There were also limited edition items, but Lin Che was not interested in any of them. However, halfway through the auction, nothing had been auctioned yet. Suddenly, she thought that it wouldn't be good if she didn't bid for anything since it was a charity event. In the end, she still had to buy something. At this moment, she saw another item being brought up. It was a nice-looking sword pendant. It looked quite cool. She remembered that she knew fencing too. Although it was different from this kind of sword, it was still a sword. She could buy it and put it on top of the fencing sword she had bought at home. Anyway, that fencing sword was no longer used for fencing. It was just a memento. Lin Che thought about it carefully. He picked up the plate in front of him and called out a number. The MC smiled and introduced, "There's a beautiful lady over there. She has good taste. This kind of pendant is really hard to find nowadays." Lin Che smiled slightly. He felt that everyone was curious and turned to see who it was. However, at this moment, a man behind him stood up and called out a number. The MC said, It seems that this lady has a competitor." The corner of Gu Jing's lips twitched slightly. He said to Lin Che, "Continue." Lin Che immediately raised his plate. The man on the other side was not to be outdone. He immediately raised his plate. Lin Che and him had exchanged blows a few times, but neither of them had the intention of giving up. Gu Jingze looked in that direction. His eyes flickered slightly. Then, he said to Lin Che, "Continue." Lin Che almost wanted to give up. Hearing Gu Jingze's words, she quickly said, "Forget it. It's not that special anyway." Gu Jingze said, "No, we have to get it. Since someone is purposely causing trouble, we naturally can't admit defeat so quickly." "What? Purposely causing trouble?" Gu Jingze glanced over. Lin Che looked at the man with one big eye and one small eye. It was clear that he was purposely fighting with her. Lin Che said, "Then now, don't worry. Continue." Lin Che directly raised his plate. They went back and forth, no one giving way. This made the MC a little worried. "Both of you, this accessory has already exceeded its value. Why don't both of you take a look at the booklet and see if there's anything else you like? We understand that everyone is charitable, but there's no need to spend too much on one item." Chapter 9:17. That man was a tycoon from Country M. From the moment Gu Jingze came in, he had already looked down on him. He felt that he was an unfamiliar face. After coming in, he had ignored everyone. He had only met the Han family and the Yun family before disappearing. Now that he had come out, he really thought that he was a big shot. Even if you came from somewhere else, you should know the rule. Once you're in someone else's territory, you should be more humble. At least pay a visit to the tycoons here. But he didn't. Furthermore, he actually had that kind of relationship with Yun Luo from the Yun family. In Country M, many people had sent invitations to the Yun family, saying that they wanted to meet Yun Luo, that they were interested in her and wanted to get to know her. However, the Yun family had found an excuse to reject them. Now, this unreachable princess actually had such a good relationship with him. She went over to talk to him and ignored everyone else. Was Yun Luo blind? Everyone was furious, but no one had the chance to voice it out. Because he didn't even look at them. Even if they were angry, they had no one to voice it out. Therefore, He was so angry that he decided to confront Gu Jingze at this time. After hearing what the MC said, he stood up and said, "That won't do, unless he gives up. I like it just by looking at it. Moreover, it's for charity. I don't care about spending more money. It all depends on whether he gives up or not. Anyway, I will definitely hold up this sign to the end." Gu Jingze didn't even turn his head. He sat on the velvet sofa with one leg crossed. He calmly picked up the coffee cup in front of him and quietly took a sip. Then, with a cold expression, he said, "Then let's continue filming." The organizer of the event had no choice. Looking at these tycoons, they thought that they were all people who cared about their image. It looked like they could only continue and see who couldn't take it anymore. But after a few more rounds, the organizer couldn't take it anymore. "Gentlemen, why don't you think about it privately? Although we are very happy to have raised so much money, we want to make sure that it's worth it. We don't want to waste everyone's money. We are not unscrupulous fundraisers. We still want to give everyone something good to make everyone happy today." The man snorted again and said, "This is all I want." At this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly stood up. He looked much taller than the man behind him. He looked behind him and said calmly, "Give up. I'll give you another share of the auction price. Consider it your reward for giving up." The crowd was in an uproar. What did he mean? Gu Jingze said, "In other words, the current auction price is 13 million yuan. I've paid it, and I'll give you 13 million yuan as your reward." Everyone understood at once. This man. He was really good at humiliating people. The man said, "Huh, what do you mean? Do you think I want your money? Do you think I want it?" Gu Jingze said slowly, "I advise you to bid, because if the auction price is higher, I may not be willing to bid." When the man heard this, he immediately said, If you can't afford it, just give up. I don't care. Even if it rises to 100 million, I can still afford it." He felt that he had been humiliated. Of course, he wouldn't give up so easily. Gu Jingze snorted and said, "No, you're wrong. I don't care how much it costs, but I don't think I can give you a higher price, because..." He smiled and said, "You're only worth this much." After being provoked by Gu Jingze, the man's face immediately turned purple like a frosted eggplant. He was so angry that he looked like he was about to pounce on him. "You! How dare you humiliate me like this? Where did this bastard come from? Do you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in America? Who do you think you are?" No one had ever seen such an arrogant person. Looking at Gu Jingze, the crowd was in chaos. The rich people present were also talking among themselves. Gu Jingze didn't want to take a step back at all. He looked at the man and said, "What kind of humiliation is this? I think I gave you a high price because I didn't want to trouble you. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this man." He was mad. He stood there and shouted at Gu Jingze, "Humph, you're just a kid. How dare you come to America and behave atrociously? Do you know who I am? Humph, I'll show you how you're going to get out of this mess after you've provoked me." Needless to say, those who could attend this event were all rich people. America wasn't big, so everyone should have seen a rich person before. If they hadn't seen him before, he was obviously not from America. Gu Jingze raised his chin proudly and said, "Okay, I'm not only going to get out of here, but I'm also going to bring you out with me so that I can help everyone here clean up." These words were clearly beating around the bush, calling him trash. The man was so angry that he immediately shouted, "Men, come in. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. My men are already rubbing their palms together. It's been a year and a half since no one came to help me practice, and now you're here." After a while, the people outside rushed in. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of people filled the arc-shaped auditorium. Everyone knew that this man was a famous gangster in America. He started his career in the underworld. Although he had taken the legal route later, he still had a lot of thugs at home. Although his background wasn't pure, his family was now a rich man in America and he had a good foundation. It could be said that the people who could come here today had a good background. Those who weren't qualified couldn't enter at all. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze. Although there were a few security guards standing behind him, they still looked like they were alone. The man's face suddenly became arrogant. He looked at them and snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? You want to take back what you said just now? Let me tell you, it's too late. I'll show you what happens when you shout for no reason." Gu Jingze slowly glanced at these people. Although they looked imposing, these people, TSK, they obviously didn't have good skills. Gu Jingze's eyes slowly fell on the man. His voice was still soft, but there was no warmth at all. "I'll return the same words to you as usual." Then, he signaled with his eyes, and the people who suddenly barged and quickly surrounded those thugs. The thugs who were arrogant just a moment ago suddenly became vulnerable and were pushed to the center of the crowd. They were replaced by Gu Jingze's men, who stood there neatly, each of them as straight as an electric pole. Gu Jingze said, "I've never been polite to people like you. Now tell me, how do you want to get out of here? I'll fulfill your wish." All of a sudden, his arrogance burned the entire venue. Chapter 9:18. The man snorted, "You. Ha, I don't believe that you dare to do anything to me. Look at how smug you are. You think you're so great because you have so many people? If you have the guts, just throw me away. I'll make sure that you'll be able to walk out of country alive." Gu Jingze sneered, "Did you hear that? He said to the bodyguards, I just said that no matter what he says, we'll do it to him." When the bodyguards heard that, they immediately walked towards the man. At first, the man straightened his back in disbelief. But now, he was suddenly a little worried. However, he still didn't dare to show it on his face. He only looked outside as if he was calculating whether this man would really dare to do that. However, he didn't know that Gu Jingze was a man of his word. With a glance, the bodyguards quickly walked forward. The man was quite frightened. He kept retreating and quickly said to his men, "Hurry up, hurry up. What are you looking at?" Those people wanted to come forward but they were all blocked by Gu Jingze's men. Even if they didn't block them, they actually didn't dare to come forward when they saw so many people. Especially when these people didn't look ordinary. They were much stronger than them. When the man saw this, he was about to sweat. He shouted, "You! How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, you may be proud now, but you'll suffer tomorrow." No matter how much the man yelled, he was still lifted up by someone. Then, a few people carried him and walked out. The man's howls didn't stop until they were outside. Everyone looked out curiously. Indeed, he was thrown out horizontally. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. They didn't expect him to be so arrogant for so many years. He had always walked around everywhere like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Now, he had learned his lesson. However, even so, everyone was still surprised. They didn't know who the man in front of them was and how he dared to treat him like this. Someone said, "Hey, young man, that's a local tyrant. If you really offend him, it'll be troublesome." Gu Jingze didn't look at them. He just said indifferently, "I, Gu Jingze, am least afraid of trouble." Gu Jingze. He's Gu Jingze. When did Gu Jingze come to Country M? We didn't even get the news. Oh my God, he just arrived in M Nation and he already dares to be so arrogant. Everyone knew who Gu Jingze was. They kept discussing and looking at Gu Jingze. They didn't expect to see this person in person. They had only heard of him. Now that they saw him in person, he was very different from what they had imagined. While everyone was still in shock, Gu Jingze sat down and said to the people in front of him, "All right, does that auction item belong to us now?" The host and the host were completely stunned. When they saw Gu Jingze looking at them as if there was no one else around, they remembered that they were still in the middle of the auction. The MC hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes." He looked at this man with a fawning gaze. At first, he didn't think it was a big deal, but after seeing his domineering actions, he couldn't help but admire him. There was actually such a person in the world. Gu Jingze took the auction item and handed it to Lin Che. Then, he raised his head and saw Han Chenjian through the crowd. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them. There was a faint smile on his lips. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt a little strange. This wasn't Gu Jingze's usual style, but she felt that there must be a reason for him to do this. An auction and an episode like this were spread by many people. In the end, there were many versions of it that were spread by the people outside. As for Gu Jingze, after the auction, he brought Lin Che to the front to eat. When Yun Luo wanted to look for him, she was told that he had already gone out. Yun Luo stood there angrily. However, she heard the people passing by talking about what had just happened. That Gu Jingze is really arrogant. But I heard that the Gu family covers the sky in Sea Nation. No one knows how much money he has. He keeps a low profile and his strength is amazing. No matter what, he was really domineering just now. Is that woman beside him his female companion? He pampers her so much. When he says he wants to bid for this, he bids for this. He doesn't even care about getting into conflict with others. How blissful. When Yun Luo heard this, she felt even more annoyed. She secretly clenched her hands and couldn't help but think, what right does Lin Che have? Who does she think she is to dominate Gu Jingze? She was at a disadvantage because of her heart disease. She didn't dare to go out since she was young. Otherwise, Lin Che wouldn't have a chance. Outside, Gu Jingze and Lin Che were eating together. On Lin Che's side, there was the auction item. She picked it up and looked at it. She felt that this item had suddenly become very valuable. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "I don't dare to take this item back." Gu Jingze said, "This item isn't worth much, but I definitely didn't waste the money." "Why?" Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Jingze said, "I'm doing this for others to see. I want to tell the person who wants to play tricks on me behind my back that I'm not afraid of his tricks. He shouldn't underestimate my capabilities. If he wants to go against me, he should think about whether it's worth it or not, and how much strength he needs to use to go against me." Oh. Lin Che seemed to understand. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "All right, I understand. So that's the reason." She knew that Gu Jingze wasn't usually such an arrogant person. She wiped her mouth and said, "I'm going to the washroom." "Okay, let someone go with you," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che's people were always following her. She had just used the washroom and was washing her hands when she felt someone pushing the door open and standing next to her. Lin Che didn't notice and accidentally splashed water on her arm. She couldn't help but raise her head and said, "Sorry, it's okay, it's okay." The lady beside her smiled gently. She looked peaceful and kind. And this person's appearance, Lin Che looked at her and suddenly froze. This person looked very familiar. Very familiar. Seeing that he was staring at her, the lady turned her head slightly. The smile on her slightly smiling face was even wider. "What's wrong?" Lin Che suddenly reacted and said, "Oh, nothing. You look very familiar." I'm not sure if I've seen you before. The lady looked at Lin Che too. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Really? She looked at Lin Che carefully, as if trying to see if she had seen him before. Well, I also think you look familiar. The lady stared at him and her eyes suddenly sparkled. But I don't know if I've seen you before. What's your name? Chapter 9:19. Ah. I'm Lin Che, Lin Che said. What about you? Me? My name is Fang Zichen, she said. Lin Che had never heard of this name before. She lowered her head and thought about it. She did feel that she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember clearly. The woman shook her head. I've never heard of your name before. Are you the daughter of some rich family in country M? She wasn't a rich family. Lin Che smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I'm from country C. Oh, I see. You're a guest from afar. We all feel that you look familiar. Maybe we've met in our past lives, right, young lady? Lin Che could only smile. Yeah, maybe. Lin Che said, then, Auntie, I'll leave first. See you again if there's a chance. Okay, young lady. Take your time. She watched Lin Che leave, still feeling strange. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when she saw this young lady. When Lin Che went out, he was shocked. Apart from his own people, there were also some strange women outside. She was stunned for a moment before she remembered that the woman just now looked like she came from a rich family. It seemed that she had followed her here. Puzzled, she turned back to take a look, then hurriedly left with her people. And inside, the woman was a little dizzy. She leaned against the door and rested for a while. Just then, the people outside hurried in. Madam, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The woman shook her head. I'm fine. You're all too nervous. Maybe the air here is not good. I'm a little dizzy. Sir must be even more worried when he sees you fainting here. Please come out with me. The few of them hurriedly helped Fang Zichen out. When they were outside, Han Chenzhen couldn't wait any longer. He hurried over. Zichen, what took you so long? Fang Zichen said, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm fine now. Han Qing'an's expression changed. Come here quickly. Let me see. I'm really fine. Don't be too nervous. When you're nervous, I'm nervous too. He went back and forth to check on her. Seeing that she was fine, he was relieved. Let's go home first. Okay. The two of them walked out together. She couldn't help but say, oh yeah, I saw someone just now. I thought it was weird. Han Chenzhen said, who is it? A girl in the bathroom. I saw her and thought she looked familiar, but she said she wasn't from M country. I don't think I've seen her before, but why does it feel so strange? Han Qing'an's expression changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks. Who did you see? She said her name is Lin Che. Do we know her? Fang Zichen said. Han Qing'an's expression changed unpredictably as he stood there in silence for a long time. She looked even more puzzled. Hello. Is there a problem? No, let's go, we haven't seen her before. He smiled, held her arm, and led her out intimately. Later on, the servants were already used to this situation. Their husband was very attentive and doted on his wife. Even though they didn't have children, they had been loving each other for so many years. She couldn't help but admire her husband's love. However, when they arrived at the Han family, Han Chenzhen let Fang Zichen sleep first, and then went to the study. He clasped his hands behind his back, and after a long silence, he said, "Pay attention in the future. Once this Lin Che enters the country, lock down the entire country. Tell me her location directly, and don't let Madam see her again." "Yes, sir." "Anne." He turned around. "Bring me Madam's information." "Yes, sir." He opened the information that the servant brought and looked at the documents inside. Fang Zichen, 54 years old, childless, born in C country, came to M country at the age of 12, and graduated from Saming City Women's University. There was no trace of the past in the information. Actually, if Lin Che's arrival hadn't made her feel familiar, he would never have suspected that there would be any mistakes in the information. After all, those who knew about the past were basically dead or gone. As for Zichen, from that year onwards, she had lost her memory and would never remember anyone from the past. It was at that time that he slowly got to know her. But could it be the nature of a mother and daughter? She actually felt familiar when she saw Lin Che. If that was the case, he really couldn't let her see Lin Che again. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze back to the hotel. On the way back, Lin Che was still puzzled. She didn't know what the problem was that made her confused. It was as if there was a hole in her heart that had not been plugged up. At this moment, she thought of Fang Zichen's face and suddenly felt that it was very familiar. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She had indeed seen that face before. She suddenly grabbed Gu Jingze, who was beside her. "Gu Jingze, let's go back to the hotel." "Let's go back to the hotel now." "Ah, what's wrong?" "There's something. Let's talk about it when we get back." "I'll let you know when I'm sure." "Okay." Gu Jingze looked at her doubtfully. He didn't ask any more questions and directly asked the driver to drive faster. The car arrived at the hotel in a short while. After getting out of the car, Lin Che ran straight into the room and took out the computer that was placed in the room. She always carried her own computer with her in case the company needed to use it. She turned on the computer and flipped through the photos of the past. Among the photos, there was a photo that was very obvious. It was her mother, Su Xian Gu Jingze. I remember now. Her heart was in turmoil. She suddenly thought of something unbelievable and unbelievable. "What's wrong?" Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze over and said, "Just now, in the bathroom, I saw a woman. For a moment, I felt that she looked like someone I knew, but I couldn't remember. Just now, I suddenly remembered that she looked like me. I don't usually look at myself, so when I looked at her like this, of course I couldn't remember. But I suddenly remembered that I look like my mother, don't I? Look, this person is my mother." She pointed at the photo and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was stunned. Then, he looked at the photo and suddenly paused. He had seen this person before. At that time, he felt that she looked like her, but he couldn't remember at the moment. "What's the name of the person you saw?" Gu Jingze asked seriously. "Oh, her name is Fang Zichen." "Indeed." Gu Jingze said, "That person. She's Han Qing'an's wife." "Ah. Who? Is she, the person you saw before?" "Yes, she's the person I saw at the dinner party." "Oh, that's strange. That's really strange. There are people who look so alike in this world. Although they're a little different, they still look alike." Chapter 920. Gu Jingze said, "Yeah. It's magical." Lin Che rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "But she's definitely not my mother anymore." "Why?" "Because my mother has been dead for so many years." Lin Che thought about it and sighed. "Do you think my mother has other sisters?" "All right, don't think so much. Let's rest first. We'll think about it tomorrow." Lin Che nodded and leaned on Gu Jingze's shoulder. I'm so tired today. So the reason you brought me here was to knock down a mountain and shake up a tiger. Come, hurry up and serve me. Help me relax my muscles and bones. As she spoke, she hooked her arm around his neck and pointed at her calf. How do you want to serve me? Gu Jingze moved closer with a sinister smile on his face. Lin Che pushed him away. You're so annoying. Aren't you going to massage my leg after a long day? Come, come. Gu Jingze said, you want me to massage your leg? Of course. Isn't this what a husband should do? She leaned against him proudly and looked pleased with herself. Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at her speechlessly. But he still reached out and massaged her calf. Does it hurt here? Yes, yes. Lin Che could feel his big hands moving on his legs. Gu Jingze said, is this okay? Yes, it's comfortable. It's really comfortable, she said with a smile. Gu Jingze glared at her and continued to massage her leg. Because Gu Jingze's arm strength and grip were good, the feeling of strength when he grabbed her leg was very comfortable. It seemed that his usual training was not a waste of time. She sighed in enjoyment. Someone wanted to come in but was stopped by Gu Jingze's people. The person outside said in surprise, it's the information sir asked for. The bodyguard gave him a look and looked into the room. Gu Jingze was massaging Madam's feet. That person hurriedly stared at it for a moment before turning his head away. Only when Gu Jingze finished did someone come in and said, Sir, the information you asked for is here. Gu Jingze grunted, then said to Lin Che, all right, you rest first, I'll be right there. He moved closer to Lin Che's ear and said, I served you so well just now. In a while, it's your turn to serve me. Lin Che pushed him away with a red face. Scram. Gu Jingze smiled and walked out. When he was outside, his expression was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he walked to another room with a serious expression. How is it? Sir, the information is here. Han Qing'an's wife, Fang Zichen, did not live in C country for long. She moved to M country when she was a teenager. Gu Jingze said, that's impossible. She must have something to do with Lin Che. That's why she sent someone to deal with Lin Che. Things couldn't be so coincidental. There had to be some kind of relationship between them for them to target Lin Che. Especially now that she realized that she looked somewhat similar to Lin Che. Suitsen. Fang Zichen, what was the relationship between them? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and said, send someone to investigate the death of Madam's mother, Su Xian, yes, at the Han residence. Han Chenjian looked at his wife who was sleeping soundly and gently covered her with the blanket. He endured it silently and walked out without saying a word. He did not sleep that night. It was not until the morning that someone came to tell him that Gu Jingze had left M country with Lin Che. However, Gu Jingze had checked on Madam's information at night. Han Chenjian wondered if he had been too obvious and impatient. That was why he had been discovered in advance. He could have brought everything into his coffin and accompanied Zichen day by day. But, he couldn't take it lying down and wanted to take revenge. But, he never expected that Gu Jingze would be able to track him down with just a hint of a clue. Was he too careless, or was Gu Jingze too sensitive? After yesterday, M country was filled with Gu Jingze's name. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze had been arrogant for the whole night. He had thrown the M country's domineering playboy out of the door and showed his face in front of many rich people. The Yun family was also very concerned about this. When they found out that Gu Jingze had come and gone without paying a visit, everyone was somewhat dissatisfied. The housekeeper even scolded his father, saying that Gu Jingze was deliberately humiliating the Yun family. Although Yun Qi was also very angry, he could only endure it. These people didn't know the strength of the Gu family, but he and Gu Xianda were sworn brothers. Although he wasn't particularly clear about how many people the Gu family had, and how much wealth they had, he understood that their strength was absolutely unimaginable. He did not say anything after hearing the housekeeper's words. The housekeeper snorted. He thought that Gu Jingze had caused public anger when he came to M country. When that time came, he would stir up trouble outside. With so many rich people in M country boycotting him, he would not be able to be arrogant anymore. However, when the news reached Han Shenzhen, his face did not look good. He knew that Gu Jingze was putting on a show for him. Not only did he do it, but he also did it in such an arrogant manner. He was afraid that he was very confident in himself. Otherwise, with Gu Jingze's intelligence, he would not do something bad for himself for no reason. Han Shenzhen did not regret taking revenge on that family. None of them were good people. They were the ones who harmed Su Xian. It was those people in Sea country, including Lin Che, who were all accomplices in harming Su Xian. If she had not given birth to Lin Che, Su Zhen would not have lived such a wronged life. If it was not for Lu Qinyu, Su Zhen would not have given up such a good life and found a man like Lin Yukai. She was deceived by him. They were all the murderers who caused Su Zhen to be unable to extricate herself. So he made Su Zhen fake her death and hypnotized her, turning her into a woman without memories. This way, she would not be addicted to her past life and let herself suffer for the rest of her life. Now, he only wanted to give her the best life and take care of her until she died. He wanted her to live a comfortable and happy life every day. He wanted her to never be entangled by the past again. However, when he had the power, he would definitely take revenge on the people in Sea country one by one. Now, it was just the beginning. His ultimate goal was to make Lu Qinyu, that scum of a man, go to hell for real. Gu Jingze returned to Sea country with Lin Che. After landing in B City, she first leaned against the wall to rest. Feeling a little lazy, she called Nan Gongyu and told him that she would go over after resting for a day. Nan Gongyu naturally agreed. He felt that the movie was only a few days away and would be finished very soon. This kind of drama film wasn't as troublesome as a blockbuster, so the production period would definitely be shorter. And a few days after Lin Che returned, the company had already arranged for her to follow the production team of Embarrassing Swim to do publicity for it. Chapter 921. Lin Che and the program team quickly went to Winners of All. This show had been done for so many years, and it was enough to show that the show was indeed very popular. When they went to participate in the show with a few people, there were even a lot of media who came to interview them. Could it be that the people of Embarrassing Tour were all together, so a lot of media rushed over? When the few of them sat together, it was just like when they were doing the show. The effect was very good. Although Lin Che was no longer a goddess, she was still a girl in the middle of so many men, so she was naturally the moon of the stars. Everyone looked at the two fresh meat and asked them first, "Didn't you have any feelings for Lin Che when you went out with her?" One of the fresh meat looked at Lin Che and said, "Actually, I really want to respect her, but after seeing her pick up newspapers to keep herself warm and shove stinky socks into people's bodies to steal money, I feel like I don't have any feelings for her anymore." Everyone treated Lin Che badly, and when they talked about Lin Che's embarrassing things, they became even more talkative. Lin Che knew that it was the effect of the show, so she naturally wouldn't be angry. Even if it was usually, Lin Che wouldn't care that much when a few friends treated each other badly. After all, she wasn't such a narrow-minded person. Everyone immediately pushed Lin Che's image of a tough girl, but the fresh meat still expressed that Lin Che's skin was really admirable. She had only not washed her face for a few days, but it was still so white. Lin Che shouted angrily, "You can praise me, but can you not say that I haven't washed my face for a few days?" The show was filled with laughter. This episode of Winners of All immediately won the first place in the ratings. The program team knew that this was all because this episode was an album of embarrassing tour, so many people came to watch it. Once the show was broadcast, it also had a great promotional effect on Embarrassing Tour. Sure enough, after the broadcast of the next episode, Embarrassing Tour directly won the first place in the viewership ratings, completely defeating Travel Together. The program team could be considered to have been proud for once. Everyone was in a jubilant mood and invited Lin Che to celebrate. Lin Che was also very happy. She didn't expect the reality show to be a complete victory this time, so she immediately agreed. The party was chosen at a club that some big names liked to go to. Lin Che brought Bai along and was lifted up by all the men as soon as she entered the door. "Hey, the goddess is here." Lin Che was lifted high into the air and was quite frightened. He hurriedly shouted, all right. Quickly put me down." Everyone laughed and put Lin Che down. The director said, "Everyone says that Lin Che is our lucky star, and now it's been proven. Now that our show is so popular, everyone can rest assured that we won't be arrogant. We will definitely follow up on our victory. In the future, we will have a guest to accompany us every episode to ensure the freshness of the show. We've also added some activities when everyone is traveling, such as splitting up to see which team reaches the destination earlier. There will be some competition, and this will increase the viewership of the show." Everyone felt that this was very good. They clinked their glasses together in high spirits, and the atmosphere became even hotter. Bai looked at these men and said to Lin Che, "Fortunately, it's all men working together. I think it's much better to work with male artists. There's not so much fighting, and everyone takes good care of you." Lin Che thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Perhaps men were indeed a bit more generous than women. Bai said, I have to go to the set to see Shui Yang later. He has a scene tonight." Lin Che looked at her with a smile. Min hasn't been around recently. You've really been busy." "I can't help it. I don't know if Min will be able to come out after these 3 months. I think it's difficult. Seeing how Mr. President is protecting her so tightly, he definitely won't be at ease with her working." "All right." Bai was going to order some wine, and Lin Che went out with her. It was a pity that enemies met on a narrow road. As soon as they went out, they saw Yang Ling walking past with a few people. Recently, Lin Che's show had blown up the screen, and Yang Ling was so angry that his stomach hurt. Now that they actually met here, it was inevitable that sparks would fly. Her gaze seemed to want to eat Lin Che, and she stared in Lin Che's direction without moving. Lin Che sneered, glanced at her, and walked over. Yang Ling snorted, "I don't know how many ratings you bought to climb up, but you actually have the nerve to come and celebrate today." Lin Che stopped and turned to look at Yang Ling. Yang Ling exayan, "Just because you like to eat shit, don't think that others like it too. Who would fake ratings? If you want to fake it, go ahead and make it. Let's see if the audience buys it." Bai also said, "Lin Che, forget it, don't talk nonsense with her. She may have eaten it, so she thinks it's very fragrant. We haven't eaten it and we don't care to eat it. We definitely can't understand how she feels in her heart. Let's go." "You." Yang Ling looked at Bai and wanted to hit her. However, Dong Zi was still next to Lin Che, and he pressed Yang Ling's hand and pushed it back. Yang Ling moved, looked at Dong Zi, and then looked at the two people. She looked at Bai sharply. "A little agent dares to challenge me. You think you have a good financial backer behind you, you wait for me." Lin Che was too lazy to care about her and pulled Bai away. After Yang Ling left, her resentment towards Lin Che increased by 1 level. At this time, she knew that she couldn't do anything to Lin Che for the time being, so she directly wanted to vent her anger on the little agent beside her. She snorted and said, "Find someone to follow that Lin by for me. If there are any problems, tell me." That night, Bai sent Lin Che home and dared to go to Shui Yang's place. Shui Yang was filming a night scene, and there were some fans waiting outside with heartache. Bai was also full of sorrow. She entered the door and looked at Shui Yang and said, "In a while, go outside and take a photo with the fans. There are so many girls waiting outside, it's so cold, what should we do?" Shui Yang also had no choice, children were too persistent. He nodded and said okay. Bai said, "Don't move, you also have to wear more clothes. It's cold outside at night, you'll easily catch a cold if you go out like this. How are you going to film if you catch a cold?" Bai picked up the clothes and put them on him. Shui Yang looked at her little face that was frozen red, smiled and reached out to cover it for her. "You're still talking about me. Look at you, how do you look like a big miss? You even ran over to take care of me. If your dad saw you like this, he would definitely be distressed." Bai said, "Of course not. My dad said that he also wants me to exercise more. Do you think I was pampered since I was young?" Yes, you're the most special big miss." Shui Yang smiled and brought her out. However, the two of them didn't notice that someone had already walked past in the dark. The camera in his hand didn't turn on the flash, but the reflection of the lens flashed in the darkness. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, he prepared to go to the Gu family with Gu Jingze to visit Yu Minmin. After Yu Minmin was pregnant, she was invited back by the Gu family for dinner. Lin Che packed up Nian Nian early in the morning and went out to meet Gu Jingze. Chapter 922. In the car, Lin Che said to Gu Jingze, "Mr. President, are you ready to announce the good news now? It's been 3 months. Yes, that should be the case. That's why we're holding a party at home first so that everyone can have a good time together." Lin Che and Gu Jingze also prepared gifts for Min Min's child. Seeing that Gu Jingze's gifts were quite expensive, Lin Che only prepared some small clothes. He even brought a few small clothes that he had worn every year. There was an old saying that wearing small clothes that other people thought was good for your health. At that time, Lin Che had purposely kept a few of Nian Nian's clothes. They were all very cute. He hadn't worn them many times, so he had cleaned them up and left them there. This time, he had brought them over. When they arrived at the Gu family was indeed in a state of jubilation. When Lin Che entered the room, he saw Yu Minmin sitting there. She looked much rounder than before. It seemed that Gu Jingming had taken good care of her. Gu Jingming was standing next to her with one hand on her shoulder. When he saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze, he put down his hand and looked at them. "Wow, Min Min, you look so good now," said Lin Che. Yu Minmin smiled and said, "You're here. I was wondering why you weren't here yet. I packed some clothes for you at home. Come and take a look." "Really? Let me take a look." Yu Minmin looked at the clothes that Lin Che had taken out and thought that they were extremely cute. She quickly kept them and said to Lin Che, "They're so pretty. They were all worn by Nian Nian when he was young." Lin Che said, "Yeah. When he was young, he wasn't as troublesome as he is now. He just wore whatever he was given." Nian Nian was speechless as he looked at the cute little clothes. Lin Che said, when she was young, she even made Yunyun wear Yunyun's clothes for Nian Nian. She looks good in them too. She looks like a little girl. Nian Nian's face darkened. Lin Che took out a photo from his phone. Look, these are the photos we took of them." Nian Nian hurriedly came to snatch it. "Mom! How come I didn't know about this? If he had known earlier, he would have destroyed it long ago. Lin Che raised his hand. Nian Nian wouldn't be able to get it. Lin Che snorted and looked at Nian Nian. Hee, I'm going to treasure this. If you don't listen to me in the future, I'll take it out and show it to others. Nian Nian jumped for a long time but still couldn't get it, so he could only give up. He only secretly looked at her phone, thinking to himself, sooner or later, he would destroy these things. He definitely couldn't keep it. Lin Che leaned against the wall. It had been a long time since he had spoken to Yu Minmin. At this moment, he had many things he wanted to say to her. Yu Minmin said, I've seen it. This reality show of yours is really not bad. You're indeed quite suitable for a reality show. Alright, I'm just trying to hype things up after I return. I don't want to be a comedian, don't worry, I definitely won't do anything else after this. Besides, if the reality shows are good, they can last for a few years. Lin Che said, that Yang Ling is really annoying. I don't know where she came from. That's right, it's too annoying. Oh right, you must have received quite a lot of gifts during this pregnancy, right? Hee, did you become a rich woman all of a sudden? Lin Che squinted his eyes and said. Yu Minmin said, don't worry. I didn't take as much as you did. She pointed at Gu Jingming with her eyes. With his status, he naturally couldn't accept too many gifts from others. This aspect was very strict. He would only accept gifts from his own family members. If it was someone else's gift, even if it was a gift of clothes or a blessing, they would still accept it. No matter how precious it was, they wouldn't accept it. Lin Che said, alright, looks like the pursuit of money and the pursuit of power can't be on the same line. TSK. Yeah, I still have to rely on your family in the future, really. Then you have to serve me, your sugar daddy, whoa. Lin Che lifted her chin. Looking at her face, he exclaimed, you're going to have a double chin. You're so annoying. Don't mention it. Yu Minmin exclaimed as she covered her face. I feel so ashamed. I'm only 3 months old and I'm already so fat. How am I going to live in the future? Lin Che said, but if you don't vomit in the beginning, you might gain a little weight. If you have morning sickness later, you might lose weight. However, I think that since Mr. President has fed you so well, you probably won't lose weight. Yu Minmin looked like she was about to cry. Gu Jingming really cared too much about her. Now, he would eat 3 meals with her every day and bring her along wherever he went. Remote visits were pushed back just so that she wouldn't tire herself out. When she met the guests in Lapis Lazuli Palace, she would rest at the back. Once she went out to work at the Senate, she would follow along. The Senate was already used to seeing her in the Senate building, but Yu Minmin always felt a little embarrassed. Just then, Gu Qigong walked in with Mu Wanqing. After Lin Che found out about the Black Hawk, he always had a strange feeling when he saw Gu Qigong. However, seeing that Mu Wanqing's smile was indeed much better than before, he couldn't bear to disturb her. Gu Qigong looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, you're here. I heard that you went to Country M a few days ago. Gu Jingze looked up. Yeah. Gu Jingming looked at him from the side. Not only did you go there, I heard that you made a name for yourself and came back. Gu Jingze said, but they were a little arrogant, so I couldn't not warn them. Humph, you warned them too much. Be careful not to cause trouble for yourself. At this moment, the sound of a walking stick could be heard from behind. Gu Xiande had arrived. There were a few elders of the Gu family beside him. Now, it was these few relatives who were still with him, insisting on restoring the Gu family's tradition. However, the master of the Gu family had changed, and Gu Jingze had never been controlled. Gu Jingze turned around. Grandfather, you're right. But the Goo family has its own prestige. When it's time to show up, we shouldn't let others act like tyrants over our heads, right? Gu Xianda snorted and looked at Gu Jingze. I'm talking about the Yun family. I know that when you go there, you don't give the Yun family any face. I'm warning you, be careful not to fall out with the Yun family. When that happens, let's see how you're going to maintain your power in Country M. If the Yun family joins forces with Country M to fight against the Gu family, will you be able to take it? Gu Jingze stood there proudly. His expression didn't change. He looked at Gu Xianda calmly. Grandfather, since I can do it, I can naturally take it. Alright, let's see how you're going to take it. Gu Xianda snorted and walked inside. He glanced at Lin Che but didn't say anything. Gu Qigong looked at him and shook his head. He walked over to Gu Jingze and said, Alright, let's go eat. Oh yes, I have something to ask you. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Qigong deeply. His eyes moved quietly, then he nodded and said, Alright. They arrived at the villa. Gu Qigong asked the servant who came to pour tea to leave first. Then he looked at Gu Jingze. How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Chapter 923. Gu Jingze lowered his head and fiddled with the teapot, not saying a word. Gu Qigong said, You didn't investigate, or can't find anything. Sigh, it's been many years. I know it's not easy to investigate, but I still hope that you can do your best to help me. Gu Jingze continued to look ahead, not saying a word. Gu Qigong sighed. Not many people know about this. I'm guessing that it must have something to do with the person who knew about this back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. Even if a child was picked up by a stranger, there would definitely be some traces left behind. Now that there are no traces at all, it must have been erased by someone maliciously. Enough, father. The veins on Gu Jingze's ears bulged. He had been trying hard to control his emotions, but now he couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned his head. Father, if you could focus more on Mother, perhaps I would be happier, and I would be more willing to help you investigate, but I'm really disappointed. Gu Qigong was stunned. Gu Jingze snorted and took out the photos and documents from his pocket. He threw them aside and said, The things you want are here. I didn't find them. This person has been by your side for a long time. It's just that you didn't realize it. You didn't realize it. Because of the bad things you did back then, you made a young man hysterical and went around seeking revenge. And because of the bad things you did back then, your children, the innocent Lin Che, and me were put on the revenge list because of you. Are you satisfied now that you found the person? But it's a pity that he wants to seek revenge on you instead of acknowledging you as his biological father. Gu Qigong's face froze. Gu Jingze's expression froze. He walked past him with a steely expression. Gu Qigong was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the documents. Photos, information, the person shown, Mo Jinyan. As he looked at the photo, he suddenly thought of the tall man he had met before. It's him. When Gu Jingze returned, he didn't look well. Lin Che noticed and whispered to Yu Minmin, I'll go and see what's going on. Then, Lin Che hurried over to Gu Jingze's side. Gu Jingze, what's wrong? Let me be alone for a while. Gu Jingze didn't even turn his head. His voice was hard and cold. Lin Che was stunned. He paused for a moment, but still hurriedly walked forward. Gu Jingze, if there's anything you want to tell me, okay? Gu Jingze said, Alright, go and have a rest. No, tell me. Gu Jingze simply ignored her and walked forward quickly. Long legs had its benefits. When he sped up, she had to jog to keep up with him. In a moment of panic, she accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. Ouch! Lin Che cried out as his knees hurt. Gu Jingze was stunned. He turned around and saw Lin Che lying on the ground. His head was in a mess, and he quickly ran back. He pulled Lin Che up and looked at her. What happened? Let me take a look. My knees. Lin Che frowned. He felt that his knees were hurting. Gu Jingze hurriedly asked her to sit down and carefully rolled up his trousers. His knee was broken, and there were obvious bloodstains on it. There seemed to be something dirty inside. It's a little dirty. Don't move. Gu Jingze frowned. He quickly grabbed her knee and sucked on her wound. Hey, you. Lin Che was extremely shocked. She looked to the side in a panic. She had forgotten about the pain. She felt him suck, spit to the side, and then lower his head to suck. While Lin Che was shocked, she also felt very touched. She looked at him and said in a sweet tone, Gu Jingze, why are you so good to me? Gu Jingze was stunned. He was surprised that this idiot would ask such a question at this time. He looked at her unhappily. Because you're such an idiot. If I don't treat you better, I'm afraid that you'll kill yourself one day. When Lin Che heard this, she didn't feel angry at all because he was half kneeling on the ground. Instead, she tilted her head and smiled adorably. She really felt that she couldn't live without him. She had been spoiled by him so much that she felt that she was becoming an imbecile. However, most importantly, she felt that there would never be another man in the world who could treat her as well as Gu Jingze did. She thought that people said that she wasn't good enough for Gu Jingze because of her family background. She felt that she wasn't good enough for Gu Jingze because he was such a good man, while she was a willful wife who was far from being as good as he was. She really didn't know why she was favored by him. She felt that she had nothing. How could she be loved by him so much? Therefore, she wanted to be nice to him more and more. She wanted to return everything to him. She put her hands on his shoulders and looked at him. Gu Jingze, you have to tell me what happened. Let me be of some use as your wife, okay? Gu Jingze gazed deeply into her eyes. His deep gaze fell into her sincere eyes. He felt that no man would be able to resist such a gaze from her. He had always thought that her eyes were extraordinarily beautiful. The first time he had feelings for her, it wasn't because of her beautiful face, but because of her pure eyes. No matter what had happened, her eyes had never changed. He looked at her and sighed, not knowing what to do with her. I just told father about the Black Hawk. Ah, what did father say? I didn't give him a chance to speak, and he's probably still in shock. Gu Jingze said, let's go. I'll take you to clean your wounds first. As he said that, he carried Lin Che. Lin Che hugged his neck and asked, what should we do? I don't know. Gu Jingze looked ahead, his eyes cold. Lin Che sighed and looked at him. Idiot, you've already done what you should have done. This isn't your responsibility. It's not something you did. Whoever did it will have to bear the responsibility. It's up to the two of them to decide how to deal with it. Why do you care? Gu Jingze looked down at her. Lin Che said, no matter what it is, it can be dealt with as if it's none of my business or none of your business. Gu Jingze paused when he heard that. In the next moment, he felt a little better. This magical woman gave people the feeling that they would always be tainted by her casual personality when they were with her. And she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her twisted logic. From afar, Gu Qigong wanted to come over, but Mu Wanqing stopped him. Alright, with Lin Che here, Jingze will be fine. No matter what, you don't have to worry about it. But what did you say just now? He's so angry. Gu Qigong looked at her, his expression changing. He felt a little embarrassed to speak. Chapter 9:24. After Gu Jingze brought Lin Che back to the room, Gu Xianda and the others were in the room. The whole room was filled with anxiety. I think Jingze spoils Lin Che so much. She will be a scourge sooner or later, a relative said. That's right. I don't know what Lin Che is capable of to make him so infatuated with her. Just now, a servant outside said that Jingze actually squatted down to let her suck his blood, another clan member said. I think even the eldest son's wife, Yu Minmin, is better than her. She is very low-key and never comes out. Then what do you think we should do? In the future, she will still be the lady of the house. When that time comes, I think, the incident of playing with the nobles will happen again. As they spoke, they showed great dissatisfaction towards Lin Che. Gu Xianda did not say anything. He just smoked and listened to everyone's complaints. Since Jingze chose it himself, we can't do anything about it. Since Jingze is like this, we can't just watch him fall like this, the relative said. Then what should we do now? How can she be the lady of the house like this? Many people in the family don't trust her. Even the servants don't think she is capable. If that's the case, it's easy. We don't agree with her being the lady of the house, and the servants are not happy about it. Even if Jingze wants to push her, he might not succeed. That day, after Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin returned to the Gu family, they released a statement in Glass Palace, saying that the president's wife was pregnant and Mr. President was going to have his first child. For a moment, the whole country was in a jubilant mood. Many of the president's fans expressed their heartbreak that they also wanted to give birth to Mr. President. They were also very happy that Gu Jingming was finally going to be a father. The people of Sea Country were also very creative. They could make commercial value out of anything. Immediately, some shopping websites launched a panic buying event on the day of the president's wife giving birth. Some people also started to launch a brand baby bed for the president's wife and so on. However, many of them were fake. Yu Minmin knew that most of her things were custom-made to prevent others from using her logo. The whole country was speculating whether the president's wife would give birth to a boy or a girl. Some websites even took some photos of Yu Minmin's trip. In the photos, Yu Minmin's face was bare and slightly bloated, but she looked very generous when she went out. Her stomach was slightly bulging and she looked like she was flying. Everyone said that she was probably pregnant with a boy. Yu Minmin stayed at home and looked at these guesses. She was speechless. She felt that these people were really good at doing things. Some of the websites had even set up a betting system. If one guessed correctly, there would be a prize. On the other side, Shui Yang's news was also leaked at the same time as Yu Minmin's. The tabloid said, double good news for Lin Che's studio. One is that one of the bosses, Yu Minmin, is pregnant, and the other is that Shui Yang and his manager are getting married. Just look at the photos and you'll know how close Shui Yang and his manager are. The photo showed a photo of Shui Yang and of Bai. Shui Yang stroked Bai's cheek. Shui Yang put on a hat for her intimately. Shui Yang held the lunch box for her, and Shui Yang held the cup for her. There was an uproar on the internet. Little fresh meat Shui Yang was actually a couple with his manager. Was this for real? However, this news caused the majority of the fans to be disgusted. Did this bitch get close to Shui Yang just to seduce him? She's so close to him. This is too disgusting. How did she become a manager? Letting an artist take care of her. Is she a manager or a princess? She really thinks of herself as a treasure. We don't believe it. How could Shui Yang like such a woman? How could a small manager dare to blaspheme our male god? Who does she think she is? Shui Yang, don't be fooled. You must have been brainwashed. Everyone scolded Bai together and found fault with her. They said that Abai looked arrogant and domineering and didn't look like a decent woman at all. Some people even dug out a photo of Abai when she first came to Country C. At that time, she was simply dressed like a delinquent girl. People said that she didn't have the style of a village and didn't know which village she came from. There were many malicious comments and there were also many objections. There were even fans on the official website asking the company to change Shui Yang's manager. They strongly opposed Shui Yang working with such a selfish manager. In the company, everyone who had just received the news couldn't react for a moment. Abai was so angry that her face turned green. Seeing those people directly curse at her, she only hated herself for not being able to curse back directly. Lin Che was also in the company. Looking at these reports, he said speechlessly, "This kind of bad comment is obviously made up. It's deliberately targeting us." Bai said, "Did I offend someone? Or did Shui Yang offend someone?" Lin Che looked at Bai. "I think it's more targeted at you." Bai said, "Annoying, I didn't." "Alright, I usually offend people a little, but is a manager someone who offends people?" Shui Yang also stood at the side. Looking at these words, he felt very guilty. Bai, it's all because of me." Bai turned around and said, "What does it have to do with you? It's these people who took some photos for no reason just to deliberately slander us." However, Shui Yang still couldn't watch her be scolded so miserably. He sighed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and stood out to smoke. Lin Che said, "Sigh, really, I don't think he has experienced such a thing since he debuted. Because male artists don't have that many haters, it's even more so for a little fresh meat like him, so his emotions must be a little off. You should comfort him later." Lin Che's thoughts were not wrong, especially since Shui Yang was still full of guilt about this matter. So, he picked up his phone and thought for a long time before posting on Weibo. He directly said, "Don't scold Bai. If you want to scold someone, scold me instead." As soon as this sentence was said, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were already a lot of people waiting for his message on Weibo. When they saw this, they immediately boiled over. What did this mean? Did he admit it? By the time a few people from the company found out, the comments had already reached tens of thousands of people in just a few minutes. The people from the company were stunned. This was posted by Shui Yang, right? Did someone hack his account? Fuck, it must be him. Hurry up and find him. Shui Yang was still standing outside. When Lin Che and Bai heard this, they quickly ran out. "Shui Yang, what are you doing?" Shui Yang turned around, his expression a little uncomfortable. Bai quickly snatched his phone, opened Weibo, and directly deleted it. "Shui Yang, do you want to die?" Shui Yang looked at Bai. "As a man, how can I watch a woman get scolded because of me? Moreover, they scolded so much. What slut, bitch, they were all scolded, which made Shui Yang feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 925. Bai looked at Shui Yang. Although he was still young, impulsive, and unconventional, it made Bai feel very happy. Bai said, "Forget it, they're just venting anyway. I'm not that angry. If I get angry because of this, then wouldn't Lin Che be angry? She gets scolded every time." Shui Yang looked at Bai. "But this matter started because of me. I think it's necessary for me to stand up and let everyone know that you're helping me. We're good friends and partners. It's not as dirty as they think." What Bai deliberately approached him, what seducing him, he was already very tired of these words. At this time, Bai said, "Alright, fool, don't these companies have legal departments and public relations departments? Let's take it slow. Don't be so chaotic just because Min Min is not here now. There will always be a way to solve it. Lin Che also said, that's right, this is the first challenge our company faces after Min Min's vacation. Everyone, cheer up and fight this battle well. We're a company, a team and also a family. Now it's time to test our ability to cooperate. The company first gathered some water armies and asked people where they bought these water armies from. They wanted to find out who was buying water armies to attack the company. Then, looking at the comments on the internet, the conspiracy theories seemed to have begun to ferment. Some people had already said that Al Bai had always been helping Shui Yang in TV dramas and movies when she could get away from him. Usually, Shui Yang didn't have any other friends. Every time he went out, he would definitely bring Al Bai along. It must be because Al Bai was isolating him so that he couldn't contact other people. There were also people who said that Al Bai had long had the idea of monopolizing him. Moreover, Al Bai was very ambitious. Not only did she rely on him to earn money, she was just a small agent, but she actually lived in a big villa in a rich area in Country C. Not only that, but the car she drove was a luxury car. Shui Yang must have bought it for her, or she usually deducted Shui Yang's money. Although the netizens dug very deep online and dug out what Al Bai usually did, where she went, where she lived, what brand she wore and what kind of car she drove, it was a pity that they couldn't dig any deeper. And the company quickly found out that the water armies were bought by a place called Qianchen Film and Television Management Company. And there was one artist in this company that they were all familiar with. Yang Ling. Lin Che said, Al Bai scolded Yang Ling that day. I reckon that it was that day that Yang Ling harbored hatred in his heart and prepared to deal with Al Bai. Shui Yang's face was stiff. He sat there with his hands clenched into fists. Lin Che said, since we know who it is, it'll be easier for us to make our move. Yang Ling, she has so many black marks, yet she still dares to go against us. Lin Che immediately ordered his men to make preparations and dig deeper into Yang Ling. He first exposed a few photos of Yang Ling's plastic surgery. Yang Ling had indeed undergone plastic surgery. Furthermore, some parts of his face were clearly modeled after Lin Che's. As soon as the photo was released, many fans started to scold Yang Ling, saying that Yang Ling was ugly in the past. He was so ordinary and a passerby, but now he had become like this. After that, it was exposed on the internet, saying that there was something wrong with Yang Ling's background. Her past resume was suspected to be fake, because it was said that she had graduated from Buddha Women's University. However, in that university, no one had ever said that they were her alumni, and no one had ever seen her there. When Yang Ling saw this news, she was still on the set of the program. She was watching the news with her legs crossed and a cold expression on her face. At this moment, her assistant ran over in a hurry and said to her, Sister Ling, it seems, it's a call from Lin Che. Yang Ling's face froze. Then, she raised her head and took the phone. I'm really surprised that Sister Che would call me, Yang Ling said in a strange tone. Lin Che snorted. You should have known that I would call you. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Ling wasn't stupid enough to reveal anything over the phone. Lin Che said, whether you know or not, it's fine as long as you understand it yourself. I just want to say that everyone has a black mark. If everyone tries to dig it out, we'll see whose black mark can't make a comeback in the end. Yang Ling laughed. Sister Che, plastic surgery and fake identities aren't that big of a deal in the entertainment industry. However, if an artist gets together with their manager, they'll lose a lot of fans. If you want to continue playing, fine, I'll tell you, I'm not afraid. Heh, really? Alright then, don't regret it, Lin Che said calmly. Yang Ling said, if you really had a way to deal with me, you wouldn't have called me to make peace now. Didn't you threaten me because you couldn't do anything to me? Alright, let's continue. I want to see if you have more to lose, or if I have more to lose. Lin Che hung up the phone and instructed the person beside him, alright, post the photos of Yang Ling in prison online. Yes, the people below were very efficient. Soon, the photos of Yang Ling in prison were posted online. Although Yang Ling was angry, Yang Ling's company was also terrified and wanted Yang Ling to stop. However, Yang Ling did not agree. In her room, she threw away everything on the table. Looking at the messy office, she gritted her teeth and said, alright, next wave, let's provoke this Shui Yang to death. Damn, didn't you guys take a photo of Shui Yang and all by staying in a hotel room for a few hours? That photo was of Shui Yang returning to his room after filming. The manager went in and stayed for a few hours. The man and woman were in the same room. It was hard for people not to think about it. As soon as the photo was released, it immediately made people feel that Shui Yang must have something going on with the manager. Some people began to scold Shui Yang, saying that Shui Yang ate the grass near his nest, and that he ate so lowly. The image of a little fresh meat was just a product of packaging. Yang Ling looked at the angry scolding of Shui Yang online and felt even more satisfied. On the other side, Shui Yang and Bai went out together. As soon as they arrived at the airport, they were surrounded by a group of people who came out of nowhere. A few people directly threw eggs at Bai. Trash. Bitch. Adulterous couple. You still have the nerve to come out after messing around. Shui Yang was stunned and immediately stood in front of Bai to protect her. The eggs hit him one by one. Bai was stunned and looked at Shui Yang. At this time, although his shoulders were not so broad, his image suddenly became strangely tall. Bai bit her lips and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She said to the people outside, enough, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will pull out all your teeth one by one. Although Lin Che had a plan, Bai really couldn't stand them using eggs to treat Shui Yang like this, and even scolded Shui Yang. Chapter 926. A bitch is a bitch, hiding behind Shui Yang to be arrogant. Did you get blackened by someone before you crawled to Shui Yang's side? Shui Yang, how can you go down? This kind of woman, you disappoint us too much. A group of people cursed at the two of them. However, no matter how disappointed the real fans were, they wouldn't be like this. These people were all hired by someone. Bai looked at the people in front of her angrily. But at this moment, the company's security and the airport's security rushed over and took these people away to the police station. Shui Yang looked back at Bai and reached out to remove the eggs on her body with pity. Bai, let's go, I'll take you to wash first. Bai hit herself, it's okay, it's just a little egg, how can it hurt me? Let's go. However, Shui Yang was really angry in his heart. In the afternoon, Yang Ling was still on the set, watching the news broadcast. Bai and Shui Yang were beaten with eggs. She laughed so hard that she almost choked. The filming on the set was over. Yang Ling took her things and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached the door, she felt a figure coming in front of her. Before Yang Ling could react, his fist had already hit her. Yang Ling was stunned. Her face was hit directly on the bridge of her nose. Her artificially made nose bridge collapsed at this moment. She quickly covered her face, looked up, and saw the man in front of her at a glance. It turned out to be Shui Yang. Shui Yang, someone's hitting me. Hurry up and call the police, someone is going to rape me here. Yang Ling turned around and ran into the set, shouting. Outside, Shui Yang was immediately held down by a few people in the company. Bai and Lin Che were still watching the news. Bai said, I almost couldn't hold it in today, but I thought that you still had a plan, so I held it in. I didn't expect this Yongling to be like this. She's deliberately humiliating you for her own happiness. Yeah, I know, so I don't care. When the time comes, we'll count it back together. Okay, go find Shuiyang, comfort him, and tell him not to worry. I really don't know how you resisted it in the past. I understand. Only when you're famous will there be people who hate you. Compared to the past when I wasn't famous at all, compared to now, I feel that if there are gains, there must be sacrifices. That's why I have to endure it. I can't let the whole team worry about me. Alright, you're such a good girl. Of course. However, when they went out, they did not find Shuiyang. But I still wanted to ask where Shuiyang went. But at this moment, her phone rang. Shuiyang's agent, right? Shuiyang is now at the police station. Shuiyang hit someone at the police station. Yongling went straight to the hospital and refused to see anyone. She cried and made a scene, saying that she would not let Shuiyang go to jail. Her nose, which had just been repaired, had actually been hit by him so hard that it had to be repaired again. She would not be able to see anyone for at least a few days. Looking at her ruined face, of course, she was furious. At this time, Bai and Lin Che had also arrived at the police station. There were quite a few reporters following outside. It seemed that they already knew about this matter. Because Shuiyang was a celebrity, the police station gave him special treatment and gave Shuiyang a separate place to stay. Even celebrities can't hit people casually. Look, it's caused a lot of trouble, the police said as they brought the two girls in. But even though they said that, the police still took a closer look at Lin Che, who was rarely seen. They sighed in their hearts. Celebrities were really good-looking, even real people were so good-looking. After entering, Shuiyang sat there and watched the two of them enter. He raised his head and there was a hint of guilt on his stubborn face. I'm sorry, Sister Che. He did not regret hitting someone. That Yongling deserved to be hit, but he felt that he had let down Lin Che's trust in him and nurtured him. He said, I know that I have my current status and fame because Sister Che thought highly of me and promoted me. Now that I'm in the police station for hitting someone, if the television station and advertising company want to ban me, my future might be gone. It's only right for the company to give up on me. I won't say anything. Bai immediately raised her head and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che sighed and said, Fool, what nonsense are you talking about? People have emotions. It's normal for you to have emotions. After all, he was still a hot-blooded teenager and the other party had gone too far. Lin Che said, Yongling was also deliberately angering you so that you would be too angry and cause trouble for yourself. However, she doesn't know one thing. What is it? Shuiyang raised his head. She doesn't know that Bai is not some girl from the countryside. Lin Che looked at Bai and said, just you wait. We'll go on the stage early. I heard that Shuiyang, you made Yongling's nose crooked, right? Yes. Don't even think about her next advertisement. I want a picture of her crooked nose to be spread everywhere. Lin Che said. Ha. Bai said, how can we take a picture of her? She'll definitely be on guard and won't let anyone take a picture. Lin Che said to Dongzi who was following behind, Dongzi, get someone to take a picture. Dongzi nodded, yes, Mississippi. Dongzi retreated and Lin Che said, ordinary people can't take a picture. She doesn't know that my personal guard is not an ordinary person. Lin Che looked at Bai, Yongling followed me for a while. Unfortunately, I didn't have a personal guard at that time and I didn't let her come into contact with the Gu family security. She doesn't know that these people are not just bodyguards. She also doesn't know that Bai, you are a member of the Wesley family. She really messed with the wrong person. I smiled. I've also endured her for a long time. I'm waiting for a chance to slap her in the face. Lin Che said, Shuiyang, you have to have an attitude when admitting your mistake. Since you've already caused trouble, let's deal with the matter as it is. Don't avoid it. People nowadays like sincere people. You're a man, but you don't steal or rob. You only vent your anger for your friend. It's a scandal, but it's not to the point where you can't turn back. Shuiyang looked at Lin Che and Bai. Yes, I admit my mistake. Lin Che said, our company won't casually abandon people. Our company isn't like others who only care about profit. You're the company's artists and our friends. Our company won't lose a single person. Shuiyang looked at Lin Che. He was really shocked and grateful. He felt very lucky to be able to know such a group of people. If he hadn't known them, he wouldn't have known that there was another way to live in life. He wouldn't have known that one day he would be able to turn things around, support himself, and get rid of his past life. So he had been working hard, hoping that he would be worthy of such an opportunity. However, because of Bai who had been with him day and night, he really lost control. Bai was so good to him, but he could only watch them slander her. He couldn't help it. Chapter 9:27. That day, Dongzi ordered someone to sneak into the room through the window and took a photo of the sleeping Yangling. Her distorted face could be seen from the photo. When Yangling woke up, she felt that something was wrong in the room. She immediately called the doctor and nurse and said angrily, "Is there someone in the room?" The doctor and nurse said immediately, "That's impossible. Miss, your people are all outside. Not even a fly can fly in." Yangling snorted. "You've all signed a confidentiality agreement. If my face gets out, you'll be fired." The doctor and nurse were in a difficult position, but there was nothing they could do. "Don't worry, our hospital has professional ethics. But I still feel that something is wrong with the room." Her suspicious look made the doctor feel disgusted. He couldn't help but think to himself, it's all because you're guilty. Of course you're afraid of being seen by others. Miss, no one can enter through the door. You've never left this door. This is the 14th floor. It's impossible for someone to fall from the sky. Yangling felt that it was true, but she didn't think that someone could fall from the sky. Dongzi's people had jumped directly from the 15th floor. To them, this was a very simple matter. However, that afternoon, someone released a report saying that Yangling had been beaten up. The truth about her plastic surgery could no longer be hidden. Her face was crooked and she looked terrible. Then, Yangling's photo was displayed on the screen. When Yangling received the news, it was already too late. Everyone was scared to death when they saw Yangling's face. Why does Yangling look so ugly? It's so scary. Plastic surgery is so scary. Doesn't it hurt? She had such a big prosthetic. It's artificial. But looking at her previous photo, she does look like a passerby. She can't be a star. She still doesn't admit that she had plastic surgery. This photo is too scary. That day, an advertiser quickly found Yangling and said that she couldn't appear in the advertisement for her beauty products. They were very tactful, but they still wanted to say that they didn't want to use her. Yangling had lost a few advertising opportunities. She immediately went to complain, saying that someone was purposely trying to harm her. She said that she had been beaten, but there was no sympathy. No one came to comfort her. Shuiyang, who had beaten her, was even bailed out. Why? On the other side, at this time, Shuiyang held a press conference. This was considered an apology press conference. He appeared at the press conference in a serious manner. There were many reporters at the scene, and the entire factory was surrounded by a crowd. Shuiyang bowed to everyone and said, "I'm very sorry. As a public figure, I've brought a bad influence on young people and set a bad example. I'm truly sorry. This was indeed done by me. I'll bear the legal responsibility and moral condemnation for this. I'll try my best to do volunteer work, hoping to make up for this mistake. Even if I can't make up for it, I hope to let everyone see that I'm trying my best to admit my mistake." But he looked up slightly and said to everyone, "I regret using such an extreme method to vent my anger. But the other party started a rumor previously. Because the company's program clashed with mine, she harbored hatred towards my manager, my friend, and my close partner. She maliciously slandered them. We've already found out that the Internet Water Army was hired by the other party. She slandered me for having a special relationship with my friend, slandered her as a girl, and even scolded her viciously. This kind of language is very hard for me to bear. I can't bear to see the people around me get hurt because of me, and I can't do anything about it. So, I violated the company's request and beat her up. However, when she hired people to throw eggs at me and my manager, I really couldn't bear it. So, in a moment of impulse, I told the other party that I'll take responsibility for beating you up. However, if you maliciously hurt us, we'll continue to take legal action." With that, Shuiyang immediately bowed and left. The reporter's flashes were flashing non-stop. Shuiyang didn't smile the whole time, but his last words were sonorous and powerful, which made the netizens have a good impression of him. In addition, he stood up for his own people, which made people feel that he was very righteous. He didn't care about his own interests to help his friends vent their anger. Even if it was indeed illegal, it made everyone feel refreshed. As for Yang Ling, he had just been hated because of the photos of his failed plastic surgery. At this moment, he was crying and saying that he was a victim. They felt that what Shuiyang said was reasonable and convincing. At this moment, the relationship between Bai and Shuiyang was directly exposed on the internet. A Weibo verified account said that everyone had posted before, saying that Bai had a dark history in the past, saying how Bai used Shuiyang to make money, saying how extravagant Bai was. However, everyone had misunderstood. Bai did not use Shuiyang to make a single cent. What's more, Bai did not receive any remuneration from Shuiyang at all, because Bai did not need it. Lin Bai's surname was not Lin, and Lin Bai's nationality was not Country C. Her real name was Abigail Wesley. She was the youngest daughter of the famous Wesley family. She met Lin Che abroad and liked Country C very much. When she came to Country C, she went to Lin Che's studio to help. All her mansions, luxury cars, and luxurious clothes were all her own. Everyone was curious and immediately went to check the Wesley family. They found out that it was the Wesley family, an internationally famous oil tycoon. They were in the top 10 of the rich list and could be said to be absolutely rich. Bai was not a non-mainstream girl from Ming Village. She was a real international socialite. When everyone saw that she was so high-end, and then looked at her previous non-mainstream photos, they didn't think that it was non-mainstream anymore, because it should be the dress of some American delinquent girls, with a little Latin style. It was not very ugly. The netizens' thoughts were so ever-changing. A rich person seemed to be rich no matter what he wore, and a poor person wearing gold clothes was also annoying. The world was so unfair, and Lin Che's studio took advantage of this unfairness. At this moment, everyone felt that Bai and Shuiyang were not so incompatible. An international socialite and a domestic fresh meat, so what if they were really together? And Shuiyang's fans also felt that if Shuiyang really had such a girlfriend, his future would be good. But on the other side, Yang Ling was about to go crazy. She looked at the so-called Wesley family in the report with a face full of disbelief. That little girl was a socialite. She couldn't see it at all. Moreover, how could a socialite be willing to be someone else's manager? Her people muttered at the side, why are there so many powerful people around Lin Che? Yu Minmin is the president's wife, and now he's a small manager, and he has such a strong background. Alright, you guys, if you're so envious of her, go to her studio. I'll see if she accepts you bunch of trash. Yang Ling scolded angrily. Chapter 928. Everyone has found out at this time. Indeed, when the news of Shui Yang Nahabai was exposed, Yang Ling's scandals also broke out one by one. Everyone saw that the scandals of the two families almost broke out one after another. It can be seen that the two families are really fighting. Shui Yang is right. There is indeed a conflict between the two families. He hit people because of these conflicts. People on the internet are discussing. I think Shui Yang is a man. He bears all the mistakes in order to protect his own people. Someone said, Shui Yang is so wronged. He was hit by an egg. Look at the report of the egg. He directly stood in front of his agent and used his own body to block the egg for his agent. He is so manly. I have always thought that people who protect the people around them are good people. It shows that they have gone beyond the relationship of interests. Everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Of course, there are people who stand on Shui Yang's side, and there are people who stand on the other side. Someone said, but Shui Yang hit people, and it was a woman. He can't hit people. Although someone immediately retorted, saying that he can throw eggs at you just because the other party is a woman, and you can't even fight back, right? Someone else said, Shui Yang is wrong. He shouldn't have hit people. Don't scold him. He should have thrown a tooth for a tooth and thrown shit at her. Yes, this kind of woman should eat shit. She deserves it. Although both sides are wrong, I inexplicably have a better impression of Shui Yang. Look at how many black spots Yang Ling has, and look at Shui Yang. Except for this time, he has been working conscientiously and working hard in the past. There is no negative news at all. As long as this time, people hurt his people, he will fight back. So I think I still like Shui Yang. Yang Ling has long known that there is no way to control the situation. The best way is to let Yang Ling not show up for the time being. Anyway, she can't see people now. Her nose is like that, and she will definitely need to rest for a while. Then Yang Ling quit the reality show and went on a trip together. Although Yang Ling is angry, at this time, the company will not let her go out and cause trouble no matter what. Yang Ling thought back and felt that Lin Che deliberately let her make trouble, but did not reveal the true identity of FBI. It was so that one day it would be exposed together, so that she could slap him in the face. This Lin Che is too sinister. If Shui Yang hadn't hit her halfway, she would have been defeated. Even though Yang Ling was more hated than Shui Yang at the moment, and the people standing on Shui Yang's side clearly had the upper hand, Yang Ling still stood on the moral high ground. That was, Shui Yang was the one who beat him up. In the company, Shui Yang went out and said to Lin Che, then, Sis Che, I'll be leaving first. Lin Che said, all right, go home and rest for a few days. I still have to continue working. Although some people didn't dare to casually use artists with black spots, Shui Yang's agent was FBI. When everyone thought that she turned out to be a member of Wesley's family, they became a lot more courageous. They felt that even if Shui Yang had something, Wesley's family could use money to get through. Therefore, Shui Yang's work would continue. Shui Yang smiled. All right. When he went out, he saw that Bai had also followed him out. He said, I'm going back. You should also rest well. Bai looked at him and said, fool, don't hit people for me next time. Shui Yang turned around. Idiot, you're my man. How could I watch you get bullied? Bai smiled gently as she looked at this big boy. Although he didn't seem to have grown up, she still felt that his body had suddenly become so broad. Lin Che had been dealing with company matters for a few days and was extremely tired. After going out, Gu Jingze came to pick her up. Seeing her lean down, Gu Jingze tilted his head and said, "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Lin Che said, "I'm fine. It's just that I've finally settled it, so I feel a little tired all of a sudden." Gu Jingze patted her hand. "Let's go home. I'll help you massage it, okay?" "Really?" Okay. You have to keep your word." Gu Jingze smiled, hugged her in his arms, and let the driver drive. When they returned home, the helpers said that the old mansion had sent a few new helpers to help take care of the young master. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che into the house. Lin Che asked curiously, why did they send people over at this time? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and entered the house with Lin Che. The helpers had already changed into the clothes at home. When they saw the two of them enter, they bowed and said in unison, "Hello, sir." "Hello, madam." Gu Jingze's gaze swept across them. "Who sent you here?" The person at the front of the group said, "Sir, it was madam who chose us." Gu Jingze called Mu Wanqing and said, "Mother, did you send someone to take care of Nian Nian?" Mu Wanqing quickly said, "Your grandfather said that there was an extra person over there, but he didn't add any more helpers. I thought it was right, so I went to pick a few for you." Gu Xiande, Gu Jingze said, "I got it." Lin Che listened at the side. Looking at Gu Jingze's cold gaze, she understood something. She turned to look at the few people and said to Gu Jingze, "Since Mom personally picked them, let's take a look first." Gu Jingze hugged her. "Okay, I'll let you take a look first. If there's any problem, don't give them to Nian Nian." "Okay, I got it." Lin Che looked at them and asked Gu Jingze, "Did they all train at the same place?" "That's right, they were all trained by the royal family of the Gu family. But it seems like we haven't had any newcomers here for a long time." "Yes, those who could stay here back then were already the elites of the elites. After staying, they wouldn't do anything wrong and leave easily." Lin Che thought about it and agreed. The people here hadn't changed in a few years, and they were all very good to her. Those who could stay under Gu Jingze's nose and not be scolded must be very attentive. Otherwise, with his high standards, how could he let those who couldn't do anything wander in front of him? Lin Che turned to the few people and said, "All right, since you're here, learn from the people who stayed here. The Gu family is a little different from the old mansion." She casually asked the people to deal with them first. She needed to observe these people first to determine if they could stay. The newcomers followed the old people and began to deal with the work. They were separated and assigned to different jobs. Then, some of the newcomers realized that this place was also different from the training. The smart ones knew not to ask questions, but the dumb ones were a little curious. Especially during the training, they were told to ensure that the family's 3 meals were on time, because it was healthy. However, Lin Che often didn't eat on time. Sometimes in the middle of the night, she would ask the kitchen staff to make something for her, but she didn't get up to eat in the morning. They saw that Gu Jingze indulged Lin Che every day. When he woke up in the morning and saw that Lin Che was sleeping, he didn't wake her up or let anyone disturb her. He went out to eat by himself. He even told the servants to ask Madam what she wanted to eat when she woke up later. Chapter 929. Every morning, Gu Jingze would be sitting at the dining table eating at 6 o'clock. He would read the newspaper and then go to work. Lin Che would sleep as long as she wanted. The young master had already left, but she did not get up. She would only come out to eat happily when it was almost 10 o'clock. Then, she would leave the house and go somewhere. When the two of them were at home together, they would be so lovey-dovey that the servants would leave the house. Gu Jingze doted on Lin Che so much that he would never avoid the crowd. When the servants were around, Gu Jingze had always been very indulgent with Lin Che. He would pick food for Lin Che, play with Lin Che, carry Lin Che around the house, and massage Lin Che's back and waist. He would do all these things directly. The newlyweds would tell some of the old people in private, "She's too peaceful and blissful." The old people smiled at the newlyweds, looking very proud. Of course. Madam and Sir's relationship is really good. They have been in love for so many years. The newlywed said, "I think so too. Sir treats Madam so well. Madam gets up so late every morning and eats and drinks whatever she wants." The old people looked at the newlywed strangely. "That's Madam. She can do whatever she wants." They had been here for a long time and naturally knew that Sir's indulgence and love for Madam had slowly evolved. The two of them had quarreled in the beginning, but eventually, Madam had completely conquered Sir. Moreover, they felt that Madam was such a good person that they would be absolutely loyal to Lin Che. However, these newlyweds who came from outside would not be loyal to Lin Che. They were trained by the Gu family. They were loyal to the Gu family, but they would not be loyal to anyone. A few of the new servants started to talk in private. They really felt that Sir had spoiled Madam too much these few days. "Didn't you see that Sir even gave Madam water to wash her feet? Sir even carried Madam upstairs. I've never seen anyone raise such an ugly dog at home. But I heard that Madam insisted on raising it. It's a mongrel dog. It's so fat from eating too much. If outsiders knew about it, I don't know how they would laugh at Sir. Moreover, as a wife, she doesn't even send her husband out when he goes out. She sleeps until late in the morning while her husband works hard at home. That's too unruly. Anyway, I heard that Madam came from the countryside and doesn't have a good upbringing. It's only because Sir treats her so well that she becomes more and more lawless." The new servant was trained by the Gu family. She didn't get along with Lin Che from the beginning, so she didn't have a good first impression of Lin Che. Later on, she felt that everything about Lin Che was bad. Lin Che and Shen Yuran had been preparing to set up a company. Now that the company's name had been approved and the location had been found, it would be ready to be listed soon. Therefore, Lin Che seemed to be much busier. When she got home, she heard that Gu Jingze was in the study, so she quietly walked in. When the helper saw that Lin Che had actually entered such a secret study room without knocking on the door, she made a mental note of Lin Che's unruly behavior. Of course, Lin Che didn't know that Gu Jingze was lying on the floor with one hand supporting his chin. He seemed to be asleep. Lin Che blinked her eyes, walked over, and looked down at Gu Jingze. She found that she was not mistaken. Gu Jingze was really asleep. For a moment, she felt funny, sad, and distressed. How tired was Gu Jingze? How could he fall asleep with his head propped up in his hands? She walked over and carefully looked at Gu Jingze, who was sleeping like this. There was still a worried look on his face. In front of Gu Jingze, there was still a stack of documents. His eyes were lowered, and his long eyelashes covered half of his eyes. His dark, swirling shadow looked so pitiful. It seemed that he was extremely tired, and that was why his eyes were lowered. Lin Che looked at his good-looking face and felt that Gu Jingze had to bear too many things. He was too tired and had to take care of too many things. He was not an Iron Man and he would also be tired. It was just that he never showed even the slightest hint of exhaustion to others. Lin Che thought of Gu Jingze's never-ending appearance and felt even more distressed. Maybe they should find a place to rest together. She hadn't rested since she came back, and it was the same for him. One thing after another made them lose track of time. Now that she thought about it, it had been so long since they went out for a walk together. Lin Che looked around and found Gu Jing's clothes. She walked over slowly and was just about to put them on him. Suddenly, Gu Jingze, who was still asleep, grabbed her wrist with one hand. In the next moment, Lin Che was pressed onto the desk. "Ah!" Lin Che screamed. Gu Jingze reacted instantly. His cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. When he saw Lin Che, he hurriedly pulled her up and looked at her carefully. "How are you?" Lin Che rubbed her wrist and looked at him, shaking her head. "I'm fine. I just wanted to help you get some clothes." "What's wrong? Are you dreaming?" Gu Jingze quickly realized that he had fallen asleep just now. Recently, he had been thinking and dealing with things day and night. It was too messy, which made him very tired. He sighed, took a breath, and said, "Don't get so close to me next time. It's okay if you call me from afar. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if you get so close, understand?" Lin Che looked at him. "Okay. You're too vigilant." Gu Jingze said, "This is a natural reaction from training. I can't change it in a short time." Once someone approached him, he would immediately react defensively. It was like a subconscious action that he couldn't change. Hearing this, Lin Che's heart ached even more. Outsiders didn't know that Gu Jingze, who lived at the top of the pyramid, only slept 6 hours a day without rest. He worked tirelessly day and night, and his schedule was so full that anyone who saw it would be amazed. She said, "Gu Jingze, after I finish filming this movie, let's go out and play, okay?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "Why? Do you have somewhere you want to go?" "I don't really want to go anywhere. I just want to go out for a walk." "Hey, what's this?" Because he was never guarded against her, he didn't put away the document he was reading. However, when Lin Che looked down, she saw a photo that she recognized. The person in the photo was none other than Han Qing'an's wife, whom she had met in Country M. Chapter 930. Lin Che looked at it in surprise. She looked up curiously and asked, "What's this for?" Gu Jingze looked down and forgot to put it away, but it was too late. Lin Che took a closer look. It was indeed that person. Looking at this face again, she still felt that it was a little special. It was very familiar and strange. Gu Jingze looked at her. "Because I'm still investigating Han Qingzhen, so I did a little investigation," Lin Che said curiously. "Oh, so what did you find out?" "Not yet, you didn't find anything." "Does this person have anything to do with my mother?" "This." Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che over and made her sit on his lap. He looked at her and said, "When your mother passed away, didn't you see her body being buried with your own eyes? Why are you still so interested in someone who looks like your mother?" Lin Che shook her head. "I was very young at that time. People said that children shouldn't look at corpses, so I only took a look and didn't get close to her." Gu Jingze looked to the side thoughtfully. Lin Che's eyes were fixed on him. "Did you think of something? Is there anything suspicious?" Gu Jingze looked at her and felt that it was not good to hide it from her. Originally, he wanted to tell her whether there was a problem or not after confirming it. However, now that she had seen it, and everything was so suspicious, he felt that there was no way to hide it from her. Gu Jingze looked at her and asked, "Lin Che, if this person really has something to do with your mother, what will you do?" Lin Che thought about it and looked ahead. "Related. I have to see what the connection is. If she is my mother's relative, I think I'll be very happy. But my mother doesn't seem to have any sisters, and I can't think of anything else for now. If they are really related, Of course I want to find the answer and know what the connection is. I also think that although there are people who look alike in this world, there are very few who look so alike, unless they are really related by blood. Gu Jingzi said, if you really want to investigate, we'll go to Country M in a few days. Really? Gu Jingzi said, she does have a lot of identities. He spread it out for her to see. Because her identity is a mystery, many people have never seen her before. Later on, she married Han Qingzhen for some reason, and after so many years without a child, everyone guessed that there was something wrong with her body. I took a look. Han Qingzhen's family receives a lot of medicine every year, and although it's messy, most of them are for women, so it should be for her. If she was sick, then there should have been a hospital record before, but not only after she married Han Qingzhen, but also before she married Han Qingzhen, there was no hospital record, and she never had a cold, so her identity is a little strange. Then, Gu Jingzi said, didn't you say that you want to go out for a walk? We can take this opportunity to go to M country to rest. While resting, we can come here to take a look. Lin Che thought it was a good idea. Of course it's good, but the Yun family is in M Nation, they won't. If the Yun family doesn't dare to do anything, then we'll live in peace. If the Yun family dares to do anything, then we can take care of the Yun family. Lin Che hugged Gu Jingzi. Okay, I'll listen to you. But when we get there, don't work every day. As a CEO, you have to know how to strategize and delegate power. Don't do everything yourself. It's so tiring. Gu Jingzi looked at her. Why? Are you worried? Lin Che looked at him and said, of course, I'm your wife. If there's something wrong with your body, it's not just your problem. You have to remember that you still have me. If you're exhausted, what will happen to me in the future? Gu Jingzi smiled and kissed her lips lightly. You're right. There are still so many years. I want to keep my body and torment you for the rest of my life. As he said that, he reached out and pinched her waist. Ouch! Lin Che couldn't help but cry out when she moved. Annoying. Gu Jingzi really didn't move today. He wanted to cherish his body. He didn't want to exhaust everything now. When that time came, he could only look at her without being able to move. Wouldn't that torture him to death? After resting for a day, the next day, he arranged for some people to go to Country M for a holiday. He prepared a holiday villa in Country M and asked a few familiar servants to prepare it first. Then, he brought a few new servants with him to test their abilities. When the new servants heard that Lin Che had just spent the night with him in the study, they thought that it must be Lin Che's idea to ask Gu Jingzi to take her out to play instead of working. Normally, servants couldn't tell anyone about their master's matters outside of Taopu Road. However, this batch of new servants had just arrived at the Gu family. They felt that the Gu family should be connected to the whole family, so they revealed this information to the family. The new servants said that they felt that Gu Jingzi spoiled Lin Che too much. He was also obedient to Lin Che and gave her whatever she wanted. When Lin Che said that she wanted to go out to play, she immediately put down her work and went out to play. This was definitely not good for the Gu family. Thinking that such a person would become the mistress in the future, they felt even more helpless. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi went to Country M first. The beach villa in Country M was very sunny. This was a southern country, unlike Country C, where City B was already very cold. This was a tropical area, so people could still go out in short sleeves. After arriving, the two of them went to the villa first. Because it was a holiday villa, the facilities here were relatively simple. Gu Jingzi helped her pack up and took her to the beach for a walk. The beach was very beautiful, and the coastline was much cleaner than in Country C. After all, there was a large population in Country C. It was difficult to ensure the balance of population and ecology. There were many tourists by the beach. Most of them were from the north, and they specially came here to enjoy the sunshine and the beach. Lin Che and Gu Jingze didn't bring their swimsuits, and they didn't plan to swim here. They just walked slowly by the beach, looking at the bikini-clad beauties outside. Lin Che exclaimed, "The beach is really a man's paradise. There are so many beauties." Gu Jingze only took a glance and said, "Where are the beauties?" Lin Che said, "There are so many. You didn't see them." Gu Jingze said, "I didn't see any of them." Lin Che turned around and said, "Gu Jingze, you're too good at making women happy. No, I think you shouldn't treat your illness." She nodded. "Then you can only make me happy. Otherwise, with your sweet mouth, you'll be able to make everyone happy." Chapter 931. Gu Jingze said, "Didn't you notice that other than suppressing it, I haven't gone for treatment?" Lin Che said, "Ah, right. Why?" "I was just joking. I didn't really want you to." Of course, she didn't want him to be sick all the time. Although it wouldn't affect his life much, it would be a hidden danger if there was any danger. Gu Jingze said, "I don't think I want to touch other women. I don't have such thoughts at all. So it's useless to spend so much manpower and resources on treatment." Lin Che looked at him. "That won't do. What if there's danger? Danger is just a precaution. I'll just be careful. That's different. I don't want you to give up treatment because of me." Lin Che said, "It can be treated. I still hope that you can be treated. Really, I hope that you can be healthy and have no problems at all." Gu Jingze looked at her. He didn't want her to worry too much. He nodded. "Okay. If there's a chance, I'll still treat it." Lin Che smiled and continued to walk hand in hand with him. On the side, a pretty girl in a bikini was selling flowers. When she saw the two of them, she hurried over. Lin Che quickly took the flowers and didn't let them have a chance to touch Gu Jingze. "Thank you. I'll buy one." The pretty girl in the bikini looked at Gu Jingze and thought to herself, "He's so handsome. No wonder he's so protective." She didn't even let him get close to the flower seller. Lin Che held the flower in his hand and continued to walk with him. He felt that watching the sunset and walking with him like this wouldn't be boring at all. But the two of them didn't know. From the moment they entered the country, M Nation had already caused a huge commotion. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze had brought his wife to M Nation again. Although they said it was for a vacation, no one believed them. Anyway, they didn't believe it. After Gu Jingze's previous actions, everyone felt that this arrogant man was definitely a scourge. He definitely wouldn't come to M Nation just for a vacation. So everyone's eyes were fixed on Gu Jingze. They were trying to find out any clues about his movements and were on high alert. However, after watching for 2 days, they found that he really did not leave the villa. Every day, he would either go for a walk on the beach or play around with his wife, which made people confused. Was he really here for a vacation? However, the whole city was still on guard, watching Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Seeing that the two of them had stayed for several days but did not want to leave, their hearts were exhausted. Every day felt like a year. They really hoped that this devil would leave the M Nation as soon as possible. Lin Che and Gu Jingze, on the other hand, really wanted to rest for a while and do some things while they were at it. They lived leisurely and didn't care what the others were thinking. It was a nice day. Gu Jingze asked Lin Che, "Do you want to go somewhere today?" Lin Che said, "I want to find a place where I can eat seafood. The seafood in B City isn't as fresh as here. I really want to eat it." Gu Jingze said, "Okay, then I'll go and see where the seafood is fresher." As long as she wanted it, Gu Jingze would gladly agree. However, Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze and said, "Hey, I remember there's a big seafood market nearby. Why don't we buy some seafood and cook it ourselves? It's cheap and fresh. Seafood market. Gu Jingze thought for a while and said, but are you sure you want to cook it yourself? Can it be eaten by you? Why can't we eat seafood? We can eat it directly after steaming it. Lin Che said angrily. He really didn't trust her. The things she cooked were not that scary. Gu Jingze said, okay, I'll give you a chance. Let's go and buy it. Gu Jingze packed his things and the two of them rushed to the seafood market together. When they were outside, Gu Jingze saw the people hiding in the corners. He smiled and shook his head. These people were really not tired at all. When he held Lin Che and brought her into the market, his smile was unfathomable. Lin Che noticed it and asked curiously, why are you smiling so strangely? Did something happen? Gu Jingze said, there are some people following behind us. It's just a little annoying. Ah. Lin Che turned around and saw a few people hiding behind a pillar, looking very sneaky. No way. Why are they following us? Lin Che wasn't worried that some bad guys would dare to follow them. The Gu family's security guards were not to be trifled with. Normal bad guys couldn't even get close to them. Gu Jingze said, these small fries don't matter. Look, the one buying fish in front has been following us for 2 days. The one parking the car behind us has been following us for a day and a half. The one making a phone call by the tree has been following us for 3 days. Damn, no way. Why didn't I notice them? Lin Che looked at him and really did notice them. Gu Jingze said, of course you wouldn't notice them. They are all professional spies. Ah, so the people from Country M are watching us. That's right. They're probably waiting to see why we're here. It's so boring, Lin Che said. They sent so many powerful spies to follow us. Don't they think it's a waste of money? Gu Jingze said, ha, these people can't even compare to the Gu families in Ing. They're nothing. Alright, let's go in and buy something. Lin Che said, but why are there so many people? Who hired so many people? It's not anyone, Gu Jingze said. I guess all the big and small forces in Country M have sent people here. I've seen some people these days. There are at least 10 or 20 families. Lin Che said in surprise, why are there so many people following us? Oh my god, this lineup is too strong. You can treat them as followers or bodyguards. Anyway, they can't do anything by following us. Alright, I feel bad for them. They follow us every day and watch us buy, eat and go on vacation. It's really hard for them. You're right. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a smile. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. It was as if they were deliberately showing off their affection. The people around them looked depressed. Lin Che blushed and pushed him away. He smiled and hugged Lin Che as they went inside to buy seafood. The seafood market was filled with the smell of fish. There were people everywhere. There were also many tourists who wanted to buy more live animals to bring home. The fresh seafood was lively. Lin Che bought a few big crabs and some mantis shrimps. She also bargained with the shop owner for some small shrimps. The two of them went shopping. Gu Jingze carried the things behind them while Lin Che watched them from the front. They looked like a normal couple. When they went back, they were carrying a big bag. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand while carrying the ingredients. Seeing that there were too many things, Lin Che said to him, "Let me take some." Gu Jingze said, "Just hold my hand." Chapter 932. Lin Che looked at him sweetly. "You're so good at talking. Are you trying to please me because you want me to agree to your request?" That's right, Gu Jingzi said. Serve me well tonight, do you hear me? Lin Che looked at him and thought of what he said today. He didn't even want to be treated for her. She didn't think there was a need to do this, but she knew that he really doted on her and doted on her. Such a big bag wasn't a big deal, but he carried a lot of things for her, which were much heavier than this bag. The two of them returned to the villa. Because Gu Jingzi wanted to experience the life of shopping with Lin Che and then coming back. It was very peaceful and quiet, as if they were two ordinary people. And he had been too far away from being ordinary since he was young. So he felt happy to have such times occasionally. Therefore, he didn't ask the servants to carry the things, but asked them to follow them from afar. However, when they arrived home, the servants saw Gu Jingzi carrying the things in, while Lin Che didn't seem to care about anything. The servants hurried over to take the things. Gu Jingzi turned around and said to Lin Che, "Didn't you say you were going to cook? Let's see how you cook it." Lin Che immediately said, "Of course, I'll cook it." Seeing the two of them go in, the servants thought to themselves that this madam was treating the master of the Gu family like a coolie. This was too outrageous. Gu Jingzi was the master of the Gu family, and he had never done any heavy work since he was young. Asking him to do this was disrespectful to Gu Jingzi, to her husband, and to the master of the Gu family. Seeing Gu Jingzi go in, Lin Che thought for a moment, picked up her phone, and searched for recipes. Just as she had expected, cooking seafood was indeed very simple. She giggled, memorized the instructions, and began to cook. She put water, ginger, and some other ingredients in the pot, and put the seafood on top to steam. When Gu Jingzi came out, he saw Lin Che staring at the pot carefully. He smiled and said, "You're staring at it so closely. Be careful, it might explode." "Aw. No way." Lin Che stepped back in fear. Gu Jingzi looked at her and burst out laughing. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Why you? You're teasing me on purpose, humph." Gu Jingzi walked over and said, "You're so stupid. You fall for it every time I tease you." Lin Che humphed and said, "I'm too serious. I'm seriously preparing food. Come, I think it's cooked. Let's try it." Gu Jingzi frowned. "What do you mean you think it's cooked? It's cooked." Lin Che put his hands on his hips and shouted at him in dissatisfaction. Gu Jingzi laughed again. He thought it was very interesting when she spoke with her cheeks puffed up. Good, he said, "It's done, it must be done. Come on, eat it. Even if the seafood was a little, it would be cooked." Gu Jingzi helped her take out the seafood. She even specially mixed some ingredients and put them on a beautiful plate. She took out her phone and took a photo. She posted it on Weibo and said, "Look at how lively I am." After that, he felt that the points that the netizens had discovered were different. Someone asked curiously, "Lin Che, are you in America? Your phone's GPS is in America." Some people said that the background was really beautiful, with such a big kitchen and a luxurious mansion. Some people said that the plates were really beautiful and exquisite. In any case, no one would comment on the seafood she made. Lin Che curled his lips. Gu Jingzi said, "All right, the phone has finished eating the seafood. It's time for us to eat." Hee, okay, let's eat." Lin Che first picked up a crab for Gu Jingzi, then looked at him with squinted eyes and smiled, "Try it, see if you like it." Under his expectant gaze, Gu Jingzi picked up the crab and ate it. Lin Che blinked, "How is it?" Gu Jingzi stopped eating for a while. Lin Che asked anxiously, "How is it?" Gu Jingzi said, Is delicious." "Really?" Lin Che quickly picked up his chopsticks and picked up some mantis shrimps to eat. The meat looked delicious, which gave Lin Che a lot more confidence. However, the moment she put it in her mouth, she only felt a fishy taste mixed with a bitter taste, and a little sour. It tasted terrible. She suddenly vomited on the table, looked at Gu Jingze, scrunched up her face, and said to him, "Why does it taste so terrible?" However, Gu Jingze was still eating, with no intention of vomiting at all. Was the crab different? She picked up the crab and started eating. However, it tasted as terrible as the mantis shrimps. Lin Che looked sad. "All right, don't eat it. It tastes terrible." "How can you eat it?" Gu Jingze looked at her, took back her crab leg, and said to her, "All right, it's already cooked. It doesn't taste that bad. But it really doesn't taste good. Seriously, I clearly followed the procedure, and it looked good. It was such a simple journey, how could it? This is a matter of talent, don't worry about it." Gu Jingze held her hand. "Besides, what haven't I eaten before? It's not a big deal, and the taste doesn't matter. The most important thing is that I like it. That's enough." Lin Che pouted and looked at him. "What do you like? What's there to like?" Gu Jingze's gaze became more affectionate. "I like that you make things for me." Gu Jingze said, "Buying things, bringing them home, and painstakingly making them are all things that a normal couple would do. I already feel good seeing you make things for me. It doesn't matter if it tastes good or not. I just like watching you make things for me. I like this feeling." His words were like warm water that washed away all the impatience in her heart. She looked at Gu Jingze and really wondered what she had done to deserve such a good husband. He was so obedient to her and doted on her. He treated her like a treasure. It was as if everything she did was good to him and he liked it. Lin Che said, "Let's eat together then." Gu Jingze said, "All right, you don't have to eat anymore. I'll make it for you, and you make it for me. We'll eat each other." Lin Che said, "No, we're husband and wife. We share blessings and misfortunes. How can I let you eat alone?" She looked at the food on the table, thinking angrily that she had to finish the dark cuisine she made even if she cried. Boo-hoo. The two of them ate together, looking at each other. No matter how bad the food was, it did feel better. After eating, Lin Che finally let out a breath. I won't make food anymore." Gu Jingze said, "Then I won't. But other wives cook for their husbands. If I don't cook, won't I be too irresponsible?" Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. You're delicious enough. Eating you is enough." Chapter 933. Gu Jingze carried her up and said, "Let's go in and wash up first." After showering and washing her face, it was time to rest. Gu Jingze helped her wash up. He looked at her as if she was an exquisite doll. She was cute no matter how he looked at her. He gently parted her hair that had just been blow-dried. Her hair was soft and very comfortable to the touch. Gu Jingze looked down at her. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed her fragrant skin. Lin Che snorted. He said, "Good girl, you smell so good. You're more delicious than anything else." Lin Che's body was burning and her face became even redder. He said, "I want to eat your whole body." "Really?" Lin Che clenched her fists. She felt as if he was really eating her, tapping her skin again and again. Lin Che was an extremely shy person. Even though the two of them had been together for a long time, she was too embarrassed to take the initiative. And Gu Jingze doted on her so much that she didn't dare to do anything. He had always actively cooperated with her and adjusted all her feelings. Lin Che felt that she was used to being served by him, but she had never done anything for him. She felt that she could do what other women could do, and what other women couldn't, she could also do, because this was the man she loved. He was so good to her, so she should do something for him. Lin Che's face was red. She pushed him and flipped him to the bottom. She rode on him and looked at him lying on the bottom. Gu Jingzi said, "Why? Do you want to be on top today?" Lin Che's face became even redder. She said, I want to try." The woman sitting on him was like a tempting fruit that made one's blood boil. However, Gu Jingzi didn't expect Lin Che to lower her head and kiss him. She kissed him from top to bottom, down his ribs, down his firm stomach, bulging muscles. But she didn't stop and continued to kiss him. Gu Jingzi was stunned and quickly pulled her back. "Lin Che, you..." Gu Jingzi held her hand and didn't let her move. Lin Che's face was red. He felt that he really didn't know what he was doing. However, there was an impulse in his head that made him feel that he could definitely do it. She said, "Don't move, let me." Gu Jingzi understood her intention and disagreed even more. "No, Lin Che, don't be like this." Although he had always said that Lin Che had never properly served him and that he had always been the one to serve her, how could he really bear to let her do anything? He only wanted to give her the best things to enjoy without her sacrificing herself and doing things she didn't want to do. He still wanted to push her, but Lin Che had already grabbed his hand. Gu Jingzi felt his body stiffen. His body was already out of control. This little vixen, what was she trying to do today? Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingzi. In the past, he had kissed her in places that she shouldn't have, leaving her powerless to resist. Today, she wanted to give it a try. He was actually her man. She wanted to kiss every inch of his body. She wouldn't despise him, wouldn't feel uncomfortable, and wouldn't try to force him either. At most, she would just feel too shy. Her face was really red before she lowered her head. Gu Jingzi was really going crazy. He snorted crazily and held Lin Che's shoulder. He couldn't help but say, "Lin Che, oh, Lin Che, are you trying to kill me?" She really wanted to eat him up, but, damn it, he just couldn't stop her. Because he had completely lost his mind. He didn't look like a man anymore because of her. He couldn't help but take it out quickly after she kissed him for a while. After he became tired, his body was still recalling everything that had just happened, and he only felt that it was unbelievable. And Lin Che's face was so red that she didn't dare to look at him, nor did she dare to think about what she had done. Gu Jingzi came back to his senses and looked up at her. "You... Lin Che, you really..." Lin Che looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "I just want to do what many wives do, and I want to try." Gu Jingzi hugged her. "I don't want you to feel wronged." "Why would I feel wronged? Didn't you help me before? Do you feel wronged too?" "Of course not," Gu Jingzi said in a low voice. "I think it's very delicious." She was already extremely shy, so she definitely wouldn't be as amazing as him and say things like "very delicious." Gu Jingzi looked at her and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Lin Che was pushed onto the bed. His body, which had just rested, had regained its masculinity, and the crazy feeling from before was still there. For a moment, he really felt like he had gone crazy. Thinking about everything she had done for him, he couldn't help but want to eat her up bit by bit. Lin Che could clearly feel that he was crazier than usual. It was like a crazy tornado that wanted to plunder her, making her body extremely sensitive. Gu Jingzi kept calling, "Little guy, who asked you to seduce me today? Little vixen, I really want to kill you." Lin Che whimpered and shouted at him, "I didn't, I didn't at all, you." This time, Lin Che really felt like he had gotten himself into trouble. After a night of torment, he only let her go when dawn broke. When he woke up, Gu Jingzi looked at the woman beside him and gently kissed her on the tired cheek. Looking at her usually made him feel enough passion, but he didn't expect her to be so bold and provoke him like this. How could he let her go? Gu Jingze also felt sorry for her. He felt that she had done so much for him. Although she said that she didn't feel bad and didn't force herself, he still didn't want her to do this. She was a treasure that he treasured, and he didn't want her to feel uncomfortable at all. He couldn't bear to let her touch such a dirty place. Although she didn't think it was dirty, and it was indeed very clean, he still felt sorry for her just thinking about it. Although, that look could really make people go crazy. That feeling was indeed indescribable. The sun was high up in the sky. Gu Jingze had been working hard the whole night, so he really didn't get up early. In the study, the people who came with him had been waiting for the whole morning. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze didn't get up early. Gu Jingze looked at the person who came. "How's the investigation going?" "Sir, Han Chenjian is too protective. It's indeed a bit difficult to investigate. I don't want to hear the process, I just want the results." Gu Jingze knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he had to find out. Chapter 934. Seeing the change in Gu Jingze's expression, the few of them perked up and immediately said, "But we found out that because she doesn't have any children, she adopted a child from the orphanage and goes there to do charity work every week." "Oh. Every week?" "Yes, the orphanage is here." Gu Jingze paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. After Lin Che woke up, Gu Jingze said, "Let's go out for a walk today." "Oh, where are we going?" "We'll go somewhere further today." "Let's go." Lin Che nodded. He felt that it was fine to just listen to him. After leaving with Gu Jingze, Lin Che sat in the car and looked out. They drove straight into the city and soon, they arrived at an orphanage. Lin Che said, "What are we doing here?" "To give gifts to the orphanage, of course." As he said that, he got out of the car. Lin Che saw that there was a row of people following behind them. They parked the car beside the orphanage and the people got out of the car with bags of various sizes. They came over to Gu Jingze and Lin Che and said, "Sir, madam, we've contacted the orphanage. They said that we're here to show our love." "Okay." As expected, the director of the orphanage came out very quickly. Seeing that so many people had come with so many gifts, he knew that they were probably rich people. Therefore, he was very enthusiastic. "Thank you, kind people. I just received a call." "Thank you so much for paying attention to our love orphanage," Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, "We're from country C. We like to do charity work. Wherever we go, we'll do charity work. Someone, bring us our donations." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt that he lied without blinking. He said it so naturally and without any hint of stage fright. His strong aura made it hard for people not to believe his words. When the people from the orphanage saw that there was a donation, they were shocked when they looked down at the number. 30 million. The people from the orphanage quickly said, "Really, thank you so much. The 100 orphans in our orphanage will have a good life. We can also help more children in need and help them overcome their difficulties. Kind people, you will definitely be rewarded." Gu Jingze said, "I don't ask for rewards for doing good deeds. I just want to live up to my conscience. By the way, we can go and see the children in the orphanage." "Of course you can. Today, our Welfare Institute has a great philanthropist who tirelessly comes to help every week. It's all because of kind-hearted people like you that we can establish ourselves in this society and help more people." Lin Che followed Gu Jingze inside. When they got inside, they saw that the orphanage here was indeed much cleaner than ordinary orphanages. The children also looked very clean. However, thinking that they were all children without a home, they felt very pitiful. He could only hope that the money could really be used on these children. That way, they would be much more comforted. At this time, Lin Che suddenly saw a woman wearing a sun hat inside, taking care of a baby. The baby looked like she had a cleft lip. Other than her ugly mouth, the rest of her was very cute. It was unknown which heartless mother had abandoned her, but now she was sitting there, drinking milk powder. The way the woman carried the baby was very professional. She fed the baby carefully. The way she looked made people feel very warm. Lin Che was stunned. He looked at her as if he was looking at his own mother. Because it was too similar. That was Fong Zichen. He had seen Fong Zichen before. Lin Che stood there in a daze. He looked in Fong Zichen's direction expectantly. Gu Jingzi turned his head and looked at her silently. He didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he took Lin Che's hand and walked over. He said, "Mrs. Han, what a coincidence." Fong Zichen looked up and saw the two of them. She was a little surprised at first, but then she quickly stood up. "Ah, hello." She looked at Lin Che and sized him up. "You're Lin Che, right? Why are you here?" Lin Che said, "Oh, Mrs. Han, we're on vacation in Country M and wanted to take the opportunity to come here to do some charity work. I didn't expect to meet you here." Fong Zichen said, "Really? You're here to do charity work? Thank you so much. There are more than 100 abandoned children here, and there are more every week. At the same time, a few children are also adopted. However, many children still need help. We really need kind people like you." Lin Che said, "Do you come here often?" Fong Zichen nodded. "Yes. Looking at these children, I feel that I still have a lot of things to do. I still want to help them. Look at this child. She's only 6 months old and she was abandoned. She doesn't have a mother. I can be her mother, take care of her and help her. Although I'm only a temporary mother, it can make up for her lack of motherly love, right?" Lin Che looked at her words and felt that she must really want to do this, unlike some people who just wanted to put on a show. For some reason, Lin Che felt that she was very kind and benevolent, even though they didn't know each other very well. Lin Che said, "That's great. You can come here more often to help. We can only take time to come and take a look." "Yes. You young people must be busy. I don't have much to do at home." Lin Che looked at her. "But I saw you almost fall last time. Is there something wrong with your body?" "Ah, yes. It's an old problem. I'm just weak and always feel dizzy. Chen Zhen has helped me treat it for a long time, but he can't do anything about it. I reckon that this problem will follow me for the rest of my life. If it wasn't for Chen Zhen, I reckon that no one would be able to take care of me like this. They would definitely despise a sickly person like me. How could that be?" "You're so good and beautiful," Lin Che said. She looked at Lin Che and felt that she liked him very much. She held Lin Che's hand and looked at him carefully. "You really know how to talk. I'm not as beautiful as you. You're the real beautiful one." Lin Che said, "Of course not. If only I could be as elegant and generous as you when I was your age. That would be great. Definitely. You're so healthy. You don't look like me. Then, don't you have children?" "Yes." She looked a little regretful. "Because of my body, I can't have children, and Chen Zhen doesn't allow me to. But luckily, I still have these children." Lin Che felt that she was very pitiful. However, that Han Chen Zhen probably really doted on her and loved her very much. That was why such a rich person didn't care if he had children or not. Although one couldn't generalize, many rich people still had high expectations for their children. She said, "However, Mr. Han really treats you very well. Don't worry. There are gains and losses. This is probably the law of life. Chapter 935. She nodded. I think so too. I must have done something shameful in my previous life. That's why I have to bear all these things in this life. However, the heavens are very kind to me. They let me have grace and not despise me. Gu Jingze watched from the side. He didn't want to interrupt their conversation. Fang Zichen brought Lin Che over to breastfeed the baby. She smiled and guided Lin Che. Lin Che had taken care of Nian Nian before, so he naturally knew how to do it. However, he still pretended that he didn't know how to do it and let Fang Zichen teach him. Gu Jingze looked at them for a while and walked over. Madam, we don't know much about the local customs here. We want to hold a wedding here. May I ask if there are any wedding etiquette here? Gu Jingze asked. This. I really don't know. I haven't attended any weddings before. It's about the same as in Country C, you haven't attended one before? Lin Che asked. She nodded. I'm not in good health. Ching and doesn't invite me to crowded places. Really? What about your wedding with Mr. Han? Your wedding must have been very romantic, right? She smiled and said, not really. Our wedding was actually very simple. Because I don't remember much about our wedding, he held a new one for me. We just had a simple meal. When two people are together, we don't have to worry too much about these things. As long as two people are of the same mind, the wedding or not doesn't really matter. Gu Jingze said, oh, you didn't have a wedding. At this moment. Outside. The director of the Welfare Institute suddenly came in. He was about to say something when Fang Zichen looked up and said, Director, what happened? Why are you so anxious? The director's gaze moved back and forth between them. When he saw Gu Jingze, he subconsciously thought that it must have something to do with him. This young man whom he had never seen before had donated such a large sum of money to the Welfare Institute. He thought that he was not an ordinary person. Then, suddenly, there were so many people outside. And Gu Jingze was the first to react. He said to the two women, oh, they're here for me. You guys go ahead. I'll go deal with it. It might be about the donation. Seeing Gu Jingze walk out first, he turned back to look at the director. His eyes were full of vigor. The director was startled and involuntarily followed him out. Fang Zichen said, what is it? Looking at Gu Jingze's expression, Lin Che knew something was up. She turned around and smiled at Fang Zichen. It's nothing. It's probably about the donation. We just donated a sum of money. Oh, I see. Fang Zichen nodded and continued to feed the baby with her. At this moment, it was different from the warmth inside. Outside, the director and the other employees of the orphanage saw that they had been surrounded by a large number of people. It felt like they were being besieged. Everyone was panicking, and they couldn't help but tremble in fear. What was going on? Why did a group of people suddenly surround them? Inside, the bodyguard who had just come with the young man was also ready to fight at any time. He was ready to fight at any time. They had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, they were wondering what was going on. Had they offended some underworld forces, or had some wanted criminals come to cause so many people to be dispatched to deal with them? At this moment, Gu Jingze walked out from the back with light steps. Looking at the scene outside, his lips curled into a smile. All right, they came pretty quickly. Gu Jingze stood outside and said, Han Chenzhen, come out. If there's anything, we can talk face to face. The people outside were Han Chengen's people. This went without saying. The leader of the crowd said, our CEO Han won't come out. Leave the orphanage immediately and leave Country M immediately. Otherwise, you might not be able to return from your trip to Country M. Gu Jingze smiled. If I could believe this kind of threat every time, then I, Gu Jingze, would have been swallowed up by the business world long ago. Your CEO Han didn't teach you well. When you say such things, don't you think about whether your madam is closer to you or me? The expressions of the people outside changed. Gu Jingze said, Han Qingzhen, are you still not coming out? If you're not coming out, why don't I ask madam to come out and ask you to come out personally? Don't touch Zichen. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind. It was filled with anger. He couldn't eat or sleep well for the few days that Gu Jingze was in Country M. However, Gu Jingze had been playing around these few days and didn't seem to be doing anything. He had just relaxed for a day when unexpectedly, Gu Jingze suddenly came to kill him. Initially, he didn't want Zichen to come to the orphanage. However, Zichen didn't have any other hobbies other than visiting the orphanage. He couldn't stop her. Gu Jingze looked at Han Qingzhen who was walking out. CEO Han, I didn't think that we would meet again so soon. Han Qingzhen humphed. Gu Jingze, this is Country M. Even if you're powerful, this isn't your territory. Are you sure you want to go against me here? Gu Jingze said, you've misunderstood. We're not here to look for you. What's in it for us to go against you? We just have some questions that we want to clarify. Han Qing'an's expression didn't change. I don't have any grudges with you and I don't have any questions that I can answer for you. You've already violated the rules of the business world by harassing my wife. You're going to lose the people's trust by doing this. Gu Jingze said, it's still uncertain whether she's your wife or not. Han Qing'an's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? Gu Jingze said, did she lose her memory before? Han Qing'an's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Gu Jingze viciously and said, Gu Jingze, Zichen and I have depended on each other for so many years. You can touch me, but if you lay a finger on Zichen, if you hurt her even a little, I guarantee that I won't hesitate even if I have to die with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately armed themselves to the teeth and looked like they were ready to fight to the death at any moment. The atmosphere in the orphanage suddenly dropped. The people inside were immediately frightened and panicked. Hurt her. I think you're the one who's hurting her, Han Qingzhen. You should know better than me who she is and what her past is. Now that she has lost her memory in her past, she must be feeling very empty inside. Is that why she likes children so much? Is it because she lost something in the past that she likes to come to the orphanage and take care of these children? Is it because she feels guilty, so she always wants to do volunteer work to make up for her past? Shut up. Han Qingzhen gritted his teeth. The expression on his face had already skyrocketed within his line of sight. Chapter 936. Gu Jingze said, so what if I can shut my mouth? Don't you know what you're thinking better than what I said? At this moment, Han Qingzhen suddenly raised the gun in his hand. On this side, the people around Gu Jingze immediately surrounded him. One by one, they stood in front of Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at Han Qingzhen through the crowd. Han Qing'an's eyes were scarlet, and the people around him were ready to step forward at any time. Han Qingzhen said, you're the one who asked for it. Go back to C country and live your life. I'll stay in M country and guard my territory. Wouldn't it be better if we don't contact each other? Gu Jingze said, if you didn't find someone to deal with Lin Che, I wouldn't have found out about this. So, you asked for it. Ha, in that case, don't blame me, Gu Jingze. I won't be lenient to anyone who can threaten Zichen, so, as he spoke, he was about to give an order. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Qingzhen. Are you here? Fang Zichen came out. Han Qingzhen was stunned. Almost instantly, he quickly put the gun behind his back. Lin Che helped Fang Zichen out. When the people beside them saw this, they quickly made way for the two of them. Fong Zichen looked puzzled. She looked at the scene outside and didn't know what was going on. Gu Jingzi said, "It's nothing. Don't worry. It's just President Han who came to pick Madam up. He had taken out his gun just now, and he said he was picking her up." They didn't believe it. Fong Zichen looked at the people outside and then at Gu Jingzi. Finally, she said to Han Qingzhen, "Qingzhen, what's the matter?" "No." Han Qingzhen smiled, looked at Fong Zichen and walked over. The gun had been quietly taken away. Han Qingzhen said, "I'm doing something nearby, so I came to pick you up." "Ah, is that so?" Although Fong Zichen was puzzled as to why so many people came to pick her up, she still pulled Han Qingzhen and said, "Look, this is Lin Che, whom I mentioned last time. What a coincidence to meet you here. They're also here to do charity." Han Qingzhen forced a smile. "Is that so? What a coincidence." He raised his eyes and looked at Lin Che. Fong Zichen looked at Lin Che. "We really hit it off. Lin Che, how long are you going to stay in M country?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and said to her, "We'll stay here for a while. We're here for a break." "That's great. If you have time, come to my house, to my place." Lin Che said in surprise, "Really? Thank you so much. I'll definitely go. Here's my phone. Take it," she said. "If you need me, you can call me." Han Qingzhen looked at them and his face stiffened. Han Qingzhen had been watching from the side. The expression on his face became stiffer and stiffer. At this moment, Gu Jingzi pulled Lin Che over and said, "All right, Madam is in poor health. Let her go back and rest early. We'll contact her later." Lin Che nodded and looked at Fong Zichen. "Then you rest first, I'll take my leave first." "Okay." She looked at Lin Che. They said goodbye and walked far away. She was still looking at them. Because of her, Han Qingzhen could only secretly signal to the others to pay attention to Gu Jingzi and Lin Che. Then, he pulled Fong Zichen and said, "Okay, you must be tired. Let's go back." Fong Zichen looked at him. She was no longer smiling. Her serious look made Han Qingzhen feel guilty. "Qingzhen, tell me, do you have any grudges with Gu Jingzi?" Although she had been staying at home, she was not a fool. How could she not know that the situation just now was very urgent? Han Qingzhen looked away. "No. How could it be? What happened? Tell me." Han Qingzhen closed his eyes and turned back to hold her hand. "You just need to know that I'm doing this for your own good. I didn't tell you because it's for your own good. Okay, let's talk about it later. Let's go home, okay?" Fong Zichen looked at his face so seriously. Of course, she knew that he was good to her. She nodded. "Okay, I just hope that nothing will happen to you. We're old and we don't need to work so hard anymore. We don't need to earn so much money. I just hope that we can live peacefully, okay?" Han Qingzhen's heart ached. If he hadn't been so eager to take revenge, today's incident might not have happened. He was also thinking that after so many years of waiting, he finally had the strength to take revenge. But now, Gu Jingzi quickly led Lin Che away first. He dared to be so unscrupulous just now because Fong Zichen was inside. Now that they were out, he was only worried that Han Qingzhen's men would follow them and threaten Lin Che's safety. So, Gu Jingzi quickly led Lin Che away from here. After walking for a long time, Lin Che sat in the car and looked back to see the people from the Welfare Institute slowly dispersing. The people outside probably thought that the Welfare Institute was organizing an event and were just curious. It seemed that they didn't cause any trouble. Lin Che said, why is Han Chen so strict with his wife? We just went to take a look and he brought so many people with him. I was scared to death. Gu Jingzi said, the more he does this, the more it means that there's a problem. Lin Che said, then what should we do? Gu Jingzi said, it seems that we won't be able to have a good vacation these few days. He leaned over and shook his head lightly as if he was thinking about something. Han Chen returned to the Han family and settled Fang Zichen down. Then, he gave orders to the people outside. Get someone to keep a close eye on Gu Jingzi. Also, get everyone to pay attention. Han Chen slowly clenched his fists. Get everyone to pay attention. We have to take advantage of Gu Jingzi's presence and make him suffer. This way, he won't look down on Country M. Han Chen looked ahead viciously. He thought to himself, you forced me to do this. Originally, when Gu Jingzi came to Country M, all the businessmen were very nervous. These days, they had been asking everywhere about what to do. Gu Jingzi had never been interested in Country M. Now that he suddenly came here frequently, they wondered if he had some unspeakable secret. Everyone looked on nervously, feeling anxious. Therefore, everyone held a grudge against Gu Jingzi. Now that Gu Jingzi had delivered himself to their doorstep, then, Han Chen thought that he could contact all the people and catch Gu Jingzi in one fell swoop. Although he didn't have any grudges with Gu Jingzi had forced him so hard that he didn't have a chance to breathe. Han Chen asked people to contact many businessmen in Country M and also asked people to go to the Yun family to find out what was going on. The Yun family had long heard the news of Gu Jingzi's arrival. However, Gu Jingzi had been here for so many days, but he didn't bring the Yun family to visit them at all. This made the Yun family very angry. Chapter 937. That day, the Yun family's housekeeper heard the people sent by Han Qing and talking about Lin Che and Gu Jingzi coming to M Nation. The Yun family is the oldest family in M Nation and has always been our leader. Now, we're just waiting for your word. If you still insist on standing on Gu Jingzi's side, I think it won't be long before M Nation will be under the Gu family's name. However, just say the word and we'll work together to drive Gu Jingzi out of M Nation so that he won't be able to step into M Nation for the rest of his life. No matter how powerful C Nation is, they won't dare to provoke M Nation. Yun Qi leaned there and sighed. His face was full of worry. He didn't know what to do at the moment. He knew the Gu family's strength. If they continued to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. Even if they could drive him out, they would still suffer huge losses. However, Gu Jingzi had indeed gone too far and didn't give the Yun family any face. Yun Qi was very angry. He felt that when he left M Nation and parted ways with Gu Xianda, it was because he thought that he could at least be the leader of M Nation. Now, he didn't expect that C Nation was so powerful. Whether it was in terms of land area or economic strength, they had all risen so much, causing the Gu family's development in C Nation to become more and more unfathomable. Gu Jingzi, a little kid, was actually starting to think that the Yun family was nothing. Back then, the Yun family and the Gu family were both ancient and wealthy families. There was no difference in size. When Gu Xianda saw him, he had to call him old brother. Gu Jingzi was different. Yun Qi slammed the table and said, I know about this. The people from the Han family looked at him and laughed in their hearts. They felt that Elder Yun was so angry that he probably didn't want Gu Jingzi to continue causing trouble. After he left, the Yun family's housekeeper walked in and continued to fan the flames. Master, you see, Gu Jingzi has already caused public anger in M Nation. I think, if we don't take this opportunity to show Gu Jingzi who he is, we won't be able to be so united in the future. When everyone really loses their momentum, the Gu family will probably have already lost their prestige in M Nation. At that time, if we don't work together, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Yunqi also knew about it. However, he was old and lacked this courage. Thinking about it, he felt vexed. He was a senior member of the Yun family. Why would he be afraid of a little kid like Gu Jingze? Back then, all he wanted was for Yun Luo to form a marriage alliance with him. Now that he wasn't giving the Yun family any face and had hurt Yun Luo's feelings, then, Yun Qi snorted and said, "Send someone to tell the Han family that the Yun family is willing to do what we can." When Butler Yun heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately said in a loud voice, "Yes." Butler Yun had been unhappy with Gu Jingze for a long time. Seeing that the M nation was going to drive Gu Jingze out, he was very happy. Did Gu Jingze want to fight against the entire M nation? When Gu Jingze was really driven away, housekeeper Yun thought that he must go to see him off. He wanted to see Gu Jingze leave the M nation in embarrassment. At that time, he would be able to vent the anger he had suffered when he picked Gu Jingze up. In the villa, Gu Jingze watched Lin Che fall asleep before he returned to his study to work. The hidden guards who went out had already found out some things. They said that Han Qingzhen had been eagerly making arrangements everywhere since he returned. It seemed like he really wanted to fight to the death with him. But unfortunately, he thought that he was a powerful fish and Gu Jingze's net was very fragile. Gu Jingze said, "Since Han Qingzhen is so conceited and wants to fight me to the end, then we won't give him face." The subordinate said, "But, sir, now that the Yun family is involved, the Yun family has been involved for a long time. If they don't look for me, I will look for them. They secretly hid the Gu family's illegitimate child. This has been going on for more than 30 years. 30 years ago, they planned to deal with the Gu family one day. Now, they have provoked us again and again. Do they think they can still live in peace? They can't blame others for coming to us this time." On the other side, a few families quickly gathered together in secret. In a guild in America, a few families began to plan. Doesn't the Gu family have a president? But even if Gu Jingming is the president, do you think Gu Jingming will dare to bring the army to wipe us out? When that happens, the people of Country C will ask him to step down, someone said. This time, we don't have to let Gu Jingze die, right? It doesn't do us any good to let him die. But we have to make him leave Country M and make a fool of himself. He won't have the face to come back to Country M again. We have to let him know that we, the people of Country M, are not to be trifled with. That's the only way. That's right. He didn't care about our reputation at the auction and kicked our people out of the auction. That was a challenge to our authority. Although, we were the ones who stirred up trouble first and that rich playboy always stirred up trouble when he had nothing better to do, he was still a member of the M nation. We can do whatever we want to our people, but if outsiders want to touch our people, they have to ask for our permission first. That's right. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. The Yun family was also present at this time, but he had not spoken. Han Qingzhen looked at Yun Qi and asked, "Elder Yun, do you have any concerns? If you have concerns, just say it." Yun Qi said, "I just hope that everyone doesn't look down on the Gu family. It's better for us to plan more. Elder Yun, the Gu family is not the Gu family of the past." Someone said, "The current Gu Jingze is just a young man in his 30s. He is not Gu Xiande, but he is not as powerful as Gu Xiande was in the past." Yun Qi said, "But he is definitely not a child. You guys, you should be careful." However, everyone didn't think that Gu Jingze was anything to be afraid of. They were full of contempt for him. On the other side, Gu Jingze immediately got the news of these people's gathering. He smiled coldly and said, "Let's break them one by one. Tell me the families who are attending the gathering one by one." The people below presented the list. So the next day, a participating family's loan from the bank began to be urged to pay. That family thought it was strange. Every family had debts in the bank. The big ones had hundreds of millions, and the small ones had tens of millions. Because the bank was the country's depositors' money, it was also good for the country's economy to use loans to develop their businesses, so the country was willing to lend them money. Chapter 938. In the past, when they were urged to pay, they would go over and say something nice, or find a way to borrow more money. However, this time, no matter what they said, the bank still asked them to pay quickly. Just when he thought it was just him arguing with the bank, he heard that the bridge project of another family had been stopped because it involved international law. Their bridge across the sea occupied the land of another country, so they were forced to stop, and they were not notified of the time when they could resume the construction. The other families who attended the party also more or less had other problems. Only then did everyone realize that their secret meeting had been known by Gu Jingze. Except for the Yun family and the Han family, the other families were warned in this way, to let them understand that Gu Jingze had already seen through their every move. No matter how secretive they thought they were, Gu Jingze had already seen it all. How did Gu Jingze know? They had no way of knowing, they only felt a chill down their backs. However, this was just a small warning, so many families were still unscrupulous, thinking that it was just a small trick. Did they think that this could scare them away? However, at this time, something happened on Yun Qi's side. The president of Country M suddenly summoned Yun Qi to the office of the president. The president of Country M was also a president who had just been in office for 3 years. Usually, when facing Yun Qi, he would call him General Yun and General Yun very respectfully, but this time, he seemed very serious. Looking at Yun Qi, he said directly, "Yun Lai, take a look at this document. Is what it says true?" Yun Qi took the document and looked at it. It showed that it turned out to be information about the Yun family's sale of arms in Country A. The bills and information about the arms were clearly written, and every number was almost accurate. "Mr. President. This is someone trying to sow discord between us," the president said directly. "Bypassing the office of the president and directly selling arms, this is treason. Mr. President, listen to me, this is definitely hearsay. But Country A has already admitted this news. I just spoke to the president of Country A on the phone and said that I already know about this. He said that in the future, he will buy arms through the office of the president. In the past, he did not know that you did not inform the office of the president of Country A that you were selling arms." Yun Qi knew that this was someone who knew the news and informed Country M. And who this person was, it went without saying, he was just surprised that Gu Jingze knew about it. Could it be that the Gu family had such a powerful information network to be able to know so many secrets? Yun Qi could not help but feel a chill in his heart, and his complexion was very bad as he walked back. After walking for a short while, he saw someone blocking the road in front of him. Yun Qi's expression changed. "Who the hell is in front of us?" Butler Yun came downstairs and said, "Master, it seems to be Gu Jingze." Yun Qi was stunned and looked outside with a dignified expression. Then, he almost got out of the car. Thinking that he was an elder, he quickly sat back down and said to the housekeeper, "Go and ask what's going on." Soon, Gu Jingze and his men arrived. Yun Qi watched Gu Jingze walk over slowly. There was only a security guard following behind him, but the momentum of each step he took was as if there were thousands of troops behind him. It was so domineering that Yun Qi could not help but tremble in his heart. He wondered what Gu Jingze had arranged for him to be so well planned. He was not afraid of anything and came so leisurely. Gu Jingze walked over and said directly to the car, "Elder Yun, I came to Country M on vacation. I know that Elder Yun is free today, so I came to visit Elder Yun." "Visit?" Oh, this is called a visit. Yun-chi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked outside and said, "Nephew Gu, long time no see. This is the first time I've heard of such a way of visiting." Gu Jingzi said, "This is also the first time I've visited an elder like this. Most of the time, I will go to his home to visit, but Elder Yun is busy after all. From time to time, he has to prepare for a party and secretly have a meal with someone. I'm worried that I'll be empty-handed if I go there, so it's better to visit here directly." Yun-chi's heart sank. Looking at Gu Jingzi outside, he increasingly felt that this young man was so unfathomable, as if nothing could be hidden from him. Time stood still for a moment. He slowly got out of the car and looked at Gu Jingzi. "Nephew, I have been friends with the Gu family for many years. Why do we have to make things like this? Your grandfather is doing well in Country C. I haven't seen him for many years, and I actually miss him very much. Back then, we also worked hard together, but later, I said that Country C should let him do as he pleases. I don't have much ambition, so I came to Country M to be a landlord. It's fine as long as I'm old and take care of him." Gu Jingzi looked at Yun-chi. "Elder Yun, there is nothing that can't be said between our two families. However, if you have a problem with me, you should say it to me face to face. I came to Country M originally had nothing to do with the Yun family, but Han Chenjen secretly did something to me. I came to give him a warning, but you actually organized them to deal with me. This makes this junior feel a little bitterly disappointed." Yun-chi hurriedly said, I didn't organize it. I was just tricked into going there." Gu Jingzi said, "Whether you organized it or not, you probably know better than me. Let's not beat around the bush. Back then, for what purpose did your eldest son, Yun Kwahai, hide the baby related to the Gu family for so many years? I haven't come to ask you about this until now. Why don't you help me solve my doubts today?" On the other side, the butler looked at Gu Jingzi's aggressive manner and felt even more angry. "Gu Jingzi, what do you mean by this? Are you here to force me to abdicate? You're stopping my master on the road. That's too disrespectful. How can a junior act like this?" At this moment, Gu Jingzi directly swept a glance over, and the security guard beside him immediately fired a shot. The butler was shot in the leg and immediately knelt on the ground. Ah! Blood flowed down from his leg. Gu Jingzi looked at him and snorted, "I'm talking to your master. It's not your turn to bark." He cried out on the ground, and Yun-chi immediately became angry. "Gu Jingzi, you still have to look at the master before you hit the dog. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't forget, this is America, the territory of my Yun family. My Yun family has been in America for so many years, from the president to the commoners, no one has dared to disdain my Yun family. Even if you want to behave atrociously, you have to look at who I am. You've been in America for so many days, and you've never thought of visiting me. Now that you've come to my Yun family's territory, you still dare to be so disrespectful and question me. That's right, it was my Yun family who did it. Who told your grandfather, Gu Xianda, to not accumulate virtue and leave a child in the snow and ice? Moreover, you speak as if your Gu family is completely innocent. Which family doesn't have a hand in the future? Ha! Yun family's territory. Elder Yun, if the people of America and Mr. President heard your words, what would they think? Chapter 939. Yun-chi, dare to say this in front of anyone, because my Yun family has this confidence. Yun-chi naturally came out with a lot of people. At this time, he looked at Gu Jingzi and snorted, "In the end, you are still young and impetuous. If you dare to come here by yourself, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yun-chi directly waved his hand, and the people behind him quickly took out guns from the trunk of the car. When it came to weapons, the Yun family definitely did not lack them. At this time, they directly pointed their weapons at Gu Jingze, not the slightest hesitation. More than a dozen guns were pointed at him. Yun Qi sneered and looked at Gu Jingze. You are not as cautious as your grandfather, so you are not suitable to be the head of the Gu family. Gu Jingze said, yes, I am not cautious because I never do things without a plan. Yun Qi was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Jingze standing at the muzzle of a gun at this time. As long as he gave the order, Gu Jingze would immediately be shot into a hornet's nest. However, Gu Jingze still stood there with a calm face, as if nothing would happen. Such a proud look made people feel more and more uncertain in their hearts. At this time, Gu Jingze suddenly raised his hand. With a wave of his finger, countless people immediately rushed out from the surrounding bushes, holding guns in their hands and pointing at the position in the middle. The wall of people surrounding the city was many times that of the people inside. Yun Qi and the housekeeper who was still wailing on the ground felt a chill in their hearts. Yun Qi's body swayed a few times, almost retreating. You. He looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled. We can try to see who will be the first to turn into a hornet's nest. However, at this time, from inside, suddenly, a figure in a suit appeared again. Yun Qi narrowed his eyes. At first, he was puzzled. Looking at the figure becoming more and more obvious, he was shocked to realize that the person who came was the Mr. President of M country he had just met. Mr. President, he walked over, looked at Yun Qi, and then looked at the people behind Yun Qi. Do you know what kind of behavior you are pointing at a president like this? That was really a big crime. The people of the Yun family hurriedly put down the guns in their hands. The president looked at Yun Qi. What did you just say? When did you, Yun Qi, become the master of M country? Don't tell me you are like this in front of me, but in private, you are like a different person. You swore to me that your Yun family was extremely loyal to the M nation, but in private, you wanted to be a local lord and collect money. I didn't. Yun Qi didn't know what to say. Not only was he surrounded, but he was also facing the president. It was impossible for him to shoot back. The president said, from today onwards, the Yun family can't touch any of the projects. You should give up on the business as soon as possible. All of the Yun family's rights will be taken back. If you want to be a local lord, you should focus on your own business. Don't touch this kind of business anymore. What, you don't want to? How would the Yun family dare to do so? Yun Qi could only say, yes. I understand, Mr. President, my Yun family will definitely think about it in the future. Today, I was rude, confused. He looked at Gu Jingze, who was at the side. For a moment, he felt that when he cooperated with Gu Jingze and pushed him to the position of the Gu family's master, he originally wanted to let that old guy Gu Xiande step down. He felt that with Gu Xiande gone, the threat of the Gu family might be reduced a lot. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiande was an old fox, and he was a little fox. He said, okay, I admit defeat this time. From now on, I won't care about the Gu family's matters. Gu Jingze looked at him, but his gaze fell on the housekeeper on the ground. The housekeeper suddenly felt his body tremble. He raised his head to look at Yun Qi. Seeing that Yun Qi didn't seem to recognize him, he suddenly understood that the Yun family's power was gone. He endured the pain and knelt in front of Gu Jingze. Mr. Gu, President Gu, Master Gu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked my master. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. He didn't expect that Gu Jingze would actually dare to go against the Yun family. He didn't care about his reputation, and he wasn't afraid of starting a war. My life is worthless. I won't waste your gun. Please let me go this time, Gu Jingze snorted. That's right. You almost made a big mistake and caused the Gu family to go to war with the Yun family. I also don't know how someone like you could become the Yun family's housekeeper. Yun Qi looked down at this useless person. He gritted his teeth angrily and immediately ordered his men to pick up the gun. This person instigated the Yun family. It's a serious crime. Kill him. Ah. Master, master. The housekeeper was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly came to beg for mercy. Gu Jingzi said, forget it. This kind of person is really not suitable to waste any more guns. He will be handed over to the Yun family to deal with. I still have something to deal with Mr. President, so I'll leave first. Yun Qi said, okay. You guys are busy. I'll go back to tidy up the family business. I don't have time to help anymore for the time being. Yun Qi watched as Gu Jingzi's men retreated and followed the president to the direction of the presidential palace. He stood there and finally understood. Gu Jingzi had long joined forces with the M country. The M country probably wanted to completely reclaim their rights, but they had no one to help them. Now that they were used by Gu Jingzi, they joined forces. And the president deliberately called Yun Qi to the presidential palace in order to let him go out. After going out, before entering the presidential palace, he would have to hand over all his weapons to avoid posing a threat to the president. In the process, the people in the presidential palace knew the number of weapons and told Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi was prepared to directly block the way and make him say words of treason, so that the president would have something to use against him. Sigh, as expected, he still lost. The Yun family's rights were taken back, and the whole M country was shaken. And the people at the party were even more anxious at once. Han Qingzhen saw the news in his room and was silent for a long time. Good, Gu Jingzi is amazing. If that's the case, he thought, it seems that in order to be able to keep this secret, he can only do some extreme things. Let people watch the news of Gu Jingzi's departure. Once he enters the airport, I'll make him turn into ashes. He said. Then, sir, if we do this, the Gu family will definitely not let us off. Even the M country's president will not let us off. Pack your things, we're preparing to leave the M country. Sir. Everyone looked at Han Qingzhen in surprise. Han Qingzhen closed his eyes. Zichen's secret must be kept. I won't allow her to return to her past life. I promised her that I would make her happy for the rest of her life. Qingzhen, what secret do I have? At this moment, a voice at the door shocked everyone. Han Qingzhen turned around. Zichen, oh. Chapter 940. Fang Zichen walked in. Madam, who had never appeared before, suddenly came in. The few of them saw Han Qingzhen's expression and quickly left. Fang Zichen looked at Han Qingzhen. Although she had been living like an ignorant person, she was not really ignorant. It was just that Han Qingzhen did not want her to care about the secular world, so she had never cared about it. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Han Qingzhen's collar. She looked at him from a close distance. Qingzhen, what happened? Nothing happened, that's impossible. These few days, everyone in Country M looks like they are in danger. When I go out and see other madams, they avoid me. Although I'm silly and naive, I'm not stupid. You just said that our family is leaving Country M. Why? What happened that forced us to leave this place? Is it related to Gu Jingzi and Lin Che? How long are you going to hide it from me? Fang Zichen, who had never been agitated before, suddenly became agitated. He quickly caressed her body. Don't be agitated, Zichen. You're not in good health. Don't be agitated. If you don't want me to think too much, just tell me. Otherwise, I've been suffering from insomnia for the past few days. I've been pretending to be asleep. Actually, I haven't had a good rest for the past few days. I've been in a daze. I want to know if there's anything between me and Lin Che. Why did so many things happen in our family after he appeared? I want to know what you're afraid of. I want to know what you're hiding from me. I feel that if this goes on, I might really die. Don't say that, Zichen. Fong Zichen said. Her head felt heavy and her body swayed. She held her forehead with one hand and looked very dizzy. Zichen, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have caused your health to be in such a bad state. Fong Zichen looked at the anxious Han Qingzhen weakly. Tell me, what exactly happened? I'm sorry, Zichen. But everything I did was for your own good. I wanted you to leave your past life, so I lied to you. Actually, you didn't lose your memory. What? Fong Zichen was stunned. Han Qingzhen looked at her. You were hypnotized and forgot everything in the past. Fong Zichen was even more shocked. At that moment, someone outside suddenly screamed, Sir, bad news. Gu Jingze is here. He says he's here to visit. Han Qingzhen looked at Fong Zichen in his arms with hatred in his eyes. Visit? He just wiped out the Bai clan and now he's here to pay a visit. No, he didn't believe it. Han Qingzhen said, he came here to look for trouble. Fine, I'll die with him. Qingzhen. Fong Zichen grabbed Han Qingzhen weakly. Don't go. Han Qingzhen's heart softened. He looked down at Fong Zichen and hesitated. At this moment, the people outside shouted, Sir, bad news. Gu Jingze has come in. We can't stop him. At this time, Gu Jingze walked in. He squinted his eyes and looked inside. There was a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. People who saw him subconsciously stepped back and didn't dare to approach him. Han Qingzhen stood up and looked at Gu Jingze. What do you want? This is my home. Gu Jingze said, Han Qingzhen, should I call you Han Qingzhen or Ji Qianqing? Han Qingzhen's face changed. Gu Jingze snorted and said, I checked a lot of information about your past to find out what kind of connection you have with Country C and whether you have been to Country C, but I found that you have never set foot in Country C, but I don't believe it, so I asked someone to look through all the possibilities and found that there was a pursuer named Ji Qianqing beside Lin Che's mother, Su Xian. After Su Tsin's death, Ji Qianqing also disappeared completely. There was no death record or exit record. He completely disappeared into the sea of people. It's impossible for a person to disappear into thin air, right? Because you are Ji Qianqing. You took Su Tsin and all your information away. You erased Su Tsin's identity in the same way as you. You found other people's information in Country M in advance and put your information on their heads. From then on, you became Han Qingzhen and Fong Zichen. Am I right? Han Qingzhen's face was gloomy. He stood there as if he had turned into a stone statue, so stiff. As for Fong Zichen, her face was even paler, as if she still couldn't believe it. She was so shocked that she couldn't accept it. Han Qingzhen said, All right, Gu Jingze, since you know, then, even if I have to die with you, I will definitely not let anyone know about this. Han Qingzhen immediately pounced on her. However, at this moment, the person behind him flopped. Han Qingzhen and Gu Jingze turned around at the same time and saw that Fong Zichen had completely fallen to the ground, unconscious. Zichen, Han Qingzhen ran over like a madman and picked Fong Zichen up. He carried her and wanted to run out like a madman. Gu Jingze stopped him. I'll bring the helicopter with me. Follow me. Han Qingzhen paused, but when he looked at the unconscious Fang Zichen, he chose to compromise with Gu Jingze in the end. This was life. If he insisted on changing his name, he would be punished by God. Stolen happiness would not last long. He should have known. That day, Gu Jingze took Fang Zichen to the hospital in the helicopter, and Han Chenzhen followed them. After that, the situation in Country M changed rapidly with Gu Jingze's arrival. The Yun family suffered a heavy blow and lost their top position. The president regained power and regained his military power. The Han family suddenly stopped caring about worldly affairs. Many rich people saw that Gu Jingze had turned the world upside down in just a few days. They finally understood that the Gu family was not to be trifled with, so they no longer dared to do anything to them. Those who had attended the secret meeting together stopped contacting each other and went off to earn their own money. However, a little bit of news from Gu Jingze could still cause an uproar here. I heard that Gu Jingze booked the whole hospital for Mrs. Han. What happened to him? Did he bury the hatchet with the Han family? Mrs. Han's illness doesn't seem to be easy to treat. They are still discussing going to see country for treatment. I didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so powerful. He quietly cleaned up Country M first. The people who had previously wanted to drive Gu Jingze out of Country M's side. They were too naive at that time. Not only did they not drive him away, but Gu Jingze also became a legend in Country M. It only took him a few days to destroy the Yun family and change the situation in Country M. Chapter 941. In the hospital. Gu Jingze had indeed locked down the entire hospital. On the outside, when Lin Che arrived, he had also entered through a special passageway. Seeing Gu Jingze coming out, she hurried over and asked, "How is it?" "She's still receiving treatment, but because it's too deep, I've already informed Xin Yuqing to wait in the country. We'll be transferred to him." Lin Che said in surprise, "Then she's really me." When Gu Jingze told her over the phone, she felt that it was completely unbelievable. Why was it like this? Didn't she die when she was 10 years old? Why didn't she die? Why was she taken away instead? Gu Jingze pulled her into his arms and comforted her while looking ahead. The world was so unbelievable, but everything could be traced. If it wasn't for Han Qing'en's desire for revenge, they wouldn't have found this out. So, all the coincidences were actually just caused by desire. Gu Jingze said, "The truth will be revealed soon. Right now, we're just guessing based on some clues. But if Fang Zixia's illness can really be cured, then maybe we'll know what happened back then." Lin Che shook his head. "I just feel that it's unbelievable." "Fool, do you want her to be, or not?" Lin Che thought for a moment. "Of course I hope she is. I've never had any relatives." Gu Jingze said, "So we should be happy." Lin Che nodded. "That's right, they should be happy." Gu Jingze touched her cheek. "Let's go." The two looked inside from the outside. Lin Che didn't go in. It was actually meaningless to go in now. Fang Zichen didn't know who she was at all. She had been hypnotized for too long. Gu Jingze said, Han Chenzhen said that he found a hypnotist to hypnotize her. In order to have a good effect, he gave her hallucinogens. Since then, the effect has been very good, but she gets dizzy easily. It's probably the result of hypnosis and drugs. If we want to awaken her memory now, we can only wake her up by hypnosis, so I asked Xin Yuqing for help. Lin Che asked, "Does Xin Yuqing know how to wake up such a person?" Gu Jingze said, "Of course he knows. After all, he's an expert in psychology. Hypnosis, in general, uses some things from psychology." "Alright, when are we going back?" "The plane is ready. Once the two of them are ready, we can leave." Inside, Han Qingzhen held Fang Zichen's hand tightly. Zichen, I'm sorry. Fang Zichen shook her head and looked at him. If everything is true, tell me, why did you do this? Han Qingzhen said, I've liked you for a long time, but you've always loved someone else. I watched you indulge yourself in pain and I had no choice. I asked you to leave with me, but you didn't want to. You said that even if you died, you wanted to die in Country C. You wanted your child to grow up in Country C. So, I could only think of other ways to take you away. I just wanted to give you the best life. I swore to you back then that I would make you happy for the rest of your life. She shook her head. No, I'm not happy. I know you're good to me, but I feel like I've lost something. Thank you, Han Qingzhen nodded. Go ahead. Let me get my memories back. Tears streamed down Han Qingzhen's face. All right. If you want, I'll bring you back to Country C and bring you back your memories. That day, Han Qingzhen finally agreed to bring Fang Zichen back. Lin Che and Gu Jingze followed them on the plane and returned to Country C. Meanwhile, in Country C, Chen Yuqing's hospital had already prepared everything. He watched as the people brought Fang Zichen and Han Qingzhen inside and said helplessly, You've really made my place more dangerous. A black shadow is still lingering here and refuses to leave. Now another one is coming. With so many rich people here, if I'm targeted, it'll be very dangerous. Gu Jingze looked at him. Don't you think it's very valuable for research? You probably haven't seen anyone who is so deeply hypnotized, right? That's true. But the deeper the hypnosis, the harder it is to undo it. You'd better ask someone she's familiar with to come over and help her recover her memories. Gu Jingze thought that if it was someone like that, it would be better to ask everyone she knew in the past to come over. So he sent Lin Che back to the Gu family and let Lin Che stay with Nian Nian first so that Lin Che could calm down. Gu Jingze then sent someone to look for Lin Yukai. When Lin Yukai heard that Gu Jingze had asked him to go over, he was so scared that he immediately agreed. He felt that he had been well behaved for the past few years and had not done anything. He didn't know if Gu Jingze was going to do something to him now that he had become the master of the family and had more power. Hence, he was scared when he agreed. Gu Jingze also sent someone to tell Lu Qinyu that he needed his help. Since Lu Qinyu was old and in poor health, Gu Jingze told him to calm down first, but he didn't tell him what it was exactly. Lin Yukai was the first to arrive. When he came in and saw Gu Jingze at the door, surrounded by the Gu family members, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He walked over step by step and said, President Gu, you called me here. Is there something wrong with Lin Che? I've been staying at home after retiring recently, but I haven't done anything. No matter what happened to Lin Che, it has nothing to do with me. Gu Jingze said, There's someone you know inside. Go in and take a look. Ha! Lin Yukai was even more surprised, but he still walked in and looked at him suspiciously. He was afraid that there was something fishy going on, so he didn't dare to be too relaxed. However, when he entered, he saw the person sitting on the bed. Ah! Ghost! It's a ghost, Lin Yukai immediately screamed. Inside, Han Qingzhen was sitting there and Fang Zichen was leaning on the bed. When she saw the man, she frowned. Han Qingzhen immediately looked at him coldly. Lin Yukai was so scared by his threatening gaze that he immediately became expressionless. Gu Jingze followed behind and looked at Fang Zichen. Do you know him? Fang Zichen shook her head. No. Even the voice was the same. Lin Yukai immediately thought of the peerless beauty, Su Xian. But wasn't she, not dead? He had seen her cremation with his own eyes. Gu Jingze said, He is your daughter's father. Of course, Fang Zichen was even more surprised. Meanwhile, Lin Yukai was so scared that his face turned pale. He asked, Is she really Suitsun? However, Lin Yukai couldn't associate the woman in front of him with the Suitsun in the past, because the woman in front of him was full of nobility. She looked young, charming and elegant. She didn't look like an ordinary woman. Chapter 942. How could the past Suitsun compare to him? Han Chen-jen snorted. Forget it. He's not worthy of Su Xian. He's just a man Suitsun relied on. You. Who do you think you are? Lin Yotsai's face turned red and he was furious. Han Chen-jen said, Who do you think you are? How dare you treat Suitsun like that and let her suffer in your house? Lin Yukai was shocked by his cold and angry voice. Lin Yukai quickly hid behind and asked Gu Jingze, Who is this? Han Chen-jen said, I'm her current husband. Lin Yukai was shocked. He wanted to say that Suitsun was not dead and had found a second-hand man. However, he saw that Han Chen-jen was not only dressed in famous brands, but also had a small gun at his waist. Gu Jingze said, This is a wealthy businessman from Country M, Mr. Han Chen-jen. Ah. Wealthy businessman, Lin Yukai was even more shocked. Suitsun was still alive and had found a husband. He was a big businessman from Country M. This made Lin Yukai feel like it was a fantasy. How could such ordinary people be so noble now? He really regretted it. Why was he so unlucky to meet such a person? Just then, someone came in and said, Sir, Elder Lu is here. Hearing the two words, Elder Lu, Han Qing'an's expression became even uglier. His painful and uncomfortable look was touching. However, Gu Jingze looked at him and waved his hand to call Lu Qinyu in. When Lu Qinyu walked in, Lin Yukai had already shrunk to the side. How could he behave atrociously in front of these big shots? However, when Lu Qinyu came in, he did not even look at him. He looked at the woman sitting on the bed in a daze. Then, a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Suitsun, his voice trembled as he walked over. However, a person stood in front of him coldly. Lu Qinyu, don't even think about touching Suitsun again. Lu Qinyu then looked at Han Chen-jen. The man was stunned. Then, he asked doubtfully, Ji Qianqing. At that time, he and Suitsun were both his students. He still remembered. You, Han Chen-jen snorted. You didn't expect this, did you, Mr. Lu? Did you think that everyone who knew about your past was dead? But no, I'm still alive, and Suitsun is still alive. You lied to Suitsun's feelings back then, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Lu Qinyu looked at Suitsun in surprise. So, it's really Suitsun. Is it really you? Fang Ziqin looked at him strangely. I know you, right? Lu Qinyu was stunned. On the other side, Lin Yukai was shocked. What? These people were actually related to Suitsun? He remembered that when he first met Suitsun, she was a down-and-out woman who had no home to return to. After he brought her back, he had never looked her in the eye, even though she was beautiful. Unfortunately, the tigress at home was too strict, and he understood that there were many women out there. However, he still had to rely on his wife, Han Kaiying, to fight for power, so he could only let her be a decoration. Moreover, at that time, she didn't seem eye-catching at all. How could he have imagined that Suitsun was actually someone important? Even if he regretted it now, it was too late. Chen Yuqing had been watching from the back the whole time. At this moment, he stood up and looked at the two of them. Alright, everyone, I want to say that everyone stand properly now. I'm helping Mrs. Han recover her memory. Now, I hope that you can be quiet and let me do it. Everyone stopped and stared at him. He walked over, picked up a coin, and said to Han Chen, I'll do it. You don't have to worry about me. Tell me how you made Suitsun become Fang Zichen back then. Tell me all the details. Han Chen smiled bitterly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been able to hide it any longer. But he should be satisfied. All these years, he could just take it as his stolen happiness. Back then, when Suitsun was with this mediocre person, I didn't know either. I searched for her for a long time before I finally found her. At that time, she already had a child. I wanted her to leave with me, but she said that for the sake of the child, she would stay in Country C. I had no choice but to find someone to help me. First, I erased her memory. Then, I took her away and made a similar rubber dummy. I bribed the hospital and the funeral parlor. The funny thing was, Lin Yukai thought that she was dead, so he wouldn't go near her no matter what. He was afraid that touching her corpse would bring him bad luck. They also didn't let her daughter get close to her, so that my plan could be carried out perfectly. After her dummy was cremated, I immediately took her away from Country C. At that time, I had already found someone to forge our identities. When I woke up in Country M, I told her that her name was Fang Zichen, and that she was my wife. Because she had no memory, she only trusted me. So, after so many years, I've been living with her. Unfortunately, in order to make her hypnotize better, I gave her an overdose of drugs, so that I don't know if it's because of the effects of the drugs or the hypnosis, but her body hasn't been well. As soon as he finished speaking, the coin in Qin Yuqing's hand fell to the ground. Fang Zixia was stunned. Her eyes widened as she scanned the people in front of her. Suddenly, she seemed to have come to a sudden realization. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Qinyu, who was in front of her. Then, tears streamed down her cheeks. Teacher Lu, Su Cien, Lu Qinyu stumbled over to her. Suitsun was crying. She bit her lower lip and looked at him. Lu Qinyu couldn't take it anymore and hugged her. I'm sorry, Tsintsin. Han Qing'an's face was desolate. Looking at the two people hugging each other, he suddenly felt like he was an extra person. He walked out step by step, like a walking corpse. Unexpectedly, when he reached the outside, he saw Lin Che, who had rushed over. She looked at Han Chen and asked, My mom. How's my mom? Han Chen pointed inside and said, She's already remembered. Lin Che's eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly ran in. When he pushed the door open, he saw the two people hugging each other. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say when she looked inside. Until Suitsun raised her head and saw her. Lin Che. Xiao Che. Lin Che's eyes were filled with tears. When he heard her call Xiao Che, he couldn't help but shed hot tears. Mom. Is it really you? She ran over and threw herself into Suitsun's arms. She hugged Lin Che, and for a moment, she touched his back and cried along with him. Lu Qinyu looked at them from the side. He couldn't help but close his eyes and hold back his tears. Suitsun lifted her head and looked at Lu Qinyu. I really didn't expect that we would be able to meet again, under the same roof. I thought that you would never see each other again in this lifetime. Lin Che raised his head in surprise. Lu Qinyu also looked puzzled. Suitsun said, I want to stay in Country C even if I have to die to protect Lin Che, because one day, I hope that you can meet her. I hope that you can see her with your own eyes. Chapter 943. Lu Qinyu was stunned. What did that mean? Lu Qinyu's expression changed bit by bit as he looked at Su Xian. You mean, Su Tsun's eyes were misty with tears as she looked at him. After so many years of emotions, she finally revealed them to him. Lu Qinyu glanced at Lin Che. Lin Che was still in a daze. He had no idea what was going on. What were they talking about? What did that mean? But at this moment, Lu Qinyu was already walking towards Lin Che step by step. His steps were a little unsteady. It was obvious that he was very emotional. Su Tsun looked at him and nodded forcefully. Lu Qinyu became even more emotional. He looked at Lin Che with tears in his eyes. This is my daughter. Su Tsun said from behind, although I had already given up on you, Teacher Lu, I still couldn't bear to give up on Lin Che. Lin Che is your daughter and I hope that you can meet one day. This doesn't mean anything, but I hope that you know that you still have a daughter. Lu Qinyu was filled with remorse and slapped himself in the face. I'm sorry, Su Xian. I didn't know. Lu Qinyu knelt on the ground. He looked at Su Tsun with tears streaming down his face. Su Tsun hadn't expected this. She leaned back and said hurriedly, Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Lu Qinyu looked at Su Xian. I'm a jerk. I made you leave in anger. I made you leave with your daughter. Su Tsun thought about the past. Now, she was really emotional. She couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying. Lin Yukai listened. What did this mean, Lin Che? Lin Che was Lu Qinyu's daughter, not his. At the time, he remembered that he wanted to rape Su Tsun, but he got drunk and fell asleep with Su Tsun in his arms. Later, Su Tsun got pregnant, but she didn't say if it was his child. He thought it was his child, so he brought Su Tsun back. But he didn't expect that bitch Su Tsun to make him the scapegoat. Lin Yukai was really angry. But he stood there and didn't feel like he existed at all. Moreover, the other party was Lu Qinyu. What else could he say? Su Tsun looked at Lu Qinyu. At that time, I knew that someone was following me. I also knew that someone suspected that I was pregnant with your child. I had no choice but to say that Lin Che was Lin Youcai's child. Everyone believed me, and from then on, no one came looking for me. Lu Qinyu understood that at that time, someone had discovered his relationship with Su Tsun and wanted to make use of it, so Su Tsun was in danger. Lu Qinyu looked at Lin Che and said, I didn't expect. From the first time I saw you, I felt that you and Su Tsun were cut from the same mold. I really liked you. Now that I think about it, it's because you're my daughter. No matter what, I still like you. Lin Che looked at Su Tsun, dumbfounded, and shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Impossible, how could this be? Lin Che immediately ran out. He couldn't understand or accept it. Why did her life suddenly become so complicated? Hey, Lin Che. Su Tsun still wanted to come down. Lu Qinyu quickly pulled her back. Gu Jingze, who had been watching from outside, walked in calmly. Don't worry, I'll go and take a look. Lu Qinyu looked at Gu Jingze gratefully and nodded at him. Then, he said to Su Tsun, with Jingze around, Lin Che will get better, really. Su Tsun looked at him worriedly, but she still nodded. She knew that it was a little strange for Lin Che to suddenly accept this matter. Outside. When Gu Jingze went out, he saw that the place was tightly surrounded by people outside. Because He Ying and Han Qingzhen were both here, the place was really tightly sealed. Lin Che didn't have anywhere else to go. He just stood there and looked at the sky, taking deep breaths. His heart was extremely stifled. Just then, Gu Jingze followed behind him. He looked at Lin Che, paused for a moment, and then slowly walked over. Lin Che. Lin Che said, how is that possible? I'm Elder Luz. Gu Jingze walked over and hugged Lin Che. Silly, no matter whose child you are, you're Lin Che. You're my wife. No matter what your surname is, you're you, right? Lin Che raised his head and said, really? Of course, Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, we can't interfere in the affairs of the older generation. We can only watch them play around. Why don't we just ignore it? Look, my father suddenly got me an illegitimate son. What can I do? If I really get into a dead end, we won't be happy. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Just then, He Ying's voice came from behind. Who's an illegitimate son? Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered to look at him. Lin Che turned around and saw that He Ying was full of energy. He looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che and said, what's going on? I haven't seen you for a few days and you brought someone here again. This place was originally surrounded like an iron wall, and now there are so many people here. There's not enough air, okay? Lin Che said, all right, are your injuries completely healed? You still have time to talk nonsense here. He Ying said, of course. Just then, he saw Gu Jingze's father, Gu Qigong, walking over step by step from behind. This time, He Ying's expression changed as well. He had just been watching the show, but now he had become a part of the show. His face couldn't help but darken as he turned around to leave. Jingyan, wait up, Gu Qigong said as he quickened his steps. Gu Jingze said, Father, it's a mess here now. Don't come and add to the mess, okay? Gu Qigong said, I saw Lu Qinyu here, so I came over to see what happened. There are so many people here. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and told Gu Qigong about what had happened. Gu Qigong looked at Lin Che in shock and said, what? You're Lu Qinyu's daughter. Lin Che said, I don't know either. Maybe I am. But I only want to be Lin Che now. No matter whose daughter I am, I'll always be myself. Gu Qigong, on the other hand, looked furious. His face looked like it was about to burst into flames. Damned Lu Qinyu. How many more people does he want to harm? How many more vile creatures does he want to create? Gu Jingze looked at Gu Qigong and his eyes moved. You know something about Elder Lu's past? Gu Qigong snorted coldly. I don't just know. Back then, I was good friends with him. Don't you know that we practically grew up together? Chapter 944. As Gu Qigong spoke, he saw that Lu Qinyu had already come out. Behind him was a frail-looking Su Xian. Gu Qigong looked at Lu Qinyu and said, since you're here, let's make things clear. Lu Qinyu said, why are you here? Gu Qigong said, I just found out that Lin Che is actually your daughter. Qinyu, I told you a long time ago that you have to be able to control yourself. But look at what you've done. Lu Qinyu's face was full of regret. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Lin Che, when I was young, I made many mistakes. I know that I'm old now. When I think about it, I regret it. But I realized it too late. Gu Qigong harumphed and said, all right, stop pretending. Since you're here and I'm here, why don't we reveal the truth today? I've helped you keep the secret for so many years. It's time to let everyone know. Everyone was indeed a little surprised. They looked at Gu Qigong, not knowing what he was going to say. However, they seemed to see something in his eyes that had always puzzled them. Today, the truth might be revealed. He looked at Lu Qinyu and said, do you still remember how you changed girlfriends in school and asked me to clean up after you whenever you had a problem? I thought that you were young and immature. Later on, do you still remember that when you just got married, you had an illegitimate child outside? You didn't dare to keep it and could only beg me for help. I promised you that I would hide the child well. You also said that that was your last time. But you were still found out in the end and you got a divorce. After the divorce, I thought that you would understand and stop doing it, but you actually got together with your student again. Gu Qigong turned around and said, it was Su Xian. When he was with Sutsun, I was watching from the side. Sutsun, do you still remember me? Sutsun looked at him and nodded. She said, I know. Gu Qigong said, do you still remember how you left him and how you despaired him? Tears welled up in Sutsun's eyes, but she smiled and said, it's all in the past. I was being stubborn back then. Gu Qigong said to the juniors. Sutsun realized that she wasn't the first person to have feelings for him. Sutsun heard me talking to Qinyu about the illegitimate child, so she knew that he had an affair in his marriage and had an illegitimate child. She left in a fit of anger. As everyone listened, the past seemed to become clearer and clearer all of a sudden. So that's how it all happened. In other words, Gu Qigong had never betrayed Mu Wanqing. That illegitimate child was not from the Gu family. Yes, it was Gu Qigong who had helped Lu Qinyu block the disaster. Gu Qigong turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, father couldn't tell you because I promised your uncle Lu that I would keep it a secret for him, so I didn't tell you. He then looked at the Black Hawk. Jingyan, but no matter what, I promised to protect you, but I let someone throw you into the snow. Nice. It's also my dereliction of duty. It's my fault that you've suffered so much in your life. I really blame myself. Behind him, a few people were also extremely shocked by what Gu Qigong had said. Lu Qinyu looked at the Black Hawk. He is, Gu Qigong turned around. He's your son. Qinyu, this is retribution. He found us himself for nothing else but revenge. Isn't this retribution? Lu Qinyu was really shocked. He looked at Lin Che and the Black Hawk. This was his daughter, and this was his son. He didn't expect to see them on this day, but he couldn't bear it for a moment. He leaned there and his entire body slid down. Elder Lu, what's wrong? Lu Qinyu fell to the ground, his eyes still looking at Gu Qigong. It's my fault, Gu Qigong shook his head helplessly. Since you've done wrong in the past, you can still find a chance to make up for it while you're still alive. It's not a bad thing. Lu Qinyu was extremely ashamed. He hung his head weakly. Fortunately, they were in the hospital. Very soon, he was carried onto a stretcher. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and then at the Black Hawk. Lin Che was also looking at the Black Hawk. Didn't that mean that they had wronged Gu Qigong? Gu Qigong was an extremely good person. He had been wronged for so many years, but he had never revealed his secret. He had kept his promise until the day when the truth had to be revealed. The Black Hawk wasn't a child of the Gu family. He wasn't an illegitimate child of the Gu family. He was an illegitimate child of the Lu family. Lin Che wasn't a child of the Lin family. He was an illegitimate child of the Lu family. In that case, not only did the Black Hawk not become Gu Jingze's elder brother, he became Lin Che's elder brother instead. Lin Che actually rejected it in his heart. No way, Lin Che is my younger sister. The Black Hawk pointed at Lin Che in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Che shook her head. Oh my God, compared to having a father with the surname Lu, she felt that having a brother named Haiying was something that she couldn't accept. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Black Hawk. His expression was complicated. After some time, he looked away. The next day, Gu Jingze let the Black Hawk out. Elder Lu was hospitalized and Sutsun took care of him for 2 days. Lin Che was Elder Lu's child. That meant that she had become Lu Beichen and the Black Hawk's younger sister. When Lu Beichen heard the news, he rushed to the hospital. He looked at Lin Che in disbelief. "No way, you're my younger sister." Lin Che felt awkward. She didn't know what to say. All she could do was crack a smile. Gu Jingze watched from the side. "All right, what are you so excited about?" Liu Beichen chuckled. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Now we have to calculate the seniority. She's my younger sister, so you're my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, call me big brother first." Gu Jingze's face darkened. Behind them, Gu Jingyan came in. When she heard this, she said, "Hey, what about me?" Yes, if he counted from Gu Jingyan, then Gu Jingze would be the second brother. Liu Beichen said, "Ha, I'll count from where I say." Gu Jingze raised an eyebrow. "All right, then you'll consider her as your younger sister. Give her half of the Liu family's assets and I'll call you big brother." "You, ruthless." This Gu Jingze was ruthless. After killing him, Liu Beichen didn't dwell on the issue anymore. He looked up and said, "I thought the Black Hawk was locked up here. Where is he?" "He left," Gu Jingze said. "Ha! You let him go." It was useless for Gu Jingze to keep Black Hawk. Now he knew that Black Hawk was Lin Che's older brother. If Black Hawk was his older brother, he would let it go. However, Black Hawk was Lin Che's older brother. For Lin Che's sake, he would let Black Hawk go. Chapter 945. Heiying knew that he had misunderstood Gu Qigong for so many years, but Gu Qigong didn't think much of it. He was very calm and felt that he was at fault. It was his negligence that caused him to become Heiying, causing Gu Xiande to abandon him. He had almost caused Heiying's death, but Heiying was lucky enough to come back to life. That day, Heiying called Gu Jingze and said, "I'm leaving." Gu Jingze said, "Take care. I won't see you out. I'm still at the headquarters. You can look for me if you need anything." "There's nothing to look for now." "Ha, as your big brother, you have to look for me if you need anything," Heiying said. Gu Jingze said indifferently, "You're not my big brother. Don't get me wrong. But I'm Lin Che's big brother. Isn't that your big brother too?" "Okay, I'm hanging up. Contact me if you need anything. I'll go see Lin Che after a few days of rest." Lin Che rubbed his hair and came out. "Who called?" "Your big brother." Lin Che was speechless. "Which big brother?" Gu Jingze threw down his phone. "The difficult one." "Oh, you mean Heiying." Lin Che sat down, still feeling a little strange. Suddenly, she had parents and a big brother, and two at once. She sighed, feeling that life had suddenly become very complicated. She fell onto the bed and said, "Why do I feel like I've lived all these years in vain? Only now do I know who I am and who my parents are." Gu Jingze tidied up her hair. "Don't lie down like this. You'll get a headache." He supported her and gently picked up a towel to dry her hair. Lin Che said, "Aw, it's so comfortable. Blow it for me, okay?" Gu Jingze said, "Do you think I'm a servant?" "A hairdresser, not a servant." Why did it sound so strange? Lin Che raised his long legs. "Husbands have to serve their wives, and it's an all-purpose service. Go, there's a hairdryer in the bathroom." She kicked Gu Jingze's leg. Gu Jingze looked at the lazy woman speechlessly, but he was willing to serve her. Walking over and picking up the hairdryer, he said, "The hairdresser is here. Aren't you going to get up?" When Lin Che heard this, he almost choked on his saliva. She turned around and saw Gu Jingze walking towards her with a hairdryer. She laughed out loud and sat up straight, letting Gu Jingze blow dry her hair. Gu Jingze plugged in the electricity and picked up her long hair. With the hairdryer blowing, he looked at her. Is this temperature okay? Yes, yes. Lin Che sighed, feeling his slender fingers caressing it. Lin Che was extremely comfortable. Unexpectedly, he was quite talented in this aspect. He was self-taught. As he blew, he stretched her hair and gently massaged it. Gu Jingze said, "How is it? Is it comfortable?" "Nice, nice." "Well, as long as it's comfortable. Remember to come again next time." "Hee, I will definitely patronize you. In the future, when I come to your shop, I will order you." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who was addicted to being a boss. "Then, if you think I'm good, why don't you keep me?" Hearing this, Lin Che turned around and looked at him. Gu Jingze stood there and looked at her from above. Although he was wearing home clothes, he was still so tall and straight. His eyes were gentle with a stream of warmth like flowing water, making people feel like they were bathing in a river of love. Gu Jingze lowered his head and caressed her clothes. "How is it? Boss, you've seen me. Do you think I'm good enough to be a kept woman?" Of course, he was good enough. A hairdresser like this would probably be snatched away by a rich woman within half a day. And she would be snatched away. Lin Che said, "Whether you're good enough or not, depends on your skills." She raised her eyebrows suggestively. Gu Jingze's gaze shifted. He said, "Boss, do you want to test your skills before deciding whether to keep me or not?" "Hee, how are you going to test it?" "We'll test it however you want." As Gu Jingze spoke, he stretched out his hands from under her body and pushed her onto the bed. I'm just saying. You can't just come whenever you want. I always come whenever I want, get lost. How can there be a hairdresser like you? I'm done. No refunds. The next day, Lin Che received a call from Lu Qinyu just as he was about to wake up. He said, "Xiao Che, do you have time? Can I go and see you?" Lin Che still felt weird and wanted to reject him. "Xiao Che, I know I've done a lot of wrong things. I just wanted to tell you and explain to you what happened between us back then. I think you have the right to know." Lin Che sighed and said, "Okay, I'll go and see you." Okay. Come to the Lu residence. I'll get someone to pick you up." "No need, it's not like I don't know how to get to the Lu residence. I can also go and see Jingyan." "That's true. The Gu residence should have a driver. I'll wait for you here, Xiao Che." Lin Che had no choice but to go to the Lu residence. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw people coming out to welcome him. "Eldest Miss is here. Quick, come and welcome Eldest Mississippi." Lin Che wanted to say what kind of lineup was this. She was speechless when she saw a bunch of people standing on both sides to welcome her. Lin Che said, "You guys are," everyone bowed together. "Eldest Miss, welcome home." Lin Che said hurriedly, Hey. I'm not Eldest Mississippi. You must have made a mistake. Eldest Miss, we all know that you are our Eldest Mississippi. Eldest Miss, please come in. Old Master has been waiting inside for a long time." As he said this, a few people came to lead her in enthusiastically. Lin Che looked worried. He couldn't handle such enthusiasm. He walked in and saw that it was indeed bustling. It looked like it was decorated meticulously as if it was Christmas. Lin Che saw that Lu Qinyu was still leaning on his walking stick. It looked like he was in poor health. He hurried over when he saw Lin Che. "Xiao Che, come quickly." "Uncle Lu." Lu Qinyu was stunned and a little disappointed. However, he quickly smiled and said, "Xiao Che, I know you're still not used to it. You don't believe it and you can't accept it, but it doesn't matter. It's just a formality. The key is that I want to make it up to you in the future. I can't make up for the past, but I hope to be like a father and protect you in the future. Lin Che looked at him, not knowing how to respond. Lu Qinyu said, "Come. Treat this as your home and sit wherever you want." Chapter 946. Lin Che said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. I just can't accept it. You don't have to make it up to me. You don't know who I am or where I am. My past life has nothing to do with you. I don't feel that you're the one who caused my distress. This is my life to begin with and it has nothing to do with you. You don't have to make it up to me." Lu Qinyu said, "Sigh, you're such a good child. But the more you say that, the more ashamed I feel. You have a father like me. Really, I'm not worthy of a good daughter like you. I'm also glad that I didn't raise you myself. Otherwise, you'd have seen what my daughter is like. You didn't end up like her, not because you're my daughter, but because you're Su Tsun's daughter. She raised you well." He really felt very guilty. He lowered his head and sighed. Lin Che said, "Uncle Lu, don't say that." Lu Qinyu said, "I wanted to ask you to come because I wanted to explain to you that it's true that when I was young, I had a lot of romantic debts. Later on, I reflected on it, and it was because of my unstable personality. I made mistakes again and again, and in the end, I didn't regret it. But after the incident with your mother, I really changed. I loved your mother very much, but at that time, we were teacher and student. Not long after my divorce, there were rumors that your mother was the one who broke up our marriage, and she found out about what happened in the past, so she left in despair. Plus, the Lu family was in danger at that time, and there was constant internal strife. That's why she didn't tell me about her, nor did she tell me that she was pregnant. But I promise you that I loved her very much. You might not believe me, but after that, I never found another woman. I've been single until now." Lin Che was a little embarrassed. She looked at him and said, "There's no point in explaining all this to me. I know, but I want to tell you that your mother and I are the product of love. Your existence makes me feel really guilty, but I'm also very happy. I'm very happy to have you as my daughter." Lin Che blushed. He said, "No matter when you can accept it, this family's door will always be open for you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to not let him off. Even if it's Gu Jingze, he can't hurt you in the slightest. Otherwise, I'll be the first to not let him off." He passed a card to her. "This is the Lu family's access card." Lin Che hurriedly pushed him away. "Uncle Lu, I can't take it. It's all right, really. This will allow you to enter all of the Lu family's places and properties. Take it, and if you need it in the future, you can go to the Lu family's place with this. Naturally, someone will help you. Right now, the Gu family is in a mess, and I'm worried about your safety. In the past, I wasn't in the position to help you, but now, you're my daughter, so I'll help you no matter what." Lin Che really wanted to reject him. It felt weird to accept his gift. But Lu Qinyu insisted that she keep it. Lin Che could only look at him helplessly. "All right, I'll keep it for now. But I won't use it for no reason. Don't worry. Of course I believe you, little Che. You're such a good child, you're not a willful girl like her." The family had prepared a lot of delicious food for her. Lin Che ate a little and saw Lu Beichen returning. Lin Che had seen him after saying goodbye to Lu Qinyu. When he saw Lin Che, he walked over and sighed. "Hey, little sister, you're here." Lin Che said, "Don't. Why do you sound so weird?" Lu Beichen said, "What's wrong? Aren't you my little sister?" Lu Beichen said, don't blame me for your grudge against Dad. I don't know what he did back then. Could he not say it so intimately? She hadn't gotten used to it yet. Lu Beichen said to Lin Che as they walked, anyway, that's how our dad is. Don't care about him. I'm your brother after all. You can't accept him, but you can accept me, right? Look, I've always treated you well. Lin Che thought about it. Lu Beichen had treated her well. She just felt that the sudden change in their relationship was a little strange. He patted her head. That's it then. If you don't acknowledge me as your brother, I'll be really sad. Why would I? Alright, I'll take that as a yes. Let's go, I'll send you out. How could he be so forceful? Lu Beichen walked her out. Seeing that the Gu family's car was still outside, he didn't stop and only said to her, alright, you can go back with them. Also, he looked at her with a smile. I'm quite happy to have a sister like you. Although my father isn't good, at least you didn't inherit it from him. How could he say that about his own father? Lin Che said goodbye to him and went home. On the way back, she sighed incessantly. But just as she reached home, she saw the people from Black Eagle standing at the door. Damn, another group of people. Lin Che walked in and saw the helper running out. Madam, you're finally back. Mr. Mo has been waiting inside for a long time. We told him that you weren't here, but he refused to leave. We had no choice. Yes, Black Eagle was such a difficult person to deal with. And it was obvious that the helper was afraid of him. Who asked him to look so fierce? Lin Che walked in and saw that he really didn't treat himself as an outsider. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Seeing Lin Che come in, he stared at her. Actually, the two of them really didn't look like siblings. They didn't look the same at all. After all, they didn't share the same mother, and they miraculously inherited their mother's characteristics. He looked at Lin Che. You're back. Lin Che said, what are you doing here? Looking at you, he said. I don't think our relationship needs to change because of this. He said, are you still blaming me for kidnapping you in the past? Lin Che, at that time, I didn't know you were my sister, right? Besides, we didn't do anything to you, did we? No, it's not because of that. I just think it's too weird. Black Hawk stood up and looked at her. Don't worry, my feelings must be the most similar to yours. Actually, we're all the same. Because Lu Yanchen did something wrong, we took on a lot of responsibility for him. Don't you think so? You've never felt familial love since you were young. Actually, I'm the same. You've never felt like a brother or sister since you were young, and I'm the same. You've lived a tough life since you were young and suffered a lot, and so am I. So I understand how you feel. For a moment, I don't know how to treat my sister, but I feel that it's better for us to work hard and get used to it. Chapter 947. Lin Che looked at him. She knew that Lu Beichen was indeed different from her and Haiying. She and Haiying had never thought that they would become like this. Seeing Lin Che standing there with a sigh, he said, all right, I just wanted to come and see you. After all, I'm like you. It's my first time having a family, so I'm very curious. All right, I'm leaving. Lin Che smiled at him. He said, anyway, it's easy to acknowledge you. After all, I'm closer to you. As for that dad, that brother, Haiying shook his head and left. When Gu Jingzi came back, he saw that Lin Che was still in a daze. He walked over and said, what are you doing? Haiying was here just now. Yeah, I know. Then that's my problem, so I definitely won't let him go. But since he's your brother, I'll let him go no matter what. Ah. Why? Because you really need a family. It can't be helped. He's your relative. Which wife doesn't have a few terrible relatives? A husband can only tolerate it for the sake of his wife, right? Lin Che said, "You're so annoying." She said it as if she wanted it. But thinking about it, even though it was very vexing, it didn't feel too bad. It definitely wasn't as bad as before. She just felt that it was strange, but she didn't feel particularly upset or angry. Perhaps, she didn't really hate them from the bottom of her heart. After settling the issue of her family, Lin Che went back to filming. The filming was nearing its end. Nangong had already edited a lot of clips. But Nangong's movies had always been like this. They wouldn't show any clips in advance. They were very secretive. Everyone would only know what the movie was about at the end. Meanwhile, the third episode of the reality show was airing. The third episode was still very effective. Because everyone was more familiar with each other, they cooperated better and had more topics to talk about. Gradually, everyone's personalities became more distinct. People even specially gave them all kinds of representative nicknames. The viewership ratings were also much higher than other shows. The popularity of the show grew day by day. It surpassed Travel Together and became the #1 reality show. Now, when everyone went to the reality show's production team for a meeting to discuss the show, they all felt elated and had more confidence. It was no longer a new show that had been suppressed by Travel Together, but the #1 show that had replaced it. The industry had always been very practical. The company immediately changed them to a better and bigger conference room. The funds, advertisements, and publicity for the show were also piled up. There was never too little icing on the cake. With the help of all parties, the show became more and more popular. Several of the show's guests also sighed. They had followed the right show. Now, a few of the guests had also become even more popular. The big brothers of the hosting world, who were already past their prime, had now become A-list celebrities once again. There were fans everywhere waiting for them. As for the young male idols, who were still lacking a little, they had become even more powerful now. On the other hand, Lin Che didn't think much of it. She had a lot of topics to talk about, so she would attract more attention wherever she went. At this moment, more attention was being paid to him. When they arrived at the set of the show, there were people everywhere. It was a sea of people. In order to film a scene with a lot of fans for publicity, the production team did not let everyone use the special passageway. Hence, when they came out, it was really crowded. Everyone was pushed and shoved by the passionate fans. They wanted to take pictures and get autographs. There was no other way. Many security guards and police were deployed, but they finally managed to move the fans away. When Lin Che went out, she was extremely tired. Everyone sighed. It looked like being a celebrity also required stamina. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to squeeze out. Everyone smiled as they looked at Lin Che. We should learn from Lin Che. She has more experience in being popular and has seen more of these kinds of situations. Lin Che said, "Why are you all looking at me? Don't look at me like a cicada in winter. I'm already past my prime, all right. Come on, you're past your prime. Didn't you sweep the entertainment industry away when you returned? That's just a coincidence. Other than a reality show, I don't have any other shows. Didn't you guys see how the internet is commenting on me? They say that I don't even have a show and that I'm relying on a reality show to survive. That's because they're jealous. However, your movie should be airing soon, right?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, it's almost done. When the time comes, it'll definitely be very popular. Our show will help you promote it and earn big. Thank you for your kind words, thank you for your kind words." Lin Che chuckled. He also hoped that it would be a big hit. Who wouldn't want their own movie to be better? At this time, Lin Che's film company was also listed. After it was released, needless to say, there were still many things to do. On this day, she first met up with Shen Yuran and went to the first company meeting together. At the company meeting, Lin Che sat at the innermost seat. The company had just been established and they didn't need too many employees. One conference room was enough for everyone. Looking at these new faces, Lin Che said straightforwardly, "Let's cut to the chase. Anyway, the company has just been established and we still need everyone to take good care of it. I know that there are people outside who say that I'm probably just playing around and that artists who set up companies will most likely lose money. However, I think that even if I'm not smart enough, I still have you guys, right? You won't ruin the company if your IQ is lower than mine, right? We're all just starting out. The company's first step is also your first step. I hope that our first step can be more exciting and not lead us to destruction together. Anyway, we're here to earn money. Let's earn money together and let those people who are waiting for us to close down see how we earn money and make a name for ourselves, okay?" When everyone heard that, they were full of vigor. After the meeting, Shen Yuran said to Lin Che, "Wow, you're not bad. You're quite like that." Lin Che chuckled and said, "Gu Jingze helped me write it. I practiced for half a night last night." When Shen Yuran heard that, a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder. The Almighty is going to be very impressive. Lin Che said, "All right, let them work on the proposal for the next few days. We'll look for investors and get things going first. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of our vigor." Shen Yuran said, "We've already chosen some good scripts. You're experienced, so you can go back and see which ones are more suitable. Okay, when the time comes, we can develop our own artists together with our studio. It'll be so convenient. Hee, we're simply geniuses. Let's go." The two of them chatted as they walked back in high spirits. It was Shen Yuran's first time running a company, so it was very refreshing. Chapter 948. When Lin Che returned home, Gu Jingze said, "It's almost the Lunar New Year. You'll probably be very busy and have to go back to attend the banquet. Remember to rest well these few days." Lin Che said, "Okay. I'm just going to look at these scripts to see if there are any suitable ones." Gu Jingze said, "I'll help you look." He took it and looked at it. Lin Che snatched it back. "Forget it. You don't understand." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "You're starting to dislike me now." Lin Che said, "What's wrong? You have to admit that you're not omnipotent. You don't understand acting, and you don't understand scripts either." Gu Jingze glared at her and said, "Okay. You're getting better and better, so you're looking down on me more and more, right? Aha. I'm a boss and a big CEO now. We're on the same level, so you don't have much to offer." Gu Jingze said, "Then how can I solidify my position in your heart?" "Humph. If you serve me well every day and even bring me water, I can consider not falling out of favor with you." "Okay. Looks like I'll have to come up with a few new positions to make you feel fresh." Gu Jingze hugged her and shifted her body over to face him. He looked at her face and said, "Don't you think so? Get lost." The two of them were laughing when a helper barged in. Seeing them sitting so intimately, she quickly ran out with a red face. Gu Jingze frowned. The helpers this time are really unruly. Lin Che said good-naturedly, "I'm giving them a chance to train." Gu Jingze said, "I'm going to leave Country C and go to Country M. I have something to discuss with the president there." "Okay. Don't worry. I can take care of myself here." Okay. Anyway, I've already told Liu Beichin to look after you when I'm not around. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Why did you tell him? He's your brother after all. He's better than an outsider. Lin Che was really. Gu Jingze left the next day. Lin Che stayed here with Nian Nian. Nian Nian seemed to be busy with something these few days. She went out in the morning and came back at night. She couldn't be bothered with her and seemed to be ready to sleep the moment she came back. Lin Che thought about it. Previously, he was still suspicious of Black Hawk's identity. Now that it was confirmed that he was his brother, Yunyun was indeed related to Nian Nian by blood. He didn't know when Yunyun's identity would be exposed. At that time, he hoped that Nian Nian would understand what was going on and not be too sad. After Gu Jingze left, the servants only needed to take care of Lin Che. Lin Che read the script until late that night and woke up at 10 in the morning. By the time she came out, Nian Nian had already left. The chef had prepared breakfast for her and she only started eating. Sitting at the dining table, seeing that there was no one around, he felt a little lonely. It was really boring to eat alone. Lin Che said, "When did Gu Jingze leave?" The servant said, "Sir left at 6 in the morning." "So early," she mumbled and continued eating the fried dough sticks. The servant cleared away the breakfast and turned to say to the others, "How dare Madam say that she didn't even know that Sir woke up so early? I don't know how to be a wife. It's because Sir spoils her so much that she forgot how to be a wife. Let's see how she's going to act like a tyrant when Sir isn't around these few days." After the servants left, it was as if nothing had happened. In the middle of the night, Lin Che was hungry. She came out to look for food. When she saw the servant, she stopped her and said, "Is there anyone else in the kitchen? I'm so hungry. I want to eat something." "Ah, madam, there's no one in the kitchen." "Is that so? Okay." When Gu Jingze was around, the kitchen seemed to be occupied. Could it be that they knew that Gu Jingze wasn't around, so they got off work early? The servant said, "Madam, why don't I call the chef back? The chef should be around anyway, but he might be resting. Just wake him up." Lin Che said, "No need. That's too troublesome. I'll cook some instant noodles myself." She turned to look at the servant. Seeing that the servant didn't say anything, she left. She remembered that this was a newcomer. She felt that the servant's words had a hidden meaning, but she didn't say anything. She went to cook a bowl of noodles for herself. The next day, Lin Che was going to attend an event. He looked for clothes at home, but he couldn't find anything suitable. When he sat there looking for clothes, he asked the servant to help him carry things, but it was always a little late. Lin Che wanted to say that these servants were too unreasonable, but because he was too busy, he just left with a straight face and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the servants were secretly laughing. "Look at Madam, without Sir, she's just a soft eggplant." Of course. Doesn't she know that? She's nothing. Isn't it because Sir dotes on her? I heard that Sir used to have other girlfriends. She pushed them away and became his wife. Yes, yes. I've never seen such a lazy person. She needs Sir to wait on her every day. Moreover, Sir is too good to her. He gives in to her and dotes on her so much. What kind of person is our Sir? His looks, exactly. Seeing how intimate Sir is with her every day, I wonder if she has cast a spell on Sir. When everyone thought of how intimate Gu Jingze was with her, they couldn't help but blush. Yes. Sir is such a steady person. Don't you think it's weird that he's so intimate with her at home, regardless of where he is? They walked around like conjoined twins. Who in the house hadn't seen them being so intimate together? Lin Che came back at night. Because it was too late, there was still nothing to eat at home. She cooked a bowl of instant noodles for herself and didn't ask the servants again. However, she didn't expect Gu Jingze to come back at this time. The moment he entered the door, he smelled a familiar smell. As expected, he saw Lin Che eating. "Hey, Gu Jingze, why are you back so late?" Lin Che quickly jumped off the chair and looked at him. Gu Jingze said, "I came back after I finished my work." "Why are you eating noodles alone? Do you want instant noodles again? Although it's delicious, eating too much is not good for your health. Don't eat it all the time, do you hear me?" He looked at her reproachfully. Lin Che said, "It's nothing. I'm just eating a little. There are chefs on duty in the kitchen at night. You can ask them to cook something. You can eat whatever you want. It's so late. Why would I bother the chefs? That's enough. Everyone has their own specialties. Didn't you say that? They are chefs, so they should be on duty at night. This is what they should do." Chapter 949. Lin Che said, "Well, I think it's too late. It doesn't take long to cook instant noodles." Gu Jingze looked at her deeply and didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go. Since it's already cooked, let's eat first." After they finished eating, Lin Che went to wash up. Gu Jingze's face slowly darkened. He went outside. He looked at the people outside and said, "Tell them to tell me in detail what Madam did while I was away." "Yes, sir." When Gu Jingze woke up in the morning, he received a reply. "Sir, these days, the servants seem to have neglected Madam," the butler said. "How so?" "Well." The butler broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't notice it before and only found out about it after asking. The butler told him everything in detail and didn't dare to miss a word. After all, it was not someone else but Sir's beloved Madam. On normal days, Sir was not willing to let Madam suffer any grievances. These new servants were too insensible. They actually dared to do such small things in private. It was also because they came too late and didn't know what Madam meant to Sir, so they dared to be so bold. Now that he couldn't even take care of himself, he couldn't care less about them. Now that Sir knew that Madam was wronged, he didn't fire him because he had been in the office for so many years. Gu Jingze said, "All right, bring them to me." "Yes, sir." The butler quickly went out and gathered the new servants. After they came in, they looked at Gu Jingze and stood in 2 rows in fear. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to get up. Gu Jingze said, "I heard that someone dared to be disrespectful to Madam when I was away." The servants didn't say a word, as if they didn't realize that there was any danger. Gu Jingze said, "Being disrespectful to Madam means being disrespectful to me and to the Gu family." His voice, which was calm at the beginning, became gloomy towards the end. In the end, his voice was so quiet that it made people feel as if his words were like a sharp blade that struck at them, making them feel a chill in their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but feel that the temperature in the room had dropped a few degrees. "You've all been trained and sent here. You should know that disrespecting the Gu family is equivalent to betraying the entire family. You should know the consequences of betraying the family better than I do, right?" The people standing immediately panicked. They quickly lowered their heads and said, "Sir, we don't dare." "Don't dare? How could you not dare? Not only did you not dare, you even did it." He snorted and raised his head. "Take them out and punish them according to the family rules. From now on, I don't want to see them anywhere." The people below completely panicked this time. Sir, we were really wrong." Someone was already shouting, desperately looking in the direction of the housekeeper. However, the butler didn't dare to raise his head at all. They were courting death, so they didn't want to drag him down with them. Seeing that no one was willing to help, someone mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, we also feel that it's unfair for you. We feel that Madam doesn't care about you and doesn't fulfill her duty as a wife." "Ha, do I need to consult you about the duty of a wife?" Gu Jingze looked at them sharply. The person was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. No matter what, it was the old man who asked us to come. Please give us another chance for the sake of the old man. Li Yundong said. Madam asked us to take care of you. If you treat us like this, Madam will be sad. They weren't begging for mercy. These servants were saying that they were sent here by Old Master. If they were punished, how would they explain it to Old Master Gu? Gu Jingze snorted. Have you forgotten that I'm the head of the household now? Do you think that I need to report to the family for such a small matter? You're wrong. Oh. He waved his hand and said calmly, the few who spoke just now, punish them more severely. Yes, the few of them paused again. Gu Jingze didn't want to say another word. He directly waved his hand and asked them to leave. No. Please don't, sir, we really don't dare to do it again, the servants cried out sorrowfully. They didn't expect that Gu Jingze would really disrespect Old Master Gu and Madam because of such a small matter. Gu Jingze's harsh and frightening character was originally just a rumor. Now they finally knew. However, it was too late. No one could save them now. Because of these people's departure, the Gu family quieted down. Gu Jingze then asked someone to find another batch of servants to fill the gap. The people who came this time had already heard about what had happened. Moreover, when they came again, they were directly warned by the butler that they could touch anyone except Madam. If they dared to make Madam feel wronged, they would not be able to live. He didn't need to say much about whether or not this was an alarmist talk. He could directly ask the people who had just been chased away. Of course, none of them could see where those people had been chased to, and no one would want to know how they would be dealt with. Lin Che saw that the servants in the house had been changed. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. She went out and asked, why did they change servants? A servant replied, Madam, the previous batch of servants were disrespectful to you, so sir changed them. Ah. Is that okay? Lin Che said, actually, it's not that disrespectful. The servant said, of course it's disrespectful. They think that Madam is like other madams and must listen to her husband. But it's not like this in our family. Sir dotes on Madam so much, and Madam is Sir's favorite. They don't understand, so they offended Madam, and Sir definitely won't forgive them. Actually, it's right that they left. Previously, the house was in a foul atmosphere, and there were rumors everywhere. The Gu family even gossiped about it. We can't stand them for a long time. Really? Lin Che said, there's such a thing. Yes, Madam, don't worry. The newcomers don't dare to do it anymore. Look at them, they're much more well-behaved. All right. Lin Che said, but don't you think it's not good for your husband to indulge me too much? Lin Che also reflected for a moment. She felt that she really didn't fulfill her responsibilities as a wife, and even outsiders couldn't stand it. How can that be? We know how difficult it was for you to come this far with Sir. You're so good, Sir's kindness is worth it. Moreover, Madam has never come for Sir's money or power. Madam, you and Sir really love each other. People who really love each other don't have so many rules. Chapter 950. Alright, I think it's strange too. This isn't ancient times. There shouldn't be so many rules between a husband and wife. I'm just worried that I might break the rules or something. Madam, every family has its own rules. You don't know, but some big families have a lot of rules. They are just like the ancient times. But madam, you don't have to worry at all. We don't have these rules. How could sir have the heart to use them on madam? These little hoofs don't understand our family's rules. They don't have them, so they do wrong. Lin Che said, it's just life. Why are there so many rules? Forget it, I don't care about this. Newcomers, continue to watch over them. Madam, don't worry. They're all honest now. Lin Che really didn't care about it anymore. It was almost the end of the year. The movie had to be completed at this time and the reality show also had to do a special. There were already a lot of things to do. Lin Che finished filming the last scene of the movie and bid farewell to everyone reluctantly. This shooting was probably the happiest she had ever been in a movie. She had become friends with almost the entire crew and Nan Gongyu. The movie's release date was set after the new year. It wasn't a peak period, but Nan Gong didn't deliberately choose a time. He was a very casual person when it came to making movies anyway. He just smiled and said to Lin Che, it's all for you. It's just in time for the Golden Name Awards. Lin Che curled his lips. You're so confident that I can be nominated? Why don't I believe it? Of course I'm confident in my movie. Yes, yes, yes. It's just like how everyone thinks their child is the most beautiful. Go, go, go. When you get the nomination notice for the Golden Name Awards, you can come and thank me. I'll go and sign up after I finish editing. Lin Che was too lazy to care about him, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. After returning, Gu Jingzi said that they were going to attend some banquets before the new year. There were still a few banquets that they had to go to because it was Gu Jingzi's first year as the family head, so some people had to be prepared. Gu Jingzi told Lin Che to prepare first while he went to busy himself. Lin Che didn't have anything else to prepare. At this time, Bai said that she wanted to go back to the United States for a while. It was also the new year there, but it was just a fun kind of new year, not a traditional new year like theirs. It was just that the Sea country's new year was very interesting, so they casually made a ceremony to have fun. But her father asked her to go back first, so she could only agree. When Lin Che arrived at the company, Bai was about to leave. She said, Lin Che, you even specially came to send me off. Yeah, how long will you be back? I don't know. It'll probably take a few days. If it's short, it'll be a few days. If it's long, it might be more than 10 days. Shuiyang was also behind, looking at Bai. Be careful over there. Yeah, when I'm not around, do your show well. Don't be willful. Yes, don't worry. Shuiyang said, come back soon. Bai turned her head and looked at him, not knowing what to say. She took a deep look at him and smiled. Sure enough, she didn't say anything and walked out. Lin Che felt that the two of them were acting a little strange. He turned to look at Shuiyang and quickly followed them out. Bai, she called. Bai stopped and looked a little sad. Lin Che said, Bai, what's wrong? Did something happen that I don't know about? Bai turned her head and looked at Lin Che. My father thinks that I'm old enough to introduce a boyfriend to me, so, Lin Che suddenly understood. You're going back to see a man. Bai nodded and fiddled with her hands. It should be. Although it's impossible for anything to happen, but, she looked inside and Lin Che also looked over before saying, Bai, are you wondering why Shuiyang didn't stop you? Bai blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Lin Che said, did you tell Shuiyang that? Bai shook her head. Lin Che said, then if you don't say it, how will he understand? Bai said awkwardly, but I always feel that he doesn't have any feelings for me. Otherwise, why hasn't he asked me to go on a date for so long? Lin Che said speechlessly, do you think this is America? The boys here are also more shy. If he casually told his friends that he wanted to go on a date, it would seem a little frivolous. He's worried that it would make you unhappy. Ah, is that so? Alright, you go. I'll help you ask, okay? Bai looked at Lin Che gratefully. She felt embarrassed, but also a little expectant. Then, tell me if there's anything. Leave it to me. Lin Che looked at Bai and then looked back inside. Thinking of Shui Yang's appearance, he felt that they were actually quite compatible. Returning inside, Shui Yang was still standing there, holding the railing and looking out the French windows. Lin Che walked over. Shui Yang. Shui Yang turned around. His face was also a little lonely. He looked at her and pulled the corner of his lips. Sister Che. What are you doing here? Nothing, just looking at the scenery. Lin Che smiled and said, looking at the scenery, or looking at the people in the scenery? Lin Che said, Shui Yang, if you don't chase after her, she's going to run away. Shui Yang looked at her. What? Lin Che said, Bai went back because her father arranged a blind date for her. If you don't chase after her, she might come back with 1 or 2 blonde foreign men. Shui Yang looked at her in a daze, then lowered his head gloomily. Lin Che looked at him, feeling strange. What's wrong, Shui Yang? Do you have any concerns? Shui Yang turned around. Sister Che, she's the daughter of the Wesley family. She has countless assets, but I'm just a poor boy. Hearing this, Lin Che seemed to understand at once. She looked at Shui Yang. Shui Yang, you're not a poor boy. You're a big star. Besides, love isn't linked to money. She's a Bai, Bai who has been by your side for so many years. If she didn't like you, how could she have no regrets towards you? Shui Yang looked up. Really? Of course it's true. Shui Yang just thought that he never thought that he would have too much to do with such a person. At first, he didn't think about it, so everything was very easy. He didn't curry favor with her, didn't fawn over her, and didn't treat her as the daughter of the Wesley family. But now, if they were really going to be together, he had to face these problems again. She was the daughter of the Wesley family. Could he? Thinking back to the incident with Lu Yunshi, he always felt that their relationship should be so distant. The disparity in their statuses was also especially great. Chapter 951. With such a huge disparity, could they really do it? He said, it's not because of money. I know that the gap between the two of us is too big. I've seen how terrifying this gap is. Those who haven't seen it might say that it's nothing, but I know that those ravines are there, and some of them can't be crossed. Shui Yang said, Wesley's family is a frequent guest on the Forbes list and is a world-famous person, but I'm just a poor kid who has just started out. I know that Bai doesn't care, but there will still be a lot of rumors from outsiders. These are all obstacles, I know. Lin Che leaned there and tilted his head to look at him, so, what you should think about now is what will happen to these obstacles in the end. Shui Yang, what you need to think about is whether you want Bai or a peaceful life, just like me and Gu Jingze. I've thought that without him, my life might be more peaceful, without so much right and wrong. He's so dazzling, and when I'm with him, I might always have to worry about others coveting him. I was also very happy in the few years I was in America, but I still came back because I wasn't as happy as he was. Although there were many ups and downs when I was with him, I still felt very fulfilled. At this time, don't care what others think, nothing is perfect. It's just like when we buy a house, when you choose a house, you will find that there are always one or two flaws. It's not the type of the house, it's not the floor, it's not the street, it's not the elevator. If you want to choose a perfect one, unless you build it yourself, you have to think about what you want the most and endure everything else. Shui Yang looked at her. Lin Che smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Bai will come back. Or, if you've thought it through, you can go find her. Shui Yang was still standing there, but Lin Che had already stuffed his hands into his pockets and left quickly. It was fine as long as she mentioned the relationship. It was better for the person involved to think about it himself. Lin Che returned home, changed his clothes, and went to the banquet with Gu Jingze. It was just an ordinary year-end banquet, and many big families in Country C came to attend. Gu Jingze's arrival naturally attracted more attention to the banquet. After all, this was his first year as the patriarch, so after he arrived, everyone was even more respectful to him than before. After entering, Gu Jingze was surrounded by people. Gu Jingze dealt with them calmly. Lin Che said, "I'll go put the clothes over there first." It was very cold in winter, so they put on their coats. When they went inside, they handed their coats to the waiter and placed them in a special cabinet. Then, they went in. However, there were quite a number of womenfolk, and there were not enough waiters. There were many people waiting in line, and a few madams who were familiar with them were also chatting with them. They did not seem to be in a hurry. While Lin Che was waiting, he didn't know everyone very well. Some people wanted to come over and talk to him, but they were still hesitating and didn't dare to come over. Then, a voice came from behind them, causing them to shrink back. "Lin Che, why are you standing here?" It was the Black Hawk. Lin Che turned around and said, I'm preparing to put my clothes away. I don't know if there's a cabinet to put them in." Black Hawk frowned and pushed the person in front of him away. As soon as everyone saw the Black Hawk, they consciously made way for it. The people of Black Hawk were even less courteous. Get out of the way, don't dawdle." They were directly chasing people away. Lin Che was dumbfounded. However, when everyone saw that the Black Hawk was chasing people away, they didn't dare to say a word and directly walked out. They turned back to look at Lin Che, as if they were filled with fear. In a short while, the place was completely empty. Lin Che looked at the Black Hawk speechlessly. The Black Hawk's people didn't stand on ceremony and hurriedly said, "Little miss, please come in. We will wait outside and guard. We will definitely not let anyone in." Lin Che said, "It can't be." The Black Hawk said, "What's wrong? Aren't you going in to put your clothes? Hurry up and put them in." Lin Che was speechless. She was so shocked by the domineering look on his face that she couldn't say a word. She simply didn't know what to say. However, since they were already chased away, she put the clothes in first. As soon as she entered, the waiter hurriedly ran over. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Gu, I made you wait for so long. Here. The waiter looked at the Black Hawk as if he had seen a ghost and hurriedly put the clothes away. After Lin Che was done, she walked out and looked at the people standing outside. They were like gangsters blocking people. Each of them looked fierce. It was no wonder that they were afraid. She said, "All right, don't be so dramatic." The Black Hawk said, "Otherwise, how long are you going to wait? They really don't know how to judge people. They even dared to let you wait outside and dawdle while gossiping inside. Why don't they hurry up and get it done?" All right, these women were a little dawdling. But they didn't need to be so dramatic. Lin Che rolled her eyes at him and walked out. However, because of what had happened just now, the way the people outside looked at her had changed. The Black Hawk followed behind her. Lin Che said, "Wow, don't follow me. Look at how scared they are." The Black Hawk blew at his fingers. That's because they're timid. Hey, you're obviously the one who's too scary, okay? The Black Hawk said, is that so? Lin Chase said, there are so many people following you, and you look like everyone owes you $200. The Black Hawk said, heh, who here doesn't have a group of people following them? Lin Che turned to look at him. He thought about it and agreed. However, it might be because he was the Black Hawk, who was scary to begin with. After all, he was the world's #1 assassin. God knows how she suddenly had a brother like this. Fortunately, Gu Jingze came at this moment. Seeing the Black Hawk behind them, he hugged Lin Che's waist and looked at the Black Hawk. Why are you here? The Black Hawk said, you can come, but I can't. What happened just now? He asked Lin Che. However, the Black Hawk answered first, how did you take care of my sister? She was waiting outside for a long time just now, but no one cared about her. If I didn't go over, she would still be waiting outside, okay? Gu Jingze frowned at Lin Che. What happened? Lin Che was speechless. Nothing. It's just that just now, Black Hawk was calling her sister a little too smoothly, wasn't it? However, Lin Che saw that the people around them were already looking over curiously when they saw the three of them standing together and talking. Lin Che still didn't want others to know about their complicated relationship. Otherwise, when they went out in the future and found out that she was related to the Black Hawk, would they be afraid of her too? She quickly said, okay, it's okay. Let's go in. She pulled Gu Jingze and quickly walked in. Gu Jingze turned back to look at the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk straightaway raised his finger and gestured rudely. Chapter 952. Lin Che said, you didn't see it just now. He scared a few people so much that they didn't dare to speak. He even brought a lot of people with him and chased them away. When I came out just now, I saw so many people staring at me and Black Eagle. I'm really... God, why did I let him be my brother? Gu Jingze smiled. It's nothing. But you didn't see how scary it was when so many people were standing there. Gu Jingze smiled. There weren't that many people. Just him standing there was scary enough. He's Black Eagle. Lin Che wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw Yun Luo. She was actually here. Lin Che quickly tugged on Gu Jingze's arm. Gu Jingze looked over as well. When he saw Yun Luo, he raised his eyebrows and smiled, continuing to walk in with Lin Che. Yun Luo came to the banquet with a few people. She didn't expect to meet Gu Jingze and Lin Che. She was just here to relax and didn't expect to meet anyone here. Yun Luo turned and left first. Looking at Yun Luo's appearance of nearly running away, Lin Che also felt that it was rather strange. She said, what's wrong with Miss Yun? Gu Jingze glanced at her. Let's go eat. Don't worry about her. Actually, Lin Che could think of something. Yun Luo probably hated Gu Jingze for the Yun family's heavy losses in Country M. Yun Luo ran out, feeling very sad for a moment. She didn't expect to meet him here. She didn't expect to meet Gu Jingze again. Gu Jingze was too cruel to the Yun family. He actually let the Yun family's status fall just because of Lin Che. She was also very jealous. A man who overturned an entire family because of a woman. How could she not be moved by such a man? Unfortunately, she wasn't someone who was protected by Gu Jingze. Yun Luo ran out, followed by a few young ladies of similar status. Yun Luo, why are you running? Yun Luo turned around. Why aren't you leaving? What's the point of staying here? Yun Luo. Everyone sympathized with her. Previously, everyone thought that Yun Luo was going to become Mrs. Gu. Who knew that the moment Lin Che returned, he forcefully snatched everything back. That swift and decisive action made everyone sigh. Moreover, Gu Jingze actually had the ability to flatten the Yun family when everyone was questioning his position as the family head. Although it was still the Yun family, its status was probably not as high as it used to be. It was easy to imagine that the blow Yun Luo received had nearly cost her her life. Her plummeting status had caused her to go from being the object of everyone's envy to being the object of ridicule. Everyone looked at Yun Luo and could only comfort her. Yun Luo, don't care about that Lin Che. That's right. She has some tricks to fool Gu Jingze. We are girls from decent families. We don't want to use her tricks. At this moment, however, he saw Lin Che walking in from outside. The moment everyone saw Lin Che, their hearts were already filled with resentment. At this moment, they directly took advantage of Yun Luo's presence and used Yun Luo's name to find fault with this woman who had attracted everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Look, speak of the devil. A few women blocked the way. Seeing Lin Che walking over slowly, they raised their eyebrows and stared in his direction. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't see them. However, since he had already walked over, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for her to retreat when she saw these people? There was nothing for her to be afraid of. Could it be that they would eat her up? Seeing Lin Che swagger over, they were still thinking in their hearts that he was really proud of himself. Seeing them here, he still walked over openly. Was he purposely here to show off? It's not good now. Some wild chickens think that they're phoenixes when they fly up to the branches. God knows how they're swaying around. The woman at the very front said directly. Lin Che glanced at that woman, then looked at Yun Luo. Yun Luo stood there as if she didn't hear these words. Lin Che said, "Is this kind of trick interesting? Miss Yun, I don't have any grudges with you. You don't need to let a group of cats and dogs block the road and bite people." Cats and dogs. This Lin Che was a little too arrogant. Hey, you know who we are and you dare to say that we are cats and dogs. A woman put her hands on her waist and looked fierce. Another person said, "That's enough. This kind of lowly person obviously doesn't know who we are. If it wasn't for Gu Jingze, with her status, it would be impossible for her to get within 10 meters of us." That's right. Ignorant people are ignorant people. Lin Che snorted and looked at them. That's right. Even if I were to get within 10 meters of you right now, I would feel uncomfortable. There's an unpleasant smell and it's very disgusting. You. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that about us? That woman looked like she was about to get angry. That person was about to rush up and slap Lin Che. However, Dongzi, who was on the other side, was already prepared. He pressed the man down. Dongzi pushed that person's hand back. "Oh, you. Who are you? You actually dare to hit me. Do you know that I am the eldest daughter of the Sun family? My father is the boss of the Guoguang Corporation." Guoguang Corporation. What the hell is that? At this moment, Lin Che heard He Ying's slightly arrogant voice again. Sure enough, seeing He Ying walking over in a black mass, the women's expressions changed slightly. They couldn't help but become more obedient. They looked in the direction of He Ying and murmured, "Mo." "Mr. Mo." He Ying waved his hand and walked over. He looked very at ease. "None of you have answered me. What is the Guoguang Corporation?" Guoguang Corporation was the largest lighting company in the country. He actually said that he didn't know. Was that absolutely intentional? Those who were able to attend this banquet all came from families with a certain amount of wealth. However, everyone looked at He Ying. Even if they knew that he did it on purpose, they didn't dare to say anything. Because everyone knew that He Ying was a person who killed people without batting an eye. Just by looking at him walking over, one could feel a dark aura directly engulfing them. Who would dare to go against him? Haiying looked at the people in front of him. What are you doing here? What are you doing to Lin Che? The woman who had her hand pinched looked at Haiying. She thought for a moment and said boldly, she asked someone to hit me. I will definitely tell my father that she dared to hit me. How did Gu Jingzi see his wife? She is the wife of the Gu family. How could Uncle Dong hit someone? So what if she hit you? Haiying said slowly. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman. Chapter 953. When the woman heard this, her beautiful face froze. What did you say? Haiying snorted and gave his underling a look. The people below didn't hesitate either. They slapped the woman who had spoken. The person who was slapped was stunned. You, what? Haiying looked at the woman and said softly, wasn't that enough? Although that cold voice was slow and unhurried, it was extremely lethal. She thought of the rumors that Haiying had heard and looked at the people behind him. She glared at them angrily, then at Lin Che and Haiying. You guys are too much. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? Haiying snorted. What do you mean by public anger? Is it edible? You, Lin Che almost burst out laughing. But he had to admit that although Haiying was very arrogant, he had slapped them in the face. It made him feel very happy. No matter what they said, he would say it arrogantly. He wasn't afraid of what they said. What else could they say? Because of Haiying's move, no one dared to say anything. They didn't expect Haiying to not care. These people used to be domineering in their families and no one dared to bully them. But Haiying didn't care who they were and dared to hit them. He dared to hit them both. He didn't seem to be afraid of offending them at all. At that moment, they felt that their families were small and insignificant in Haiying's eyes. Yun Luo watched from behind. She couldn't take it anymore. She was already angry. She was used to hiding at the back and wanted to see how these people were going to teach Lin Che a lesson. Who knew that Lin Che wouldn't be taught a lesson? Instead, he would hit them. Yun Luo looked at Haiying and walked forward. Mr. Mo, aren't you being a little too nosy today? Haiying looked at Yun Luo and asked, what did you say? Yun Luo bit his lips as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che, I admit that I have offended you. My relationship with you isn't harmonious enough. However, there is no need for you to complain to Gu Jingzi and ask him to use his full strength to suppress the Yun family. Now that my Yun family has suffered a heavy blow because of you, everyone is just feeling indignant on my behalf. That's why we're talking about you here. Aren't you afraid that one day, Gu Jingzi won't dote on you anymore? Aren't you afraid that everything that happened today will return to you? Yun Luo snorted, Lin Che, I hope that such a day never comes. Otherwise, when that time comes, there won't be so many people protecting you. What did you say? Black Eagle snorted. Since when does Lin Che need Gu Jingzi's protection? Yun Luo looked at Haiying. Mr. Mo, I know that you have a good relationship with Gu Jingzi, but you don't have to help Gu Jingzi protect her. Is it worth it to offend so many people for your friend's wife? Yun Luo's expression was filled with contempt, but Black Hawk merely sneered coldly. Friend's wife. I don't want to offend people for someone else's wife, but if it's for my sister, that's different. Yun Luo was stunned. Lin Che was also stunned. Then, he put his hand to his forehead in frustration. What was this Haiying up to this time? But Haiying had already snorted and put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder. I'm warning you, let's not talk about whether Gu Jingzi will have a change of heart towards Lin Che. Even if he does, he won't dare to. I want to see who dares to let my sister down. If he dares, I will definitely make him suffer. However, apart from Gu Jingze, I won't allow anyone to touch Lin Che. Don't talk about offending you guys. If you guys come at me again, I, Mo Jinyan, am not afraid of offending you. Sister. What sister? I don't care who she married, or who she didn't marry. In any case, she is my sister now, so I have the responsibility to protect her. At the same time, I will eliminate all those who mistreat us. So, if any of you dare to touch her again, you will be going against me. Frankly speaking, I don't care even if all of you ganged up on me. If you want to go against me, come at me directly. I want to see. His gaze swept across them coldly. Who exactly is it that doesn't want to live anymore? What? His biological sister. The few of them looked on in disbelief, not believing what they had just seen. How could Mo Jinyan be related to Lin Che? However, looking at Mo Jinyan now, if there really wasn't any relationship, he wouldn't be so protective of a woman. This Lin Che's life was too good. He married Gu Jingze, and now he even acknowledged He Ying as his brother. This was He Ying. With him by her side, who would dare to lay a finger on her? Using He Ying's words just now, wouldn't that be courting death? Yun Luo didn't expect He Ying to say that. Looking at the two of them, Yun Luo's lips moved in disbelief. However, like the others, she felt that the dignified He Ying didn't need to lie because of Lin Che. Perhaps he only acknowledged her as his sister, but even if he did, saying it so directly also pulled Lin Che into his protection range. Yun Luo gritted her teeth, but, looking at He Ying standing there so high up, Yun Luo didn't dare to say another word. She could only glare at Lin Che. She knew in her heart that she had completely lost to Gu Jingze. Even though she didn't understand why, Gu Jingze didn't even look at her. In his heart, there was only Lin Che. She didn't even have the chance to fight for it. She had completely lost. Seeing this scene, some people had already left from the back with their tails between their legs. The others saw this and hurriedly left as if nothing had happened. Yun Luo forcefully glared at Lin Che before turning around and leaving as well. Lin Che stood there and looked at He Ying with raised brows. She didn't expect him to be so overbearing, sometimes it was quite useful. However, she suspected that soon, everyone here would know that He Ying was her brother. She looked at He Ying and said, "We don't need to be so high profile." He Ying said, "Follow me, don't be afraid of being high profile." Black Hawk was really used to being arrogant. Lin Che couldn't do anything about it. Looking outside, he seemed to see that everyone was looking at them and talking about them. It was just as she thought. Her relationship with Black Hawk was quietly spreading in this place, and Lin Che could only sigh and bear it, unable to stop it. Chapter 954. Just as Lin Che thought, the entire banquet soon found out about Lin Che and Black Eagle's relationship. Everyone didn't know if Lin Che was Black Eagle's sister or if the two of them were really related. But since Black Eagle said that Lin Che was his sister, then she was his sister. Yun Luo had been listening at the side. She was already very unhappy. Soon, she heard them say, with Black Eagle as his backing, Lin Che will really be able to do whatever he wants in the future. Gu Jingze isn't bad, but Black Eagle is her family, so their relationship is even more different. This Lin Che's luck is truly off the charts. Look at how cool Black Eagle is by his side. Yun Luo had been living a repressed life since young. She finally had something she wanted, and that was Gu Jingze's love for her. Gu Jingze actually didn't pay much attention to her. Thinking back, he only cared about her a little. He didn't understand her too much. Maybe he was more than a friend, just a business partner. But Yun Luo still kept this care in her heart. She felt very warm. She felt that such a strong man who cared for her made her feel so happy. But this happiness was a little too short-lived. Yun Luo had been a coward all her life and had never really fought for anything. Now that she saw that the moment she fought for it was completely destroyed by Lin Che, she felt very angry. Yun Luo looked at Lin Che secretly. She had been standing with Gu Jingze and Black Eagle and basically didn't talk to outsiders. She couldn't find a chance, but she finally saw Lin Che walking to the side alone. Yun Luo was hiding in a corner. The moment she came out, she slammed into Lin Che with a bang. Lin Che grunted and fell to the ground. When she looked up and saw Yun Luo, she felt very annoyed. Why was it her again? Yun Luo, I've already said what I needed to say. What else do you want? Yun Luo, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, clutching his chest and panting heavily. He looked extremely uncomfortable. Lin Che was stunned. He suddenly remembered that Yun Luo had a heart attack. Lin Che couldn't tell if she was acting or if she really had a heart attack. She looked at Yun Luo and asked, "What's wrong?" Yun Luo raised his head and looked at Lin Che with tears in his eyes. His face was filled with indignation. "Lin Che, I don't have anything anymore. You've been ruining my life ever since you came back. You pushed me to the edge and took everything away from me. I know that you saw that I was close to Gu Jingze, so you came back from abroad to take everything away. Now, everything is yours. Are you still not satisfied?" Lin Che frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Someone hurriedly ran over. Miss Yun's heart is not good. You can't do this." There were also people who looked at Lin Che in disdain. "Seriously, he's already fallen to the ground and you're not even helping him up. You're even saying that he's talking nonsense." At this moment, the two of them hurriedly said, "Come and help, Miss Yun had a heart attack after being hit by Mrs. Gu." What did she mean by a relapse? It was clearly Yun Luo who had crashed into it. At this moment, Yun Quishan, who seemed to have heard this voice, also hurried over. The moment he saw Yun Luo, who was surrounded, and Lin Che, who was standing to the side, he pushed them aside and walked in furiously. "Lin Che, what did you do to my daughter?" At that moment, the onlookers came over again. When they saw Yun Quishan come out, they felt that the scene was even more lively. They wanted to see what Lin Che was going to do now. He had directly knocked into Miss Yun and caused her to have a heart attack. Even if Gu Jingze was on her side, he couldn't let her off the hook. Yun Quishan hurriedly squatted down and gave Yun Luo a heart reliever. At this moment, he saw Gu Jingze and Black Hawk rushing over. Seeing the situation at one glance, he lowered his head to look at Yun Luo, who was on the ground. Gu Jingze stuck close to Lin Che and asked, "What happened?" Yun Quishan didn't wait for Lin Che to answer and shouted, "Gu Jingze, this is how you indulge your wife. Look at how she bullied our child." Yun Luo was knocked into this state by her, and she didn't even apologize. Instead, she stood here as if she was the victim. Let me tell you, even if our Yun family has fallen, we only have this precious daughter. If anything happens to Yun Luo, we'll see each other in court. I'll immediately get someone to examine it. If Yun Luo's heart has any problems because of this, Lin Che won't be able to get away with it. We'll talk at the police station." Lin Che was stunned. She had seen fakers before, but this was the first time she had seen one like this. She turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze stared at Yun Quishan. At this moment, Lin Che suddenly felt his body shake. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but despise him even more. This Lin Che, no way. Hearing Yun Quishan's words, he immediately became so frightened that he couldn't even stand properly. But Gu Jingze didn't think so at all. He hurriedly grabbed Lin Che's arm and looked at Lin Che. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Che usually wouldn't be so weak, but at this moment, his face looked a little pale. Lin Che shook his head. He still wanted to speak, but Gu Jingze lifted Lin Che up. He turned around and looked at Yun Kuishan and Yun Luo, who was on the ground, with a gaze as sharp as ice. "If anything happens to my wife, none of you will live." This threat was much more imposing than what Yun Kuishan had said just now. Moreover, no one felt that his expression was just words said in a moment of anger. But they felt that Gu Jingze was definitely someone who would do what he said. Yun Kuishan watched him leave. Everyone was still looking at this scene in shock. At this moment, they weren't just watching the show. They were thinking that Yun Kuishan and Gu Jingze wouldn't fight because of this collision. In this year, because of the change in the position of the Gu family's patriarch, there had been some changes in the relationships between these wealthy families, so there had been many conflicts among these top wealthy families. If the Yun family and the Gu family were to fight like this again, it would be a lot of drama. Yun Kuishan didn't know what to do now, but thinking of how Gu Jingze bullied him, he was emboldened and asked someone to pull Yun Luo up. Luo, don't worry. If anything happens to you, even if the Yun family goes bankrupt, we won't let her off. Lin Che, just you wait. However, inside, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. How are you? Lin Che shook his head. I'm fine. I just felt really uncomfortable just now. My chest feels tight. I'll get someone to check. It should be fine. Lin Che pulled him. No, I'll get someone to check right now. Listen to me and don't move, he said to her domineeringly with a stern face. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.